So if you have this machine and the machine is made to do something and you use the machine and it doesn't work, what does that make your machine? It makes it less valuable. And I think that's what's happened, is that now this machine and the use case of the machine is now put into question. And so whereas previously being able to control and have ownership of these platforms would more or less guarantee you a foothold or at least a platform where you could establish some degree of political control. If you can't own that political control, then what value do these companies bring? What do these companies do? Nothing. And so, of course, why would they have any value? Do you think they're now the new Fox? Well, what I'm saying is that all news companies are owned by people that the news company is going to act in its best in those people who own them in their best interest. That's my point. So the value of owning a news company or a news station is, of course, yeah, you can make money with it. But on top of that, it gives you a form of power. But if that power is called into question because it was exercised and then ineffective, then the value of the company is less. You see kind of how this comes together? Comcast isn't calling the shots, let's be real. Well, somebody is. The moment the news companies started pushing an agenda and not reporting unbiased news, they should have been taken off the air. It's impossible to do that, realistically. Don't forget, all these companies are funded by pharmaceutical companies advertising on them, and they're about to theoretically go away when Trump takes office. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is like these news companies, they have a vested interest in things going a certain way because of pharmaceuticals or anything else. And also just the people that own them, their best interest of the people that own them. So if you have a time where this big legacy media company gets outplayed by Joe Rogan, Baldy in his basement in Austin, Texas, well, then why the fuck did you spend $10 million on this just to lose?
Gravity of right-wing discourse is now taking place on X. It's not Fox. X is what matters. Elon Musk is now, I wrote about this yesterday.
Fox fell off when they got rid of Tucker Carlson. I think that's what happened, is that I think that they lost the trust of a lot of like grassroots Republican conservatives when they got rid of Tucker Carlson. And like, I'm not even saying that it was a bad decision to get rid of him. I think they had to get rid of him because of that lawsuit, right? But at the end of the day, that's what the effect was. And as soon as that happened, I think that they lost a lot of credit. I never, actually, I don't say never, but like, I feel like Tucker Carlson used to be like 80% of the clips that I would see about Fox News. And like now, every once in a while, I see like a Sean Hannity clip. Other than that, I basically never hear about Fox News anymore. So yeah, they had to walk their talk. Sure, right? But I'm saying like that's the outcome of it. There's a video explaining exactly this. It's compared German legacy media. Yeah, I don't know about German media, though. I'm not sure about that.
Arguably the most powerful civilian in the history of the country.
Right,
he controls, it's not Fox. X is what matters.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is now, I wrote about this yesterday, arguably the most powerful civilian in the history of the country. He controls
J.D. Rockefeller maybe, but like I could see that. I mean, he obviously, Elon Musk has a massive amount of power. It's true.
Information flow. He controls multiple businesses. He has the president's ear. He's going to be in charge of some newfangled organization to gut government spending. We've not seen a person with that kind of clout across those sectors. But
I think that we can say that we haven't seen a person with that kind of clout that's as well and openly like stated to be like that. Because people are coming up with examples like George Soros or like, you know, Rothschilds or something like that. But like a lot of those people, you know, they operate in the shadows. Whereas like with Elon Musk, he just comes out and he's like, yeah, you know, we're trying to make this happen.
Where's real power comes from is X. People thought he was an idiot when he bought X because he lost a lot of money. He's got a lot of money. And now he happens to have the most powerful platform.
Man, there's somebody that got really mad at me for saying that.
On the right. And politics is downstream from information. And there's just a whole...
The actual quote is from Culture, but, you know, you could say they're the same thing. Sure.
Whole new information ecosystem out there. So for us, for you, for Democrats, for Republicans, you have to understand that you now are going to have to basically navigate 20 or 30 different parts of the ecosystem if you want to connect with the American people who vote.
Damn, what are they having, a Zoom call for a support group about getting all fucking fired? Holy shit, look at them all. That sucks, man. Ooh, not so good. Fake news media. There it is. MSNBC ratings have cratered 50% since the election. Oh my fucking God. Give me the latest on this. MSNBC viewership drops. Oh my. Wow. Comcast put MSNBC and Oprah founded Oxygen. Oh, I remember Oxygen. Was that for women? Yeah, I feel like that was for women in like the late 90s or the 2000s. It's probably catching up to them. Layoff includes top stars. Maybe they can take a lesson from Don Lemon on what not to do. Yeah, true. Interesting. Comcast is putting MSNBC up for sale. CNN also announced massive layoffs coming potentially. The times are a-changing. Well, and this is like, remember what I said before about how like games media and like games journalism is like a mining canary for like what's going to happen with all journalism? Is because like now you don't need this like massive structure to communicate information anymore. You don't need that anymore. You just need a camera and a fucking an internet connection. That's it. And so now, and also mono opinion, I think people are tired of hearing, basically like people are looking for opinions that are, let's say, God damn it, give me a minute. Let's say here and onward, but legacy media may only present opinions that are inside of this little square. And so what's happening is that as people are looking for opinions that are outside of what's presented in mainstream media, they're going to places that are outside of mainstream media. And so instead of looking at Fox News or like, let's say watching MSNBC, I bet there's a lot of people. This is actually, I think, what happens. I bet there are a lot of people who, instead of watching like local or not local, but like, mainstream liberal media, a lot of them probably go and they watch Hassan because they're like, you know what? This guy represents what I believe closer than what the media does. Why? Well, because they agree with him. And so it's simple. And they agree with him more than they agree with the legacy media. So what I think happens is the same thing with also right-wing people, is that they might not necessarily agree with Fox News, but they might really like Tucker Carlson. So what do? Well, they go even farther and they find him on these edges. And the issue is that the companies are making all of this fucking money, but they're really providing a very narrow viewpoint on the way things are. So, and yeah, I understand I mentioned Hassan, so people want to get mad about it, but I'm just using him as an example, okay? Like, hopefully you guys can understand that. Like, I'm using him as an example. Like, there's plenty of other guys that do commentary. Like, fuck, Central Committee. There are people probably that watch him because they don't trust mainstream media, so they're going to watch this guy instead. It's a very simple idea. Don't get too caught up on the individuals, right? And also people that watch, I hope they're not watching me for this kind of stuff, but the fact is that a lot of people have. If I look at the amount of people that have been watching a lot of these videos for the election and stuff and like different political stuff, it's been a crazy amount of fucking people. It's been insane. I think this is going to keep happening. And also another big factor is that the amount of people that are watching mainstream media has probably gone down even more than it was 10 years ago. And I think that because COVID, this is kind of what I think happened, is that COVID fast-tracked people's connection to the internet. And so because of that, you had effectively tons of people that were like the remnant legacy media watchers that were kind of forced onto the internet and onto digital platforms. And in a digital marketplace where there's no like advantage of, you have a TV channel and the other person doesn't, or they're on the access channel for an hour a day and, you're, 24/7 broadcasting an entire channel. Guess what? These people are going to come out ahead because they more accurately represent the viewpoints that other people have. So who watches TV anymore? Well, and also it's true as well. It's kind of a morbid thing, but TV watchers are oftentimes older people. And what do older people do? They die. And so they're dying. Literally, legacy media is dying. And so you're seeing less and less people that have been brought up to turn on the television to find what the news is. And so, yeah, they're dead. And so guess what happens? now there's way less people that are doing it. And even older people now, like you saw this with like QAnon, for example, older people, I would have never imagined in a million fucking years that there would be a huge contingency of fucking boomers sitting there reading 4chan posts about Donald Trump being the president. It's crazy. But like somehow they became 4chan users. Yeah, exactly. And so don't die. So I'm trying not to, right? But all I'm really trying to get to is that a lot of stuff died during COVID too. Yeah, exactly. And so, well, COVID moved a lot of people into digital spaces. And in those digital spaces, people like Joe Rogan were more successful because people feel like, in general, I think, a 3-hour conversation that Joe Rogan has with Donald Trump is going to be more insightful into who Donald Trump is as a person versus a 5-minute interview with Kamala Harris that's edited or with Trump that's edited. That's the reason why. And so people are looking for that authenticity because people usually look for news because they're looking for a way to like figure out what's actually happening. Is this true or not? And if it is true, then big fucking surprise, you're going to have a lot of people who are going to say, hey, listen, I'm going to pay attention to this more. Even Harris went off Howard Stern. Yeah, I don't know. Of Howard Stern? Yeah, I don't know exactly. Or Theo Vaughn. Well, and you saw this before, and here's another big component to it as well. Joe Rogan even talked about this. This is like kind of a while ago. So he's talking about why Kamala Harris podcast didn't happen. We'll go ahead and mute this real quick so you guys can listen to it.
The Joe Rogan experience.
You guys are coming here. I'm like, I love these guys so much. Too bad. It's just there's nothing going on.
Well, I heard you might have needed to cancel on us to get Kamala Harris on.
I was not going to do that. I would have had to. I knew you guys flew from England, and I wasn't going to cancel on you because she had an opportunity to come in. You could look at this and you say, oh, you're being a diva.
Do you remember how everybody was talking down on Joe Rogan? Like, oh, you think you're too good for the presidential candidate? Well, apparently he was. It's crazy, huh? How about that?
But she had an opportunity to come here when she was in Texas, and I literally gave them an open invitation. I said, anytime. I said, if she's done at 10 o'clock, we'll come back here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
I go, I'll do it at 9 in the morning. I'll do it at 10 p.m. I'll do it at midnight. She's up. She wants to, drink a Red Bull, fucking party on.
Yeah, but I think this idea that you're being a diva is silly because you're offering her the opportunity to do exactly what the other candidate did, right?
Yeah. Well, she actually reached out when she found out that he was coming on. So their camp.
Of course. Of course.
Reached out to me. So I said, great, I would love to talk to her. But it was very difficult to tie it down, and they wanted to travel. And see, the thing is, like, you can't, if I go somewhere, then there's going to be other people in the room.
Yeah.
And they want to control a lot of things, I'm sure, according to the Brett Breyer interview on Fox. Like, people were waving them off. That's a distraction. People in the room, like, my whole goal with her.
This is the reason why people don't trust legacy media. It's like all of these, like, people in the background off camera. Oh, yeah, like, what is this? People don't want to deal with that. They don't want to see that. The more sensational the news, the acting crazy behavior is more money. Yeah, sure. Are you okay with a single podcast guy having power to decide for a country? Here's a better question. Am I more okay with a single podcast guy having power to decide an election instead of a handful of guys that are nameless billionaires that also are doing the same thing? Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. You're trading one overlord for another. It's his show. Yeah. So, like, it's a false premise because the implication is that that's not what's happening right now, and it in fact is. He didn't decide anything. And also, yeah, that's a very good point, is that the voters are the ones who decide. Fundamentally, they're the ones who decide. And it's that the voters are choosing to listen to a person who they think is more authentic. So it's not Joe Rogan making the decision. It's people that are watching Joe Rogan that empower him to make that decision. It's like a primal in Final Fantasy.
And with him, it's just talk. Just have a conversation like a human being. You find out things about people. You get a sense of them, at least, a real sense. That was it. I don't give a fuck what we talk about. I really don't. I just want to talk to you. Who the fuck are you?
Do you think they think that you're on his side and they're more wary of you?
I don't.
I think so. I think that's it. If I were them, I would be wary of that. I think they'd be stupid if they weren't. Honestly.
No, I mean, there's just because of my appearance, there's always been this assumption that I'm some right-wing MAGA guy. Just
white, bald. Oh, say no more.
I was a Bernie supporter. You know, I am not. I'm a politically homeless person for sure. You know, I always considered myself a left-wing person. I never thought I would ever vote right-wing. But then
I think that's the way a lot of people have had happen. Like, I've had friends of mine that were like these are people. Who was I fucking talking to about this? Fuck. It was like a real life friend because we were like driving somewhere, and so like, but I wasn't. I don't remember exactly. But anyway, I had friends of mine that I sat with them, and I watched the Obama inauguration with them together. I remember this so clearly because we had a class, like we had just got in to college and class ended at like 10 and we drove home back to my house and we all sat at my house watching the inauguration, right? And it was such a big fucking deal. And so those same people now are like, yeah, I don't know about like all this identity stuff. Like, what is non-binary? This is weird. Like, what's going on? And I think that's what's really happened is that a lot of people that like, you know, self-identified, you can debate whether you think they are or not, but these people self-identify as a liberal, feel like they're getting pushed away from identity politics. That's what's happened. There's a bunch of 20-somethings turning into 30-somethings. It's called. So you think it's actually just us becoming more mature? I don't know, man. I really don't think that's the reason. But that's funny, though. It's definitely funny.
The tides of culture shifted in a very bizarre way. Yeah. And it just made me, over time, much more aware of what this stuff is really all about. Because what this stuff is really all about is just these natural human behavior patterns and these tribal instincts that we have. And it overpowers all discussions. It overpowers what's good for the collective group. It overpowers everything. It's just people pick a fucking team, and then whatever that team says, they can do no harm.
Now, I think that's a really great point. I think he's really talking sense here, guys. Yeah, bro, Joe is cooking. Man, yeah, true.
Will do their best to marginalize the horrible effects of the furthest extreme version of that, whether it's Antifa or the Proud Boys. They'll minimalize the. It's the same thing, man. It's the same. If you look at what's going on with the liberals right now, so progressives they want the war in Ukraine to be funded. They want to censor speech online.
That's why it's the most famous podcast ever. Well, it's because a lot of people see. Here's the issue: is that. Like, while extremist politics has kind of become the norm, the other problem that's happened is that in the process of extremist politics becoming the norm, what's ended up happening is that it's alienated so many people that all of those people that are now, you know, like what are you saying, like politically homeless, all of those people now are watching Joe Rogan. Now they're like, you know what? Like, I don't want to watch Fox News. I don't want to watch MSNBC. Both of these places don't represent me. They're both giving what I think is a biased take on things, and I'm going to start watching this instead. You think people are being pushed to an island somewhere towards the middle? I actually think that most people are towards the middle. Most people, I think, are primarily like kind of more libertarian. That's what I would really, that's my genuine belief. They don't really care about a lot of social issues as long as they don't affect them. They want to have, you know, they want to keep a lot of their money from taxes. They want to have minimal government intervention unless it's something that they have a problem with, like, for example, like food, etc., that I think most people are okay with. That's what I think like 80% of people are, maybe even higher than that. They don't want to have like, they don't want to hear about like some identity issue. They don't care about that. Doesn't have anything to do with them. They want to hear about like problems that are affecting them directly and how those problems are going to be solved. And I don't think that like the like gay people, like different races of people, different religions of people, all of these things are like imaginary issues for like 90% of people. These issues might get magnified in media, but the truth is that most people are of the live and let live type. And even in terms of history, if you look at it, there have been many cases of like societies existing with like different groups of people all in the society at the same time. And the way that it works is that they just don't fucking deal with each other. They ignore each other and it's not a problem. So if you can just ignore these people and you don't get pushed with them, then it's not going to be an issue at all. Left and right should balance each other. Yeah. And I think that's actually where most people stand. They don't really, they are very socially liberal to the extent that it does not affect them. And I think that people are also socially conservative to the extent that they don't get taxed a lot of their money. And it goes about like what I was saying before is like, I think most people's politics are just basically what's in their best interest.
And they want to give the World Health Organization, which is deeply influenced by Big Pharma, including the FDA, deeply influenced, the revolving door between the FDA and pharmaceutical drug companies.
I think that he brings up a good point here. I'm pausing a lot, sorry. The reason why, I think COVID did, in my opinion, irreparable damage between like the people's trust of not only the media, but also the government. It was so fucking damaging the way that COVID was handled that it's so bad. How come? Well, so this is the reason why. It's that there were things that were stated, like, for example, like Biden saying, you know, if you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID or something like that. If the president says that and then it turns out to not be true, people are going to think that they got the vaccine for no reason and they're going to be angry about it. And it was 2 weeks to stop the spread. It didn't happen. And I think that there was, and also like, here's another really big component to it as well. Did he say that? Yeah. So it's because they all did. Exactly. Fauci said that bullshit too. Well, yeah. And basically that happened. And the big issue wasn't that they were saying it. That is not the problem. The problem was that they were saying it and then they were enforcing people to believe it. And it was like the mandate for the vaccines, which was the problem. The COVID vaccine was fine. It's the fact that people felt like they had to get it for like a job. They lost their jobs. It fucked up their life. You know, somebody gets banned. Like, you can question what, like, was September 11th an inside job? You can question, oh, wow, was October 7th, like, did Mossad know about it? Like, a lot of these, like, weird, like, conspiracy things, like, was JFK, like, you know, like, actually killed by the government? You can question all of this stuff, right? But you weren't able to question COVID. I think that damaged a lot of people's trust. And I think it did so in an irreparable way. And the way that I'm saying this, I hope you guys understand, I can see why they did it. I can see why it was a bad idea. I'm not trying to advocate that, like, oh, wow, COVID didn't actually happen or anything like that. What I'm saying is that these actions, this is the direct result of these actions. And this is how people perceived it. Like I'm asked, I don't think they knew, but there were signs. It doesn't matter whether they knew or not. The point is that people want the ability to discuss things. And if people can't discuss things, they're going to think that it's rigged. Do you think the lady won a lawsuit of $12 million because she lost her job because she refused COVID shot? No, I didn't see that. But I'm sure something like that has happened. But yeah, I think COVID was like a huge turning point where like a lot of trust for the media totally went down. And the government.
And they want to give them control over what we take and what we don't take. And that's crazy. And that doesn't make sense because that's not what the liberals were when I was a kid. My parents were hippies. You know, we lived in San Francisco during the Vietnam War. My parents were like straight up hippies. That's how I was raised. And so for me, it was always like the liberals were the ones who wanted education and open-mindedness. The liberals who were the ones with the ACLU let the Nazis talk and let them have a rally. They said you can't infringe.
Yeah, this is actually true. This is a good point. Is that the ACLU was less politically like captured, maybe like even 10 years ago. And that's the problem is like, and that's the American Civil Liberties Union. But I think that after, I would say probably like after Donald Trump and then after like COVID, I think that they got so ideologically captured that we lost a really important resource. Having a resource like the ACLU is like crucial to maintaining like the ability for people to have the right to free speech. And so the fact that they got, I think, like kind of ideologically captured is it's a loss to everybody. It's a very bad thing that that happened.
On people's free speech, because if you infringe on the speech of people that you disagree with, you're being a fucking hypocrite. You gotta. The only solution to bad speech is better speech. We've always known that. But when they had the power over social media and these collective groups of people,
see, he fucking knows. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy how everybody fucking knows this is what happened. But somehow people are like, media is trying to pretend like that's not what happened. That's 100% what happened.
That all had the same ideology. And then that tribal mentality kicks in and you lose the perspective that you should have as an educated person that recognizes that everyone...
I don't think that it's only tribal mentality. I think that if you look back in history, you know, it's like what I said earlier, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A lot of the worst things in history were done by people who thought that they were the hero. Very rarely in history are there people who know that they're the villain and they're like, I am Dio Brando. I'm a devil and I'm a demon and I'm going to do whatever I can to make the world feel my pain. That's usually not what's happening.
Has to be able to talk, and we have to figure out who's right. And you might be wrong. You might be wrong, and you might be clinging to this idea that you're right, and you're going to do the whole thing a terrible disservice.
Yep. I think that her not going on Joe Rogan was a massive fucking mistake. Like, gigantic mistake. Yeah, it only happens in video games, right? Well, what I'm saying is, like, that's it. Hitler believed he did a good thing? Well, of course. I mean, there's Hitler. There's people like, like, let me think. Like, I think Stalin probably, too. Like, Lenin, I would assume. It seems like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you can come up with, like, 50. Like, when we put Japanese citizens, U.S. citizens, in internment camps in the 1940s, we thought that we were doing the right thing. Slavery used to actually be reinforced by religious doctrine. People would interpret religious doctrine in a way that would justify slavery. Still, yeah, no, I'm saying like it still is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like all the time. It's been, people have been doing bad shit for you know what they've considered a good reason forever. Yeah, look at Manifest Destiny. There's another one, right? To watch the Dan Piers Morgan? No, I haven't seen that either. Can you explain? Well, I mean, is it really a lot to explain? I feel like it's actually very simple. It's people do a bad thing thinking that they're doing a good thing. Like it's extremely fucking simple. I don't know if there's really much else to say about it beyond that. But yeah, I'll look at like maybe one more of these and then we're going to probably move on and look at some other shit too. The baddies mean, but yeah. Anyway, I think it's really no surprise that that legacy media is dying, and I think it's going to keep getting worse too. Like now that, and this is what happens in a lot of cases, is that as soon as things begin to go down, things start going down even faster. That that legacy media move on and look at some other shit too. the baddies meme. But yeah, anyway, I think it's really no surprise that that legacy media is dying. And I think it's going to keep getting worse too. Like now that, and this is what happens in a lot of cases, is that as soon as things begin to go down, things start going down even faster, right? Like they start circling the drain. I got COVID, had no taste for over a month. I took 4 doses of the vaccine and I haven't been sick since then, not even flu, even 4 years from now. My grandpa went to the hospital because of COVID. I'm not trying to argue about whether the vaccine was going to work or not. I'm not going to argue about this. Oh, wow. Was it good or not? Is the did the vaccine, is it good or not? That's not my point. My point is that the suppression of speaking about and having a conversation about it caused people to distrust the institutions that reinforce that suppression. It's very simple. It's not, this isn't an opinion. I feel like if you look at this, there's no way that that's not what's happening. CNN will axe top stars in layoffs. They'll see hundreds fired. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Wow. Anderson Cooper makes $20 million a year. That's crazy. Yeah, he's gone. I think what's happened is that now that like kind of people have seen that legacy media doesn't necessarily like work, the value is going down massively. And I wouldn't be surprised to, as soon as this starts happening, I think it is going to keep getting worse and worse and worse really fast. Yeah, hell yeah. But the mainstream media is dead? I think so. They're Pac-Manning out. Well, I feel like also there's going to be a lot of people that are going to stop paying attention to them because this is another big component. A lot of them were saying, I think it was at least on MSNBC, I had seen a bunch of different like things of them talking about like, oh, polling is showing this, polling is showing that. Well, if you constantly reference polls that turn out to be wrong, then that's going to affect your credibility. Well, people aren't going to trust you because you're saying the shit that didn't happen. It's not that it didn't work. It's that they know that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon aren't going to cater to their propaganda anymore. Yeah, I think that's also a pretty big component. Now the government and special interests are going to start paying off streamers to push their propaganda there. Absolutely. And this is another really big component. You should never listen to, like, for example, what I'm saying, or like Hassan or Destiny or anybody else, right? Like Joe Rogan, David Pakman, any of these people. You should never listen to anything that we're saying without taking it with a grain of salt. Because every single individual is going to be biased in one way or another. And you can't go and just listen to what people are saying without taking that into consideration. Yeah, everybody is going to have a bias. How much money do Americans need to be comfortable? $1 billion? Well, it depends, right? Because like if you're living by yourself, it's obviously way less. And it depends on like where you live. Like there's some people and they can live on, you know, like, I don't know, like $30,000 or something like that. Maybe not 30, like $50,000 a month or a year. I think people can live on $30,000 a month. But if you're making $50,000 a year in some places in a country, that's enough.
The average American says they need to earn $233,000 a year to be financially comfortable.
Single? If you're single, that's a lot of money, man. Holy shit.
But in 2021, American workers on average made only $75,203 annually.
Americans are sort of looking at how much money they would like to have to be financially secure, and that ends up being basically 3 times what the average income is in this country. And to be essentially wealthy or really successful, it's magnitudes above that.
72% of Americans said they weren't financially secure given their current finances.
Weren't financially secure? Yeah, that's probably true.
And more than a quarter of
And by the way, that's true with people that make $300,000 a year because they just spend money like idiots.
Said they'll likely never be financially secure.
By the number.
That's like some fucking doomer shit. Over a quarter of people think that they'll never be financially secure. That's awful.
Their debt is lower and their savings are higher coming out of the pandemic. But they're more anxious about what's going to happen next, if they have job stability, if they're going to be able to have secure retirement.
With well over half of Americans living paycheck to paycheck, many are failing to meet some of their modest financial goals.
Jesus.
There are actually millions of people struggling. It's not something that people want to talk about, but if you're in a place where your financial security feels super precarious, you're not alone. And it's not your fault.
So how did it become so difficult to be financially secure in America? And what can you do about it?
I think it's just people aren't getting paid enough money. That's really all there is to it. It is your fault? Well, I think that it's like, so it's an instance where it is and it's not your fault. It might not be your fault, but it's your responsibility to get yourself out of it. Where it's like, you did not create the economic system that you exist in, but you are the only person who's going to give you the ability to overcome it. You're not going to have, the government isn't going to come and save you. There's not going to be like a group of people that's going to come and save you. A new president isn't going to save you. You can only save yourself, really. So it's like, yeah, you didn't cause this to happen, but still, you're the only person that can cause it to stop happening.
Let's do some budgeting. Americans working full-time earned a median monthly income of about $4,400 during the second quarter of 2023. The average worker takes home 75.2% of gross wages after taxes and benefits.
Yep, somewhere around
the
there.
take-home pay to about $3,308. And that just isn't enough to cover the cost of living in America today.
Jesus.
The cost of healthcare, that has skyrocketed. The cost of attending college has skyrocketed. The cost of purchasing a home has skyrocketed.
I know. I've seen people looking at houses like the price of houses now is fucking insane. It is nuts, especially here in Austin. Like a lot of my friends have gotten priced out of Austin. They're not even living in the same city anymore. We grew up here. They can't even afford to live in the neighborhood they grew up in. This is a 25-year-old dude. It's fucking crazy, dude. I'm so pissed. Yeah.
But nowhere has anyone said wage growth is up 15%, right?
Take a look at some of the most essential expenses for Americans. The median monthly rent in the U.S. is $2,029 as of June 2023. That amount already accounts for over 46% of the Americans' median pre-tax income. But most U.S. agencies classify spending more than 30% of one's gross monthly income on rent as being rent-burdened. Meanwhile, the median mortgage payment for a 2,400 square foot house was $1,957 per month. However,
they need to have those pods that people live in. That's what they need to do. Like, yeah, they need to make those pods. If you voted for Biden, you have no right to complain. I mean, this was happening before Biden was in office. Like, this has been happening for a long time. Like, I understand you might not like Biden, and Biden might have made it worse. But the truth is that, like, how is it that Biden is this, like, super incompetent, like, person that, like, doesn't even know where he is, but he's also causing the economy to collapse? Like, I feel like the president probably doesn't have that much impact on this. I think this is something that's happening just economically in general.
A common rule of thumb advises spending 28% or less of your pre-tax income on mortgage payments. For the median gross monthly earnings, that translates to just $1,232.
Jesus.
As we talk to households and talk to consumers out in the real world, especially those, say, under 40, housing is the big issue. You know, rent, mortgage. It is the biggest concern that people aren't going to be able to make the next payment.
Inflation.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I know tons of people that, like, can barely make a house payment. And, like, every single month, there's, like, some rabbit that they have to pull out of a hat to, like, figure out how they're going to be able to make money to live for the next month. It's nuts, man. Americans are something else. Yeah, but you have to remember that the real problem is who's using what bathroom. And, you know, do men have it worse than women or not in dating? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, that's the real problem, not this. This doesn't matter at all. It's about who's using what bathroom, what color a person's hair is, and, you know, like what gender they think they are. This is what the real issue in the world is.
And is really hurting individuals having stability in their housing. And I think sometimes we underestimate that if you have uncertainty in your housing, it causes uncertainty everywhere.
Well, obviously, right? Because, like, if you lose your house, this is why you moved to LA. Let's see. Let's look at that house. $2 million. I bet it's probably $2 million. Yep.
Is also the reason why cities have become more difficult to afford. Americans said it would require more than $1 million in net worth to be financially comfortable in places like San Francisco, New York, and Southern California.
This is why.
Probably in San Francisco, they're right. I think the median salary in San Francisco is like $138,000. The average is, okay, it's $120,000. Okay, I mean, to be fair, guys, hey. I had it perfect. It was 130, it was 36, not 38. Okay. Well, I was pretty close. I remember reading it. I read it 2 years ago, okay? I was 2022. Now it's actually somehow gone down. I'm sure that's good.
We've seen some migration or mobility around the country where some people say, I'm living in a high-cost state like California or New York. We really want to sort of pack up and go to an area that's less expensive. And one of the ironies of that is those places that were cheaper before are now becoming more expensive.
Because more people are going to them.
Americans spend on average $690.75 on food every month, according to the latest data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That amount
almost $700 on food a month. Like, I definitely spend way less than that, but I also eat way less than a normal person eats. Yeah, like, I think that's a lot of money. I remember, like, we had food stamps for a lot of years, and we had $200 on food stamps. And, like, and here's the thing, right, is, like, I lived like that for so long that it's just normal to me. It's not a big deal. But I think for a family, obviously, $690 is totally normal.
Is significantly
I'd say that's even
than
low.
Any of USDA's estimated grocery bills, including more generous and liberal food plans. Add the out-of-pocket health expenditures that cost the average Americans $96.42 every month.
Jesus.
You get a total expense of $2,816.17 for renters, and $2,744.17 for homeowners. That amount already accounts for 85% of the median take-home pay for average American renters.
And this is just like the money that people need to live, right? Not even like anything that they can do to enjoy or, you know, have for themselves or to save or anything like that. Because, you know, for example, you're going to have to pay for gas. You're going to have to pay for, like, I don't think this took into account, was it just rent or was rent added into utilities? You have your phone bill. You have your internet bill. You have your car insurance. You have house insurance. Let's see, what else besides that? There's probably one more, right? Yeah, maybe like water. Like, yeah, I kind of had that as well, like utilities. Yeah, like the amount of money that you have to spend is crazy, bro. Like you get that shit eaten up like it's nothing.
And over 82% for an average homeowner. This is excluding other essential expenses like transportation, childcare, and debt payments.
Many Americans are really struggling with just the increase of costs of living and food and housing, utility bills.
Oh yeah, I finally had it happen. I went to Walmart and I bought something. I was buying things and I had in my mind, like, mentally it was going to be like $85 and it was $200. It was insane.
Have gone
it was the
up.
first
Car
time I had like
insurance
that
has
happen.
gone up. Homeowners insurance has gone up, and how can they pay for them?
A bit
but
off,
also
yeah.
meet other goals that they have too.
Budgeting experts advise Americans to spend just 50% of their net income on essentials, 30% on wants, and 20% on savings or paying off debt.
Jesus.
We see that allocation shifting significantly where people are spending 75% of their take home just on needs, which leaves very little for wants and very little for saving for your financial future. So I
think also, like, if people don't make enough money to where they can see a future, pointing this out for a long time. They've been saying, bro, what the fuck is he doing? What the fuck is he saying? And I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt for a while, but man, it's been a while. It's been a long while. And here we are. I thought the last time, yeah, bro, like, that's it. You're underestimating how stupid a good portion of the population is. They'll still vote for him because CNN tells them Trump is bad. Yeah, but there's another big stupid amount of the population that says he's dumb. Look, he dumb. He doesn't know anything. Hey, look at how stupid he is. Get him out of here. This is the same thing. It's going to be the same exact thing. Like, what do you mean? True, Joe will still win. I don't think he's going to win, bro. Like, I feel like this is, like, after seeing that debate, I think his chances of winning are, like, 10%. Like, and I would say 10% is a big number. Like, that's it. Yeah, you can't manipulate social media companies again? Well, I mean, in general. He'll get more than 81 million votes this year? Well, I don't know, man. A lot of people think he's going to win after a show? Yeah, bro, like, that's it. Is there a better way that you could say it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yep, that's the truth. I think that a lot of people have grown to be very resentful of legacy media. I think that it's, like, very popular to hate on Fox News, like, for example, because, like, they can be very blatant with their biases. But I actually think that all legacy media is completely biased and totally corrupt. I find all of them to be bad. And also, by the way, I think that in a lot of cases, the media for, like, alternative media is also biased. But the difference is that alternative media presents itself as a bias, whereas legacy media presents itself oftentimes as, we're journalists, we don't have political opinions, we just tell you the facts. By the way, here's our propaganda. That's the issue. You know, old people still watch legacy media? Well, yeah, but what happens with old people?
It is to you, it is to me. That's a relatively small group of people who rely on us for their information. And you have to go into the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. And
that's holy shit. Yeah, exactly. So, wow.
Basically, the way people get information has shattered into 20, 30 different pieces.
Well, the reason why people aren't using legacy media is because people don't trust legacy media. Because legacy media has misrepresented so many things to where the accountability, or, like, not really accountability, but, like, the credibility is totally destroyed. And so because they don't have any credibility anymore, why would anybody watch them? It really just makes sense.
And so if you just look empirically at the numbers, Joe Rogan's more important than any of us. He just has a much bigger, hyper-connected audience.
The guy sighing in the background?
Has a much bigger, hyper-connected audience.
And he's right, though, right? He's absolutely accurate. And I find it to be kind of funny. Season Cope, yeah, they're fucking pissed. And it's like, I would be mad if I was them too. But the thing is that, like, I think the problem is that there is such a tremendous amount of inauthenticity from legacy media that why would anybody trust them? And I think also, like, they take themselves very, very seriously.
That listens to his every word. So maybe listen to Joe Rogan and try to understand, like, what is he talking about? What are the guests that he has on? What are the issues that they care about? Realize that
and I think also, like, so when you think about, like, Comcast owns a media company as a strategic goal, because this media company can help Comcast align itself better with achieving political goals. So the reason why I think a lot of these media companies are going to be losing a lot of valuation now is because it's very evident that many of these media companies were very outspoken and very against Trump. So if you have this machine and the machine is made to do something and you use the machine and it doesn't work, what does that make your machine? It makes it less valuable. And I think that's what's happened. Is that now this machine and the use case of the machine is now put into question. And so whereas previously being able to control and have ownership of these platforms would more or less guarantee you a foothold or at least a platform where you could establish some degree of political control. If you can't own that political control, then what value do these companies bring? What do these companies do? Nothing. And so, of course, why would they have any value? Do you think they're now the new Fox? Well, what I'm saying is that all news companies are owned by people that the news company is going to act in its best in those people who own them in their best interest. That's my point. So the value of owning a news company or a news station is, of course, yeah, you can make money with it, but on top of that, it gives you a form of power. But if that power is called into question because it was exercised and then ineffective, then the value of the company is less. You see kind of how this comes together? Comcast isn't calling the shots, let's be real. Well, somebody is. The moment the news companies started pushing an agenda and not reporting unbiased news, they should have been taken off the air. It's impossible to do that, realistically. Don't forget, all these companies are funded by pharmaceutical companies advertising on them, and they're about to theoretically go away when Trump takes office. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is like these news companies, they have a vested interest in things going a certain way because of pharmaceuticals or anything else. And also just the people that own them, their best interest of the people that own them. So if you have a time where this big legacy media company gets outplayed, this guy's Central Committee got banned 3 or 4 days ago because, in plain English, put out a hit on Destiny.
Holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
If Twitch banned him, that means that Twitch knows that something happened that was wrong. And they are also acknowledging that for putting a hit out on another real person on a live stream with a $100,000 incentive, that only gets you a 3-day ban. This is insane. This is crazy. Mike from PA threatens to DMCA Asmongold, source LSF.
If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you. I don't give you any consent to review my content. I don't give you any consent to defame me.
Is it so, Mikey? Hey, you got a license for that? Hey, you got a license for that? Hey, you got a license for that?
I went and I said that if this guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks, I am going to bring Dan Saltman. All of the information that's going to come out has not come out. Some of the most damaging information has not come out yet. And so what would you do if they auto ban you the moment you bring them on? Well, if I'm trying to hold the platform accountable for allowing people that openly commit felonies and use the platform as a vehicle to commit felonies, and I get banned for that, honestly, rip bozo. If this is an extremist website that is meant to house extremist propaganda and crimes, etc., then I think everybody should be aware of that. Oh, tell them what? Here, you can say it.
I saw that fat fuck asshole Central Committee with his little mustache and fat face, and who knows how fat he is if he gets up. And he's a major one.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Yo, bye-bye.
All right, yo, bye. This was recommended to me. I don't know what it is, but I know I need to watch it. Inside the Mind of Tectone. That's what the video is titled. And it says, the gaming whales have spoken. Here we go. Tectone's free to play. Tectone could be free to play in the next 10 Hoyoverse games, and he still won't make up for the fact that he spent $400,000 on Genshin Impact. You don't just undo that with like, oh, I'm not pay to win in this one game. It might have only been like 300.
Have you ever wondered what makes a whale whale? What compels them to spend thousands of dollars on pics?
Let me see here. Last $2,000 last time I checked. That was before I bought Wraith's new heirloom, though. Went through my purchase history, and it added up to $2,567. Oh my god.
Pixels and colors? What makes them such a destructive force in the gaming industry? To really know that answer, we'd probably have to speak to their therapist. So instead, we're going to settle with their replies in my YouTube comment section. A few months back, I made a video.
Bro,
so instead,
I love it. Dude, this is gaming in 2023. There it is, boys. This is gaming.
Settle with their replies in my YouTube comment section. A few months back, I made a video titled The Era of Wallet Gamers, in which we took a bit of a deep dive into some of the degenerate whaling behavior.
Oh my god, bro. This is JP, man. Oh my god, from Diablo Immortal. It's him, yeah, bro. This is the guy, bro. This guy wailed so hard in Diablo Immortal. His item level and combat rating was so high, nobody could even play against him.
And watched a few people embarrass themselves.
He was literally on another level.
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, look, it's like...
And that video sort of blew up.
And
so
that was only 10K. You think about that. Yeah, Rich, you thought Rich was bad. Bro, some people spent way more. Holy shit. Now he's gone? Yeah, now Rich is gone. But besides that, there's a lot of other people that have spent crazy money too.
Attention of several whales who took offense to my comments that I made in the video.
Yeah.
But that's what the YouTube comment section is for their chance to respond. So let's take a look at the responses.
Yikes. We call all you guys pocket watchers. Just because you don't have the funds to enjoy a game in whatever way you choose, don't mean others don't. Half you guys waste money on drugs, going out to eat, and shoot clubbing every weekend.
Shoot clubbing? What the fuck does that even mean?
Add it all up and see how much you spent. Ain't no difference. This is some people's club/drug, and that is fine. One life to live, whatever makes you happy, you spend your money. If you die tomorrow, you cannot take it with you.
Yeah, but what if you don't die tomorrow and you just in debt because you bought some stupid shit in the game? Like, that's still kind of dumb, right? And like, also, like, isn't it dumb to spend $1,000 at a club too? Like, how is it that, like, oh, well, if one of them isn't dumb, then how can mine be dumb? Well, what if they're all dumb? And also, like, if you want to do it, just do it. Spend your money the way you want, right? But like, you can't expect other people to not be allowed to have an opinion on it. Like, nobody's saying you're not allowed to whale in a game, but if you do, not everybody is going to be like, wow, bro, you're so good at the game.
Okay, first of all, pocket watchers.
That's just funny.
All right, guys, you heard it here first.
Pocket
We're being
watchers.
labeled as pocket watchers. Go ahead and wear that badge of honor with pride. Second, this gentleman equates whaling with drugs. So here's where we actually do agree. So that's nice.
Ooh.
And lastly, he acknowledges that we can't take our microtransactions with us when we die. It's almost like he's arguing against microtransactions here with that point, but whatever. So this is a pretty common response.
I mean, I think that really he's right. I mean, if he's spending money on a game and he's enjoying it, good for him. I'm happy for him, as long as he's happy.
I see echoed in other comments as well, and that it's because we're poor, and that if we were rich, we'd be spending like whales too.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest copes out there for whales, that if people had money like them, they'd be whaling too. Wrong. A lot of us out here have an IQ above room temp, so we aren't going to be spending thousands on pixels, even if we do have the money. And a lot of us do, we just spend it on things that actually matter. If you've made the mistake like I have of buying microtransactions in the past,
for me, here's how I see it, is that if I'm playing a game and like if I'm doing it for stream content, then yeah, I'll whale and spend money. Who gives a shit, right? Because it's, in my opinion, like, oh, it's a business expense. But if I'm playing a game on a personal level and I feel like other people can spend money to get ahead of me, then why would I play the game? Because I know I can outspend them. I know I'll win if I just spend more money. So what's the point? You see what I'm saying? Like, I could spend $10,000 on a game. It's whatever. Okay, so then I win. Okay, great. Who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you didn't win anything. Yeah, it's stupid. Yay. Yeah, yay. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. It doesn't matter. But that can apply to everything. But it can't, though, because, like, being able to overcome a challenge in a game or being able to beat somebody on a fair playing field means something totally different than being able to spend more money and having more disposable income. These are two completely different things.
It doesn't take long to realize it's just a temporary dopamine hit that almost immediately makes you feel buyer's remorse. So I don't know how some of these copers are out here spending 5 to 6 figures on just microtransactions. In fact,
well, I think a lot of people do it because it makes them happy. And they want to get the new characters in the game, and they are addicted. Like a lot of these things, like every single microtransaction, like gacha stuff, most of them are basically gamba. So it's like, well, why do people gamble? Oh, I mean, there you go. That's the reason. And money can buy happiness? Yeah, exactly. Or just cosmetics. I think that if you, like, there is a very big difference between, like, cosmetics and gacha. I think that the whales only really happen in gacha games. Like, I'm sure you have some that are not in gacha games, but most people that spend $10,000 in a game spend that money on some form of roulette system that the game has. It's not like they're buying $10,000 worth of skins in the store. Some people, I'm sure this is possible, but the majority of them, I think, are usually doing some gamba system. I think it's also very telling that, you know, this is, I believe it to be true. And every single time, like, what enables people to overspend thousands of dollars is gamba. Well, I think that says a lot, doesn't it?
Let's hear from one such fellow in the next comment who came out swinging like he's God's greatest keyboard warrior.
Boom, bitch!
About my $14,000 in COD mobile skins.
Keyboard warrior.
Boom,
About
bitch!
my $14,000 in COD mobile skins. It's not your money. You didn't earn it. If I want to look fresh, I'm not dumping 200 hours into a game just to get something slightly better looking than the default Slin. You can grind that all you like, because you have no job. I'm not going to tell you to get a job or education, because I'm not a need-do little
crybaby. Yeah, I can see why he doesn't need to tell other people to get a job or an education. Maybe he should say that to himself. Yeah, this is definitely true. There's nothing wrong. Like, if you want to spend $14,000 in COD Mobile, did he spend this money on a gacha system? I don't play COD Mobile. I have no idea. Was this with a gacha system? Yes, my point exactly. Again, every single person that's like a high spender with these games, they're all doing it through gamba.
Okay, wait for it. It's about to get really good.
How is my gun turning your dead body into a snowman, or green puddle of condensed scrub juice reducing your fun? You sound like you're mad that high IQ people have more money to spend. What a joke.
I don't know if saying that you're high IQ is a good argument for why you spend $14,000 on a mobile video game. Like, I feel like that's not the argument that I would use. In fact, it would be more like the opposite.
This is a prime example of a low IQ person not realizing that they are in fact not high IQ, because nobody with an IQ over 80 would leave this type of comment, but yeah. I digress.
I think there's plenty of smart people that spend tons of money on games. Absolutely. Because it just doesn't matter to them. You have to understand that, like, for a lot of people, spending $10,000 isn't a big deal. They can do that. It's not like they're going to have to worry about it or anything like that. Now, whenever I say a lot, I don't mean a majority or percentage of the population. I just mean that if you look at them, there are hundreds of thousands of people that can spend $10,000 and it's nothing. So to them, whenever they spend $14,000, it's not a big deal and it doesn't really matter to them. So it's like you have to look at it from that person's perspective as well. The Wreckful video. Yes, the Wreckful video. They don't go on YouTube crying, though. Exactly. Yeah, they just spend the money and that's it. They don't really care. America's broken? Well, I mean, there's people that do this all over the world. It's not just American.
I have 14,000 search and destroy games and 7,000 battle royale games on my account. 201,000 Cadles. If I was like you, I'd expect all that for free. Not even free, but on the dime of Activision for development and server costs. You're a leech. You get to play games I fund with Slim purchases for free. How about a touch of gratitude in your voice when you speak?
He's so mad. How can you be that mad? Oh my God.
Dude. I mean, what do I even say to this? This man is Activision's favorite little soldier.
Yeah, bro. This is, yeah. Whenever Bobby Kotick is thinking about, like, who is your ideal player, who do you want in your games? This guy. Yep, this is the This is the guy. Remember what they were saying about how like they would fly XQC out to the those casinos and everything, and they had like limo service and everything. This is the equivalent of that for video games, right here.
Pure delusion.
VIP.
Now this is truly a very sad person if you really stop and think about it, but you know what, guys? We need to show some gratitude to doormats like this because he is funding our games with slings, after all. Now, this next guy, I don't think you guys are ready for this next guy. He got pretty creative.
Some dude who spends extra money on games totally smashed this guy's one and only girlfriend once, and this is the response. So much hate and anger, like he's the Adolf of what he called war.
The Adolf? Oh my god. I just, for whatever, that's so fucking funny to me.
Wallet gamers. I'm sure YouTube subs have never helped buy microtransactions for many other YouTubers ever. Maybe add some more rules. 1. Never subscribe to a channel if it's a gaming channel because the extra money might be too much of a temptation for them. And we have to keep the gamer race pure. This is what you sound like, kiddo. So I'm gonna call you a Nazi gamer. Gamers who think by overthinking and crying. It gives them a valid reason to act superior to...
Bro, what is wrong with people? Oh my god.
...words, ... mobile gamers, and free-to-play games, ... using 3 extreme examples to overgeneralize?
Jesus.
Bit hysterical and dramatic and womanly, eh? Maybe that's why she left, mate. Cry and poop your pants all you want. Servers update.
Bro, I wonder what this, like, I would love to know what this guy's life is like. I would.
And new content all cost money. It's not like the company's parents are paying for it while running it out of their basement.
Yeah.
And not like you're complaining anytime you pay extra on OF or PH. Pay to FAP, in case you didn't know. Fact is, it's not your place or business what people do with their wallets. And it never will be. Noon cares if you are mad.
Dude, how does a person get to this point in their life? I don't understand this. Like, this is nutty. Pay to FAP. Yeah, that's called Azure Lane.
This comment made my day, man. Holy shit, what a legendary comment. I think this one speaks for itself, really. But I'll respond to his accusations just for fun. For one thing, I'm happily married, and my wife isn't someone that would be swooning over a gaming whale in the first place.
Yeah.
I have a job. I'm not a Nazi. I don't pay to FAP, and I don't poop my pants. So I'll go ahead and...
Yeah, what? Dude, how? Like, I mean, this kid's gotta be like, what, 15 or something? Dude, that's, like, he's the Adolf, man. Oh my god. There's something that's so fucking funny to me about that. He's gotta be, he's either 14 or 40.
Say that this good Christian man is a bit off base with his conclusions.
Yeah, he needs Jesus.
Now, the money spent from this next whale had me gasping for the inhaler, and I'm not even asthmatic. So prepare yourselves.
Okay.
$356,000 on NBA 2K. Probably another $150,000 over the life of playing other video games. I'd just love to hear all the people complain.
Wait, I just realized what he said. Yeah, it's like a house. Oh my fucking god. That's almost, yes, that's over $500,000, guys.
And tell me I'm the reason for all their problems.
Holy shit. Over $500,000 on microtransactions. And that's what he can name off the top of his head. The real number is probably much higher. His comment then goes on to say that he owns 2 homes and donates to charity and is a good member of society, and asks why should we care and villainize him. Now this dude is not representative.
Like, he's not a villain. You're not the bad guy. Nobody hates you. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I don't care if you want to spend $500,000 on the games. That's totally up to you, man. But, like, it doesn't mean that we can't be annoyed at the developer for making it possible. It's the developer that made it this way. He's just playing the game. Well, I'm mad at the developers. Fuck that. I do. Fuck him. He ruins my team. Well, that's what happens. I mean, but he's not ruining my team. The developer is ruining my team. They're the ones making the game.
Of the majority at all of gamers.
He's an unwilling soldier.
But as I've said in the past, games are being made for people like this in mind. And he even admits that a bit further down in the comments.
I myself dislike the modern corporate gaming era. Even if I get special treatment from them, free money in-game to keep me playing, asking me what I'd like to see changed in the game, etc. I don't agree with special treatment. I give away the free money, and some to other players. I decline any offers for my input to affect the gameplay.
The dude just...
Well, here's the thing, right? It's like voting. If you vote, and if Donald Trump votes, each of you both get one vote, right? Let's cut the conspiracy shit. Each person gets one vote, right? If Barack Obama votes, he gets one vote. If you vote, you get one vote. Here's the problem with whales. Is you get 0 votes because you're free to play, and they get 356,000. There it is. Their vote literally counts more than yours does.
Casually admits that video game companies actually reach out to and get input from whales.
Of course they do.
They give them special treatment.
Yeah, of course.
And if this is to be believed, then this only further proves my theory that video games are being designed for whales from the ground up. They are...
Well, I mean, is this really, like, I mean, do we need a theory for this? Like, I mean, guys, I don't think we needed a theory. I would have believed that. I would have believed that for sure. Yeah, definitely that happened. It's a shocking revelation, yes. No fucking shit, they're making them for whales. And of course they want to keep the whales in the game, because if the whales leave, then the game doesn't make any money. Honkai is a blatant example of this. Honkai is not even that bad. That's the thing, is like, you guys don't understand. Some of these games, like Honkai Star Rail, on the spectrum of gacha games, is towards the green and not the red. Like, there are a lot of games that are way fucking worse than that. Whale lives matter. Honkai Star Rail is generous compared to others? Yes. Every interview, how can we keep our supporters, aka whales, happy? And you saw this with Lost Ark. Remember Lost Ark talking about how they didn't want to make the whales unhappy by, like, adding in new gems or making it easier to get Light of Salvation 30? Because they wanted to make, and that's what matters, because the whales are the ones that matter, because they have the money and you are the slaves. That's right. And so you're the peasants, you are the the servants, and then they're the plebs. That's right. And then they're the ones that live in the castle, and you work in their castle, and every once in a while they give you a potato. That's how it is. That's gaming. And it's also life. Marvel Strike Force accidentally made fun of their top whale. So he quit, and they sent an apology video to him and tried to fly him down and show him what they're working on. Here we go. Actually made fun of their top whale. They sent an apology video and tried to fly him down. Did they bring out a ukulele too? Yep. The whales are the ones that everybody cares about. Like, I always wonder... Like, because, you know, sometimes I'll get the surveys in Honkai Star Rail. I wonder if my survey gets prioed more than, like, Tectone's. Because Tectone's free to play. So, like, if Tectone gets a survey, do they even read it? I mean, probably not, right? Like, nobody would... Yeah, like, why would they read it? Yeah, it's like, what is this? It's a cosmetic survey, yeah. Fill this out and put it in a garbage can. Thanks for your input. Please, thank you for playing. How come creating in-game items that are blatantly catered to whales with in-game significance, like lore? Well, I think that a lot of times, like, the reason why these things happen is because of gambling. The reason why these games are so popular and they make so much money is because they all utilize a gambling mechanic. These people aren't spending $100,000 on an item. They're spending $100,000, $100 at a time. Because it's Gamba. That's why all of the most popular games all have Gamba.
Front of the minds of the leaders at these game studios and publishers. Absolutely insane. The rest of his comment, he spends being triggered about being labeled an addict and is out of control, and that he's actually super smart.
Yeah, I'm the addict, out of control, burning the landscape around me, right? Get off your high horse, start to tell me over this, okay? Burning the finger, making it eventually for the people. Jesus Christ. You think I made my millions by being some idiot consumer without impulse control? No, my dad was rich. Fuck you.
Because he made his millions, but I'll let you guys decide what to take away from this comment. I'm just blown away by the special treatment bit.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, like, you think about it, right? If you were a game developer, wouldn't you want to make sure that your whales were happy? Duh. Yeah, you want to feed the whales. It's obvious. Like, yes, of course you're going to do this. It's common sense. It's the same, and people are like, oh, no. Look at what streamers do. How many streamers have, like, these, you know, top donators, and then they have the person's name on the screen and stuff like that? There it is. I feel like this shit should be illegal. Why? I think the gambling should be illegal, yeah. Sure, like, I mean, maybe not illegal, but at least better regulated. But no, I mean, you don't have the, like, if people want to make a pay-to-win game, that's their right. They have every right to make a pay-to-win game.
Whales are a bit more regretful and have since changed their ways. I spent nearly 10K on World of Tanks. I learned, and when I played War Thunder, I only spent 1.2K. Which, by the way, buddy, you did.
He only spent 1.2K. Normie wanting even more government authority? Yes, I understand that you are complaining about that while you're typing on your keyboard that's regulated by the government, using your internet that's regulated by the government, with your monitor that has its power usage regulated by the government, connected to your computer that is extensively regulated to the government. But yes, of course we can't have regulation. That's communism.
Not learn anything so far. If you go based off $1 per 1 hour of time spent, I did get my value, even exceeding it. But still, I wouldn't do either again. I still play both for free now since there's no need to buy more.
Duh.
It was fun for me, but all over, shit that should have been in a base $60 game.
Exactly, yeah. Pay to win in games never makes games better. Basically, what people need to understand is that if Honkai Star Rail was a game that you paid for like $20 or $60, the entire game would play differently. Because video games are designed around the monetization model. Like Lost Ark is designed completely around its monetization. Honkai Star Rail is designed completely around its monetization. That's the way these games are. Because it's like the tail wagging the dog. This is unironically happening with monetization in games. And so the entire game is made worse in order to incentivize spending money. Like, why would they have all these like weird caps and energy levels and stuff like this? Well, they have it because then they can get people to pay money to take it off.
All right, so by the end of this guy's story, he seems to have finally learned. So can we get a round of applause for this man learning?
It only took $11,000.
I contributed to this issue. I was addicted to this gacha game, Fate Grand Order. I've spent over...
The funniest fucking thing that I've ever heard about this game is Emeru, who saved all of her little tokens and tickets. You know, like imagine you're at Chuck E. Cheese and you go to Chuck E. Cheese every weekend and, you know, you save up all your tickets to buy something. And she really wanted this character who is apparently some sort of skeleton warrior. I think his name was like Hassan. Actually was Hassan, something like that. And she spent all of her tickets, all of her tokens, everything that she had to get this character. and she didn't get him. And she quit the game. Yep. Just quit the game.
20,000 US dollars on that game. It was not worth it.
$20,000.
All the other things I could have bought with that money. Now
because Fate Grand Order doesn't have a pity system.
Happy I'm free to play with games that do have microtransactions. I might pay a few dollars here and there for some cosmetics, so in a way I'm still contributing to the problem. But I need to start speaking up to this. So lessons sort of learned, but still buying cosmetics. However, they are self-aware to it, so that's a start at least. As a person who has been a whale in many mobile games, I can say that this video is entirely accurate. I was unfortunate enough to be introduced to this style of gaming at the age of 14.
There it is, bro. See, this is what you need to do, right? Is if you want to get people gambling, you have to indoctrinate them and groom them into gambling from a young age. So, like, you start them off in Minecraft or Roblox gambling, then you move them up to Genshin Impact, and then by the time they're 18, then they go to Vegas and they spend all of their money there. Yeah, you get them young. That's the way it works, guys. That's life. Same as cigarettes. Yeah, exactly. That's dark? Well, it's true.
And would spend all of my Christmas and birthday money on BS in mobile games, instead of enjoying my childhood.
Jesus.
One thing people don't talk about is the massive influence the industry has on turning children into mindless, compulsive spenders with zero self-control.
I will have to say that I can only blame the industry so much. Where the fuck were your parents? Are you really gonna blame, like, you're gonna blame this game? Like, how do you spend money in this game? Your parents are probably buying it for you. Like, what are you doing at 14? Like, you can't drive, so your parents buy this for you. They are enabling this somehow. You're probably not doing this without the content or without the allowance of your parents. Like, not literally an allowance, but, you know, like, basically them driving you to get this stuff, them talking to you, you using their credit card, something like that. They have to know, man. No, you steal? No, because usually if you steal the cards, they don't get activated. Yeah, the parents know about this and the parents don't care. The parents are complacent about it, and I think that's a problem. It's not completely on the developer. Being compulsive and making bad decisions with your money is not always somebody else's fault. Sometimes you're just being a fucking idiot. So wrong, my parents bought the game to keep me busy while they went to Vegas. True. Yeah, and then whenever you turn 18, they bring you with them, and then everybody loses their money together. It's a family event. So true.
By the age of 20, I had dropped more than 30,000 on mobile games alone in my life. I was a pizza delivery boy who spent...
Whoa, age of 20, I dropped more than 30K. So, oh yeah, you think he really got $30,000 by the age of 20? Come on, guys. Come on, what are we talking about here? The parents are enabling this.
Every extra cent I had on these games, and it was a crippling lifestyle that just continued to feed itself. Thank God I finally got out. And the top reply to that comment said, Jesus, I'm a fucking drug addict. And when I was using speed, I wasn't even spending that much money. These games need to be regulated. Mobile games should not be able to financially ruin you more than drug addiction.
In my opinion, this is what I think that games should do. It's very simple. I think there should be 2 rules. Number 1, you can never buy anything in a video game that you don't know what you're getting. The outcome needs to be direct. There can be no gambling mechanism. There can be no, oh, you're buying a chance to get something. Nope. Nothing. If you want to buy Topaz in Honkai Star Rail, you should be able to just go to the store and buy that exact character, and that should be the only way that you can get her. No gamba, no, oh, well, this doesn't, like, oh, well, you know, you do a spin or something like this. Nope. I think microtransactions are totally fine, but the people should buy them knowing what they're going to get. There is no advantage to the consumer that it is a gambling mechanism. There is literally no advantage. It is purely a net negative for consumers. It is that simple. They need dopamine? Yeah, exactly. But that's less money for the company? Yeah, well, that's what they get. And isn't hard pity like a price tag? No, because everything besides that, you don't have the price tag. You're right that the hard pity is the price tag, but to the extent that you allow people to go after it without it being a certainty, then it's no longer a price tag. No, the fact is that you can spend money. Is there an instance of you being able to spend money and not know what you get? In Honkai Star Rail, the answer to that is yes. So then it shouldn't exist. It doesn't matter if, oh, well, eventually if you spend enough, then you know what you're going to get. No, every single transaction should be like that. It's not like, oh, you have to do 50 transactions and then you finally get it. No, every single one should be like that. That's number one. Number two, the other thing is I think they should make it to where there are no secondary currencies. Zero. Every single thing in the store is shown as its current, like the local store value or local currency value. So like pesos if you're in Mexico, yen if you're in Japan, dollars if you're in the US, and I don't know, like maple syrup if you're in Canada. I don't know what they use for money up there. But either way, you should only be able to look at it from the dollar amount. The secondary currencies that these games have, the only purpose they serve is to obfuscate the viewer and make it harder for the viewer to understand how much money they're spending. This is clearly bad. And any normal person would say this is bad. They have no other purpose other than that. They don't make anything easier. Like if it said it's $2.69, how is that any better or worse fundamentally than saying it's 1,000 tokens? You see what I'm saying? Try telling that to EA and Ultimate Team. Well, it's all of them. They all do this. What people that save up and get the character for free? Well, then that would be fine. They'd still be able to do that. The intent is to make your money have less value? Yes. There should never be a secondary currency. Secondary currencies in these games exist for the only purpose to make it harder for you to understand how much money you're wasting. Which is like fundamentally like kind of fraud, right? Like it's basically they're trying to defraud you out of spending your own money.
Regulating these games and banning egregious monetization like this is something I'd really love to see. Get rid of free-to-play entirely, and if anything, live service games should just switch to subscription only. Or an expansion.
I don't know. I don't think that, like, I mean, League of Legends doesn't have a lot of gacha as far as I know. Neither does Valorant. I mean, there are plenty of games that don't have this. You just can't, like, if a game cannot exist without having gambling or without having some form of gacha mechanic, then maybe it doesn't deserve to exist. If your argument is that, oh, well, then we can't make any money, well, then find a better business model. Like, what is the logic in, oh, well, we have to do something that's unethical and damaging to people because if we don't, then we can't make any money. As if they have some sort of right to be able to make money having a video game. Get the fuck out of here. This is outrageous.
Model. No microtransactions, period. I don't think that's what's going to happen. There's likely no turning back.
Oh, I don't agree with that. I think that microtransactions are totally fine. I think that if Blizzard or any of these companies, Hololive, wants to put up a character or an item in a game, and they want to pay $1,000 for it, and you go on the store and it says this is $1,000, I completely support them being able to do that. Absolutely. Because it is a decision that the buyer and the seller go into. The buyer has full knowledge of what they're going to get. They are not being misled on the price. And whenever they pay the money, they get the thing that they pay for. That is just as fine as buying, in my opinion, a bag.
Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Jeff S, thank you. You are amazing in 4th Fest. I was smiling the whole time. You're singing your 3D and the speaking portion saying, "Let me stay here. We're all wonderful." Thank you for all your hard work, Fauna. P.S. A special edition. Ooh, alone was worth getting up at 5 a.m. on a Sunday. Ooh is like... It's funny thing to me because I did not know that I did that before. Before I joined Hololive and people pointed it out. I had no idea that I made that sound. And now it's like a thing. And now I even see like other people saying ooh like on Twitter, like as if it means something. Like it has meaning now. Is that me? Did I do that? Did I influence other people into oohing? It's infectious. It's weird. It's funny. It's funny to have a thing of my very own. Trendsetting Kieran. I know, right? I've like never been in Trendsetter in my whole life. For once. For once. Can I just stay like this for the rest of the stream? Ooh. 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 That's all I have for today.
To play a sound in Udon, first I need a button. So I'm going to go here, create 3D object, cube. I'm going to fly down here, go Control-Shift-F, a Unity Unisource anyways. I'm going to come over here, go Advanced Options, and I'm going to disable Enable Spatialization. This will mean that it will play in our ears instead of being an object in the world. I'm going to disable Play on Awake, and I'm going to drag and drop my sound, which is a cartoon horn, into the audio clip. Now that I have an audio clip, I want an Udon. I need an Udon script to control this. So I'm going to go Udon behavior, and now we need to create play audio. Target audio source.
sign trigger tutorial. Let's go ahead and get this thing. So, game object, get component. Let's get the rigid body off of there. So, we know that we want it to be from this game object. And the type that we need to type in here, the component, is exactly what's in these parentheses. So type that exactly. Capitals count. Alright, so then we're going to store it in this rigid body. Now that we have this rigid body, we can get the velocity from it. Using the set the pitch. Let's pick the variable from our list that we defined above here. And then set it to this value, our pitch. And now let's actually play the sound. Play one shot. Same thing, pick the audio source. And then let's choose our clip. In this case, it's ping pong ball. This is the basic logic. It's all set up. I'm going to add one extra little event. So I'm going to do a little on pickup. All I'm going to do is just do an audio source, play one shot. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this component, velocity factor, and the math that we did to
Okay, so someone recently asked me if it was possible to make a button so that it plays the sound when it's pressed the first time, but however, we now also want to change the audio clip being played. Now, as we want to fill in this array slot. Now we just need to say what clip we want it to play, so I'm going to drag and drop our audio clip array and plug it into the audio clip array get node, which will allow us to get a audio source to play this new clip. So we can now change what clip we are playing and add one to our counter. Okay, but now we need to check to make sure that the counter value isn't larger than the audio clip array, or the script will crash once we go through all the audio clips. So now this is where the different objectives mentioned earlier.
bag from Gucci. Buying a $4,000 Gucci bag.
Ninimon Blast for zero, it's because he keeps saying Twitch looks OP, but it's like, you know what's funny? Since the first time never since I started, has Twitch win rate
Sponsored by DJI. All right, I think I'm allowed to say this. So I've been making videos for like 15 plus years now, and there's something actually kind of counterintuitive that happens on YouTube where people are more drawn to almost like lower production value videos. Like obviously big lights and cameras and everything are super fun, but people just want to see real life, like what's happening in front of you with whatever camera you have with you. So while I'm a huge video nerd and I've graduated a few times from, you know, my first camera to my first DSLR to a cinema camera, and these cameras actually get like harder and harder to use, but I actually want to get back more into shooting just like more places, just more spontaneously and more experiences and more locations, not just the talking head stuff that we've gotten really good at. It's still fun, but like we want to just get out more, you know? So anyway, the sort of apex for that gear is, you might have thought I was going to say smartphones, but it's like an action camera like this, like it's even smaller. It can go everywhere with you. It's more rugged. It can shoot everything all the time. And that got me thinking, well, it's been almost 10 years since I got into these action cameras. How good are the best ones now? Like you might remember when we strapped one onto Mac that one day and got the perspective of being a dog in 4K. That was 2014. So similar to that, this one also isn't a review, but this one is sponsored by DJI, and they've got this, their newest, latest and greatest, highest end action camera into my hands. So this is the Action 5 Pro. And I figured I'd use this to take a deeper look at the tech that's gonna hopefully enable more of this more freestyle shooting that I do in 2025. So the first obvious advantage of the action camera is just how tough it's built, because yes, we know smartphones can do an incredible job with video too, but I don't know about you, I'm just not trying to risk my phone in all these precarious scenarios where it would be cool to get an angle, or you put the camera someplace where it could fall or get smacked around or take a beating, because that's my phone. So this has always been true since the beginning. I mean, this thing is airtight, it's built like a tank, it's waterproof to 20 meters with no case needed, much better than most smartphones. And then it's also super temperature resistant, so it can operate anywhere from -20 Celsius to 45 Celsius. I'll also put the Fahrenheit on the screen for y'all, but no freezing or overheating in any of these temperatures, which is kind of nuts. So being more durable and smaller than any smartphone is a pretty obvious advantage to the action camera in a lot of situations. But the other thing about these things is they've gotten a lot of usability upgrades over the years. So I remember back in the day, these used to just be back screens, which was kind of like point and shoot and cross your fingers if you were on the other side. But now they've all got these dual screens, so you've got a screen on the front and on the back, which is really convenient for framing things up in either direction. And then this one also happens to have these high brightness OLED screens, so even if it's outside or something super bright, I can use both screens. And since it's a touchscreen and it's actually usable, I can flip through settings and adjust things and get my framing right on either side. It's actually very useful. So this actually levels up in one other way. It has a feature that I think should be more common than it is, which is internal storage. So this camera has 47 gigs of internal storage. Hold on, Zuri. Which means it's saved me a couple times already where I forget to go get a memory card, but I still have enough storage built in to record.
petition for all cameras to have that. I think they should all do it. They should all have internal recording so they can just record whenever, and if I have a card, then I can record more. So this will do, this is 47 gigs, it's 2 hours. I'm good for a while. All right, run free. Go explore. Battery life is very solid, up to 4 hours nonstop recording if you turn the screen off. And then DJI has a similar clever charger that they have with their drones, basically where if you put all of the batteries in this case and then charge the case, it just tops each of them up. And the camera itself actually will quick charge if you just plug it right in with USB-C. I don't have a wattage, but I plugged it in at 0 and it got to 20% in 4 minutes. And then it was full in 40. There's also a pressure sensor, so you can tell at any time how deep underwater you are or how high of an altitude you're at, if that's what you're interested in shooting. And also then there's just a bunch of accessories for it for building out and shooting whatever angle, whatever subject you want. So maybe something kind of weird like this. Give me a second. I would normally not at all be comfortable putting my phone out in front of me hitting golf balls like this, but it's kind of a cool angle. Oh, that was close. Probably one of the best things about this camera is it attaches to any accessory you want via this magnetic quick release system at the bottom, which has been pretty standardized with this thing for the past few years. I think other companies are starting to follow along too. Matter of fact, the benefits of this one specifically, since it's made by DJI, it's directly compatible with other things DJI also makes, like their newest mics, the Mic 2. So you can pair that easily straight to the action cam and get scratch audio from the built-in microphones. On top of all of that, it actually plug and plays as a webcam. So when you plug it in, the options come up, select webcam, and it actually levels up a lot of people's webcam experiences, which is pretty sick. Just remember to brush the dust off of it before you actually do. But it's gotta look good. Like, the whole point of this is that you have this camera everywhere with you, but that the footage actually looks good. So none of this matters if the footage doesn't look good. So this action cam in 2024 has one of the best. It has a 1/1.3 inch sensor that can shoot up to 4K at 120 FPS slow-mo if you want to. There are a couple other high-end smartphones out right now with roughly the same size sensor. I actually think 1/1.3 inches is the same as the Galaxy S23 Ultra, so that's a good example. So big enough to gather plenty of light, is an f2.8 lens, and then on top of that, since it's a dedicated camera, yes, it can shoot log. It's got a 10-bit D-Log M, it's got HLG, so that you can get even more dynamic range to mess with in editing after the fact. Of course, you can always just shoot normal mode if you want, but if you ever want that extra range, it's just a quick flip away on the touchscreen settings. And it has one of the widest fields of view. This is the thing about action cameras, is they get super wide, but this one is 155 degrees. So it gives you a ton of room to work with if you want to shoot in the most ultra-wide mode, but there's also less distortion in the more cropped modes, depending on what you're shooting. It's actually plenty wide enough to shoot first-person stuff like driving, for example, in normal mode, or driving, for example. No distortion needed. So that brings me to my last point, which is just bang for the buck. Like a tiny camera like this that you can take everywhere is gonna be cheaper than a smartphone that you put at risk all the time that you actually use for your phone. So this camera starts at $349, and also let's not forget the internal storage that it comes with. So you can pick one of these up and however many accessories and mounts and things you want and run around outside and beat it up and put it at risk all the time, and then at the end of the day, if it's still fine, bring it back and use it as a webcam if you want. So I think the main thing that I've taken away from all the fun that I've had with these little cameras is, you know, there's that famous quote, I don't know who said it, but the best camera is the one you have with you. You always hear that quoted everywhere. And I think I've been leaning into that more because of how often I don't have my camera with me. Like the cinema camera, the super high-end, the Red camera. There are a ton of instances that I can recall of, like, say I'm doing a tech review and there's something really cool that happens on a device, or maybe like a shooting scenario with a smartphone camera, and I can kind of just tell you after the fact about what happened instead of actually having the camera to point at it and show you. I want to just have the camera with me more often and just be able to show you the thing. So what I'm definitely not saying is that I'm like done with, you know, the super high-end fun cameras. I still love them. There's a reason why we shoot so much stuff with the Reds and in the studio, and that will always have its place. But what my goal is, going forward especially, is to have the camera with me more often. Obviously I'll have my smartphone in my pocket, but just having a camera all the time everywhere, whether it's in my pocket or in my bag or whatever, so that when that shooting scenario comes up, I can capture it and that can actually go in the video. That's what I'm trying to do. Hopefully you're with me on that, and hopefully you're down to see those videos when they come out. Also, if you want to see that video, that'll be on the Autofocus channel pretty soon. It's a pretty crazy one. Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Once again, another guy has come in and has started trying to play Retail WoW. Day 9. Very well known for esports. I think this guy's been around longer than I have been. He finally played WoW for the first time. Here we go.
Am I insane? Because I feel insane. Okay, half of you saying yes, half of you are saying no. Perfect. Perfect. This is the path from the tutorial?
Uh-huh.
What?
Uh-oh.
So I got to the end of the tutorial? So let me make sure I got this fucking straight, okay? I want to be really clear about what is happening in my mind's eye. All right? Let me... Okay. I'm going to try not to cry. I played World of Warcraft Classic last week. What happened then? I enter into a field in front of a building, and there's a dude saying, "Go kill boars."
Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir. It's slow, it's bland, I see a lot of places to go.
Yeah.
I start completing some quests, there's a genteel pace. I open up more and more and more and more. This world shrouded
You kill
by
wolves
fog,
and then kobolds.
More is revealed.
Right.
My curiosity guides me.
Probably should
High
hit him.
levels of enemies stop me. That interplay guides me for like 10 hours. And I'm like learning some magic, I'm getting some skills. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of slick, thick, solid, and tight. And so I think, hey, I heard WoW Retail is a pretty cool way to tap into WoW as a brand new gamer.
Who told him that? Which one of you guys decided to do this to him? You think you're funny doing this to somebody? This is fucked up, guys. Why would you say that?
Maybe you didn't enjoy the hardcore mechanics of 2004's WoW. Class, that's okay. Blizzard has a retail modern experience for you. So this Tuesday, like, let's see.
Give me a mug of your finest. You got
like 4 hours ago.
Okay.
I said, I'm going to open WoW Retail, and I just hit play.
Okay.
It dumps me on an island where there's a bunch of people who are like, I have to save my son. The son's like, you save me, you have to kill harpies now. And I don't know, a gnome thing, a gadget man, taped me to like a helicopter to fly up and then like fly back down and like ride a huge boar. At some points, I learned some button pressing, different abilities. It's telling me to drag things. I'm killing some dudes. I'm dragging loot over to my equipment. But for the most part, I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it was me actually playing a game. 75% of it, I would say in the tutorial island, and people 20 to 25% of it, I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it, I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it, I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it, I would say in the tutorial island, 20. I would say.
I fucking hate that. That's
5% of it was dialogue and people that
I fucking hate that. That's so
percent of it was me actually playing a game. 75% of it was dialogue and people. Say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it. I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it. I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it. I would say in the tutorial island.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it. I would say in the tutorial island. 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 I would say in the tutorial island, 20 to 25% of it. I would say in the tutorial island. I would say in the tutorial island.
You go. So before you, wherever you need, so you never ever want to leave. Anything that you desire, set it on fire.
Hey guys, my name is Freedom. Today I'm going to show you how to export all of the material textures, including the normal maps, roughness, etc. My blend file, and then with just one click you can export all of the materials texture in a folder named textures. Now you can see point once. Alright, to just export all of the materials texture in one click as the JPG or PNG image, what you need to do is just click File, External Data, make sure you tick Automatically Pack Resources one time. Next, you have to go to tick the second time to untick it. Next, click File again, go to the External Data, click Unpack Resources and choose the first ones, Use Files in Current Directory, create when necessary. Click it. Then you can see it automatically create a textures folder here. When you just double click to open it, all of the material textures included the normal map, roughness, etc. everything will just exported as PNG and JPG file inside the folder, and you no need to just
it was me actually playing a game. 75% of it was dialogue and people that
I fucking hate that. That's so true. I fucking hate that with games. Like, I log in to play a game, and they're like, okay, so you have to do this, and you have to do that, and you have to understand that, like, the world, basically, okay, so 300 years ago, there was a portal that opened up, and then, like, the Demon Prince came through the portal, and then, so we had to have our Avengers come over and destroy the Demon Prince, and then, so the Demon Prince was destroyed, but his soul was there, and so they had to take different pieces of his soul to all the different castles, and then now one of the castles got destroyed, and the soul piece is gone, and the Demon Prince is gonna come back. And so that actually reminds me of who lived in that castle. So 500 years ago in that castle, it's like, what is this? When do I get to play? What is this? Like, this is crazy. Who asked? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Just let me play the game. It's crazy. I get so mad about that shit.
I'm never gonna see again.
Yeah.
Maybe some of them are at the gates. And I don't know. I'm gone. I got on a boat just now. Like, all these people trying to compel me to do things. Right. Just stapling information to my forehead.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting here with so many staples and post-it notes.
And this is the problem with, like, a lot of games, is that the way that they introduce systems, like, I am a very clearly, at least on stream, I am an incredibly slow learner, but I bet that my experience is not that abnormal. I bet a lot of people get overwhelmed by, like, some games that just, like, fucking, just, like, send you this deluge of, like, there's, like, this thing and that thing and the other thing and the other thing and that thing and then the thing that builds onto that, like, all at the same time. It's exhausting.
My face, and I'm like, God, why do I need to learn all of this? And it's just like, what?
No, yeah, it's hard to learn that
pretty clearly. I mean,
and I think also, like, one of the problems with that is the fact that doing that is fundamentally not how people learn things. Most people learn things by doing them and by experimentation, not by just being told this massive laundry list of things to remember. I don't think that's how people learn. So whenever you do that, and then you have something that's contingent on you remembering something out of that laundry list, you're just asking for a mistake to happen.
I suppose, but that's not really my problem. The problem that I had with the tutorial is it was so much contextless information with such little gameplay.
That's such a great way to put it. Contextless information. Absolutely. How can you possibly, like, fit this into, like, a web of knowledge whenever you just started playing the game?
But that's okay.
Info dumps, yeah.
It's shoving information down my throat. I'm doing the UHF drinking from the fire hose, which, for any millennials watching, hopefully you get the reference. For any Zoomers watching, just trust me, it's gone forever. It then brings me to Stormwind. Great. This self-isolated tutorial island did have some merit in terms of showing me the basic flow of the game. It brings me to the whole world. I can now go anywhere I want to go. I go back to the original area and have a brief moment of, the familiarity, the pacing, the slow grind and growth of the game. But I say, no. I'm not done with the tutorial. I derailed myself. I have to go back. I go back to the city where I get into a car that drives me to a horse that I ride to an inn that I then go from to a boat where all of a sudden
that sounds pretty bad.
I'm watching, like, I don't know, the characters from Frozen yelling at each other. And I'm on the ship. I'm not in any of the cutscenes. It's just not about me anymore. I'm just on this
you're just
boat.
there.
And now I'm in a jail, and my jailmate is just like, beat the shit out of me. So I do. And now we're breaking people out of jail. And I'm still not fucking playing a game. I want to cast spells. I want to cast spells on things. Where are my spells?
This video I cannot express how much I appreciate this video. I really can't. This is exactly how I fucking feel. It's cathartic. It is. Like, yes, fucking exactly.
How's the cast? I'm like so confused, man. I like don't understand because this is like the most played MMO of all time, and I'm like sitting here and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, this is a really weird expansion here," and I'm just, just like, I want to frost mage. I want to cast. I want things to be really, really, really cold around me as I freeze them and I cast things. Like I don't. And this is the thing. People keep saying to me, "Yeah, they really dumbed retail down." I'm actually just so fucking confused. I don't know. I literally.
This is the problem. This is what I said. It's the people that are saying that are the people that have played the game for 10 years. Like, isn't it also important to let people endure that kind of boredness while gaming? Otherwise, it would lead to how dumb people are now. Well, no, because classic WoW. So the problem is that the game tells you what to do, and the game used to show you what to do. Like, for example, like you're in classic WoW, the game teaches you mechanics 1 or 2 at a time, and those mechanics can have fail states. Like you can die at level 3. You're realistically never going to die whenever you're leveling in retail WoW. It's not going to happen. So like you're just being kind of fed through this conveyor belt where you're not learning anything. You're not processing new information. You're not even needing to use the information. You're just following the little marker on the map until you're at the max level.
I feel like I've just been doing it wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like. It feels like one of those movies where like a high school student is in Italy and they somehow think she is the secret agent for the CIA, so she gets swept up into the mission. That's what I feel like.
Yep.
But the thing is, this isn't a fictional movie. This is my life, and I'm just still confused. So I guess I'm going to help Flynn Fairwind, who I hope isn't in here for like child murder.
Yeah.
I hope isn't a bad person. The first introduction I had to Flynn was him asking me to punch him, and now I'm hoping that all these people that I've broken out are killing what I assume are innocent guards. And now I'm just gonna go. I mean, there's so much.
This is what I talked about, and I'm really glad to see this because like this is like so like validating for me because this perfectly illustrates the absolute confusion that retail is. It's like so over-designed and complex that like how can a game like, and this guy, you've got to remember, this guy is a professional video game player. Imagine what your average Joe thinks. What the fuck, bro? Oh my god, I'm just gonna go play Fall Guys. I had to pay $15 for this shit. Jeez, I gotta go lay down.
I'm crossing my fingers as I step into what still may not wind up being a game. Okay?
Every month.
So let's find out if we can do a game.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Am I thirsty? I'm so fucking confused.
Yeah.
You can invite another player to your group by right-clicking on their portrait. Okay. Jesus, man, it's like, are you thirsty? Okay, like, close this. I feel like without additional context, this just looks insane. Why do you start BFA anyways? Real number, Jay. I'll be honest with you. That doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't the game tell you to start BFA? Because, like, that's how it was. They funneled you into BFA. Yeah, you did, like, the intended gameplay is Exile's Reach into BFA.
At all to me. I'm following instructions.
You're forced into BFA.
Yeah, what is going on?
That's a good question.
The escalation is incredible. Cool. It's like a cooking tutorial where episode 1 is assembling a sandwich using cheese and deli meat. And episode 2 is butcher a cow. Like I don't know how, I have no idea why I'm here. Sorry, I didn't mean
What
to
is
punch my-
this? Yeah, where am I?
Should I keep doing this? Do I keep doing this? Yeah, draw the rest of the fucking MMO. Exactly, Burner Man. Oh my god. Okay. So Ghost says this is basically the end of the tutorial merging into Battle for Azeroth.
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about this. This is the retail WoW tutorial. There it is, guys. Guys, it's simple. Bro, this game's been dumbed down so much. This is so, it's obvious, don't you know? Yeah, because like in Burning Crusade in 2008.
Oh, so that's what BFA means. Okay. Okay, so the name of the expansion is Battle for Azeroth.
Right.
And that's what you mean when you say BFA. Because when I saw BFA, my brain was trying to think of a noun that began with A, that was big fucking something. Like that's what I assumed that
Big
you were
fucking
saying.
ass,
And
yeah.
then when all of you were saying Battle for Azeroth, most of you weren't capitalizing like with proper nouns, so I just thought that you were colloquially being like, yeah, no, you did the tutorial, then it's time to battle for Azeroth. I was like, that's a weird way to say you go level.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a cringe
All right,
WoW
maybe there's
phrase.
some cultural, mismatch happening where I don't get what the words you're saying are. Let's talk to Talia.
Who you actually have no idea who she is. She's the Lich King's daughter. But she doesn't know he's the Lich King. But if you interact with her in Stormwind, she does know. Because that's in a different timeline. Obviously. If you played Wrath of the Lich King, you'd know that. Right. We can't win them all, right? Bro, retail WoW is too hard. He made it. Nice.
All right, come on, Talia. I know exactly where I'm going. There's a giant glowing hedron to go. Oh, fuck, this is not the right way. There's a giant glowing hedron that will at least show me my destination. How the fuck do I get over to you? Up here? Dude! It's just so sick! I mean, the art is beautiful. Nauticans says...
To be fair, Borealas was a really nice city. It was a lot better than Oribos, I'll tell you that. Oribos was a shithole. Every time I was in Oribos, I wanted to go lay down.
Art department has hard carried Blizzard for a long while now, I feel. I actually think that's such an unfair statement.
Oribos was an airport, yeah.
That it's not
It was
part of the
LAX.
experience. It's just this like extra thing. That's like, oh, when it comes to staying alive, calories are really doing a lot of heavy lifting. Like, yeah, of course. Like this fucking, like, oh, you mean one of the most important and difficult parts of making a good game is the thing that has been causing them to succeed with respect to their peers that just across the board have worse art? Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, that's like
Yeah, I think that WoW has amazing art, and I think the WoW art has aged better than basically any other MMO. I think it's aged better than... Like, RuneScape is like such a weird thing, I can't even really put it in a category. But I think it's aged better than Final Fantasy XIV. I think that it's... some of the boss fights in Final Fantasy XIV are way better than the WoW boss fights, though, to be fair. The spectacle of them. I think it's aged better than like Guild Wars, better than ESO, like EVE, yeah, everything. It's aged so well. Even classic WoW has.
Tiger Woods' golf swing has really been carrying his golf career. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I don't... What do you want me to do with that? Like, what department's been sliding?
Yeah.
You know what? Tell me the department that's bad. What's the department?
Where do I start?
That's bad. Engineering, obviously not. It runs buttery smooth. Besides the 10 server kicks. That's right. Okay, you know what? You're right.
No, the game doesn't play well at all. Yeah, it doesn't play well. Like, the lag whenever you're in like an area with a lot of other people is awful.
I got kicked a lot my first day of playing WoW. The tutorial department, great point. The tutorial department definitely is going to have some hands on the hips from me when I meet them.
Yeah, true.
The market hosts travelers from all over Azeroth. There are many taverns, but this one's my favorite. I spend a lot of time in here, pestering travelers.
But I have a rewards card.
Especially folks from
It tracks my miles
Who's
traveled
she
and
talking
lets me
to?
get free complimentary breakfast at the inn. Where is this? Where is this office? Is it behind here? Is it through here? I feel like such an idiot. I hate these little diamonds that show up on the screen. It's so fucking misleading. Dragon Banks, has he fought anything yet? Some BFAs on the way in, to be honest. Are you kidding me? It's down here? If you read the quest, maybe it'll tell you where it is. I'm sorry, they've added all these great accessibility features. So
I do think that this problem seems very realistic, is that you're having players try to navigate a brand new area in a brand new game that has 3 or 4 different levels of verticality. I think you're just asking for a mistake to happen. Yeah, like, I mean, if the game's been out, like, if it's for, like...
has ever released. Because, hear me out, I think there's something super disturbing going on in the background of this trailer. What if I told you, I think everyone dancing is dead? The music video purposely adds a ton of meme references to distract you. The Russian Cake Squad, Gangnam Style, this cheapy animation, coincidence, a meme, and even Vogue. But don't you think it's a bit weird how none of her gang members are dancing? They're just watching. And it makes zero sense that we have dancing ethereals. That's because these people aren't actually dancing, they're burning. Here's what I think happened. Bernice witnessed awful things happening in the Outer Ring, which she couldn't reconcile with her optimistic worldview. And so she solved it the only way she knows how. Setting it on fire. You can literally hear this happen within the lyrics of her song. All this is just Bernice's imagination as everything burns around her. An elaborate reference to Pyro from TF2. Anyway, don't forget to get Bernice for cheaper by topping up via code. This might be the most disturbing trailer Hoyoverse has ever released. Because
Cannabis has been vilified to a ridiculous degree for the last century, but it's now finally being decriminalized in more and more places around the world. It's just recently been legalized in Germany, and for very good reasons. Compared to legal drugs like alcohol, which will cause 1 in 20 deaths just this year, cannabis is pretty mild. So, to justify harsh prosecution and punishment, its negative effects have been wildly overstated. Naturally, there was a lot of pushback, and here's something went wrong. If you followed the discourse over the last few years, you might have got the impression that weed has almost only upsides and few, if any, negative side effects. We ourselves contributed to that narrative. What made this worse is that criminalization made it very hard for scientists to study cannabis, especially its long-term effects. They faced bureaucratic and legal hurdles, and studies often had to rely on small sample sizes. In the last few years, this finally started to change, so it's time to bring new evidence to the discussion. And, well, it's not pretty. While weed is still much less harmful than alcohol, it does have a dark side. It is more addictive than we thought and can have significant negative effects if you use it long term. It seems that... what are you doing? Before you tell us how dumb we are, please watch the video. To be crystal clear, we think prohibition doesn't work and cannabis should be legal, but this also means that we need to treat it as what it is, a drug, with unique upsides and downsides. So let's take an honest look at some of the latest research together. Weed is getting stronger and stronger. Cannabis's magic juice is tetrahydrocannabinol, THC. It docks on your cannabinoid receptors, which affects various brain functions. THC activates some regions and calms down others, creating a fun cocktail of sensations. The more THC, the more intense the high. And people seem to be into higher highs, or at least this is what the market is providing. In the US, Canada, and in Europe, the concentration of THC in legal and illegal cannabis products has more than doubled in the last few decades. While ever more potent strains are bred, products like edibles or concentrates with more than 60% THC have become increasingly common, while the share of products with less than 15% THC has declined. Unfortunately, just about every problem weed creates gets worse at higher THC doses. At the same time, more and more people use weed. In the US, more people consumed cannabis daily than alcohol for the first time in 2022. In Canada, 26% of people 16 and older use it, up from 22% in 2018. It's not possible to say if legalization is the reason for this though, since studies are pretty inconsistent and vary massively between different users. In some, consumption went up, in others it stayed stable, and the trend to use more weed began in the early 90s and sped up in the 2000s, way earlier than legalization. So today, more people consume more weed than ever before in the last century, and it's the strongest it's ever been. What are we seeing as a result of this? Let's start with something that used to get you laughed out of the room: addiction. Weed addiction and withdrawal symptoms. A big narrative about weed is that it's not addictive, or at least not that big of a deal, and for most people this is true. Studies clearly show that the majority handle it well. For 8 out of 10 using weed, it's just a casual high and not problematic at all. About 2 in 10 users develop a cannabis use disorder, or CUD. CUD has 11 different symptoms, from the inability to stop when you've had enough, to using it when you know it will have negative consequences, to tolerance and withdrawal. They can all basically be reduced to you're doing it too often, even if it's bad for you, and it's less fun than it could be. There are 3 major risk factors here: the amount of THC, how often you consume, and your age when you start using cannabis. The more THC, the more often, and the younger you are when you start, the higher your risk. If you smoke too much weed too often, it will have negative impacts on your life. So if this is you, toning it down a bit will make a big difference. 1 in 10 users develops a serious addiction. They usually consume daily, and their life is significantly impaired or held back because they spend a lot of their time either using or recovering from cannabis use. Since their brain is building a tolerance, they need increasingly high doses or stronger weed, often both. Studies found a variety of negative effects. Heavy users can experience bad moods, feel irritable, restless, paranoid, anxious, and even depressive. In a sad twist of irony, for many addicts it feels like they need weed to fight these symptoms. Maybe it did actually help at first, while in reality it makes those symptoms stronger and more persistent. Studies also found that loneliness and frequent cannabis use go hand in hand. If you feel lonely, you're more likely to use weed, and if you use weed, you may experience more loneliness. It's not always easy to say which came first, but they seem to reinforce each other. So on the one hand, cannabis makes loneliness feel much less bad. On the other hand, it can also make you feel more socially awkward than you actually are and withdraw from friends. This can lead to a downward spiral that ends in self-isolation and chronic loneliness. Another thing many people who consume a lot experience is a mental numbness that makes boredom feel okay because it impacts the reward system of your brain. Not great, but good enough. You can spend your days killing time binging mildly interesting stuff, being numb rather than having fun. Boredom is a signal to your mind to get creative or learn something new, but this is suppressed. This also makes quitting so much harder because your daily routines suddenly seem boring and unexciting, making it very tempting to go back. If you find yourself using constantly, this can also stunt your development as a person. The numbness dulls bad feelings, making it easy not to deal with them. But in life, you can only get over bad feelings if you actually feel them, and you have to process them to grow. Lastly, let's talk about physical withdrawal symptoms. The more you consume, the worse they'll be for you, especially if you use daily. Withdrawal can cause headaches, sweating or chills, decreased appetite, in severe cases even fever, nausea and abdominal pain. You might have trouble falling asleep, and if you do, you might have disturbing and vivid dreams. The withdrawal can put you in a depressive mood where life feels daft and pointless. You can feel restless, angry, anxious, or nervous. You may feel unable to do anything at all. After a few days, these symptoms will begin to subside, and after a few weeks, they'll be gone entirely. The exact time depends on how much and how long you've been consuming cannabis. Now, let's get to the worst part. weed may damage your brain. This section was not fun to research because there's fierce debate among researchers how bad weed is for your brain and whether it has irreversible long-term consequences or not. There's no consensus yet, and it's hard to say anything definitive. Having said that, THC directly interferes with critical brain chemistry. There is some evidence that it may alter its structure. If it does, this may go away again if you quit after a few years, or not. We don't know yet. The consequences vary a lot between individuals, but especially for heavy users, they have a variety of potentially unfunny downsides. The most common one is that your memory gets significantly worse. Sustained heavy use may reduce your ability to learn, your reasoning, perception, attention span, decision-making, language abilities, and impulse control. Most negative effects seem to go away or at least weaken over time after you quit, but again, we simply don't know enough and need more research. Where the evidence is much clearer is that consuming a lot of weed is really bad for teenagers on multiple levels. If you start using heavily early, you have many more years to build up potentially negative side effects. Teens who use a lot are much more likely to become addicted to weed. This may just be correlation and weed may not be the underlying cause, but heavy weed users are more likely to perform poorly in school and less likely to finish their education. They are, on average, less satisfied with their life and what they've achieved. This may simply be because if your memory and motivation are stunted, you have fewer interesting experiences and forget the ones you do have. And there is strong evidence that teen users are way more likely to develop mental health issues like psychosis, schizophrenia, depression, or anxiety later in life. Once again, the younger you start, the higher the risk, and it also seems to rise massively with high THC doses, making highly potent cannabis products even more dangerous for teens. Okay, let's wrap this up. We've only focused on the negative sides in this video. That was the whole point. As we said before, for most people, weed in moderation is totally fine and definitely way less harmful than alcohol. You do you, we're not your parents. The upside of moderation is also that when you do it, your experience will be more intense and special. But for teens, weed, especially using it regularly or a lot of it, is a bad idea, with potentially life-changing consequences. We know that criminalization did nothing to make this better. We now have a new chance under legalization. It begins with being open and honest about the state of science and acknowledging that weed is one drug among many others. Certainly not the worst one by a long shot, but also problematic for at least 1 to 3 out of 10 people using it. If you really have to try cannabis, there is a time and place, and that's in your 20s. If you're younger, the science is clear, don't do it. At least, not yet. You'll have plenty of time to experiment later. Let's do a different experiment now. With the help of today's sponsor Odoo, a business management software, you can do the first step of starting a new business in 3 minutes. Don't believe me? I bet you 5 ducks, and you and I will do it together. You can try Odoo for free by clicking this button here. The first application stays free forever with unlimited hosting and support. Let's select the website application to ensure our online presence. Then you just follow the website configurator in 4 easy steps. First, what kind of website do you want to create? It could be a business website, a blog, an event website. I'll put down learning platform, because why not? Next, what kind of business or project do you have and what's your goal? I'd say science edutainment. Step 2 is my favorite. What colors do you like? Or simply upload your logo and an AI will suggest a matching color palette. In step 3, you pick the different pages you need right now. In step 4, you just choose a template for your website. That's it. You did the first big step. You owe me 5 ducks and you're ready to start your business. But Odoo offers so much more. Applications such as accounting, project management, HR, all the needs of your business centralized on one single platform. You can focus on your project while Odoo improves productivity and adapts along with your needs and demands. The most impact you can have on your dream within 3 minutes. Just try it out. Our latest drop collection has arrived. Order now, just in time for the holidays. We here at Kurzgesagt are known to cause some light existential dread from time to time, but the truth is, we actually do it to inspire you. So we designed these products to do both. The universe can sometimes feel like a cold and foreign place. But that's not true. The universe is our home. This knit sweater will keep you warm and cozy, while reminding you that you're just as much a part of the universe as a black hole or a neutron star. Dread and awe are actually two sides of the same coin, or scarf. Wear this super soft scarf on cold winter walks and bring some light into the dark season. And at the core of this lineup is the Optimistic Nihilist t-shirt. It represents nothing less than the philosophy of Kurzgesagt. You may only get one shot at life, which is scary, but it also sets you free to do what truly makes you happy in life. We also create other truly special products in our studio, like the new edition of our Human Era calendar. In 12,025, we'll follow humanity's greatest journey that took our ancestors from East Africa all across the planet. We spent a lot of time bringing these adventures to life, crafting epic illustrations worthy of representing this integral part of our shared history. Add a brand new weekly desk planner to be extra prepared for the next year and this gift-giving season. Every single product you buy supports everything we do on this channel and enables us to release our videos for free for everyone. Thank you so much for your support. Kurzgesagt would not exist without you.
From the Time Machine to 1984 all the way to the Hunger Games, dystopias have only gotten more popular over time. This could be because the stories they tell and the worlds they explore seem increasingly similar to our own. Looking at all the seemingly unsolvable issues within our own society leads us to that very question. Are we today also living in a dystopia?
This is what my opinion is. I think that in some cases this is true. But I also think that we are living in the most prosperous and best time in the entire, history of humankind. Like, we have more access and, more resources than anybody else that's ever had. But there are some inadequacies and some things that people don't have that are really big. It's not even close. Yeah, by far.
To understand whether our world qualifies as one, we really need to just figure out what a dystopia actually is, and what sets dystopian media apart from other genres. At the most basic level, it can be understood as the mirror image of a utopia. While a utopian society is either close or has already attained perfection, a dystopia is the opposite. It's a world where negative aspects of society or massive looming problems dominate everything else. It could be nearly anything, from out-of-control technology to an oppressive regime, or even the consequences of some cataclysmic world-changing event. As long as you've got that, the only restriction is that society still needs to exist. While it wouldn't be very nice to live in a world where the zombie apocalypse has taken place, if wider society has already broken down, then it wouldn't be a dystopia. So this is the nuts and bolts of the genre, but it still doesn't really tell us anything about why people like the genre or how much a dystopia resembles our own world.
I think the reason why dystopia stuff and sci-fi stuff especially is very popular is because of the philosophical aspect of it. Like, a lot of dystopia, like if you look at Blade Runner, if you look at Hunger Games, or you look at anything like 1984, there's a lot of philosophy that's involved with it. And I think that that's what makes it compelling and interesting to people, is because they can see the parallels. It's the relatability, exactly.
A key byproduct of how messed up the world has become is that we've got plenty of material here to help us along. When the world shut down in early 2020, it was pretty easy to see why people thought we were living in a dystopia. Between the empty streets and the 24/7 news coverage, it was almost impossible to go through your day without being confronted by it all.
Yeah, this
it wasn't
was
surprising
crazy.
that in the first 2 months of the outbreak, the game Plague Inc. saw its global downloads more than double, pushing it towards the top of the absolute charts. Its gameplay of managing the spread of a pathogen was all the more relevant. The film Contagion, which depicts an imaginary flu pandemic, also saw a massive burst of interest. It went from being the 270th most popular movie straight into the iTunes top 10 for digital downloads.
Jesus.
These jumps in popularity were pretty predictable, really. In the same way that any movie which seems to predict the future will see renewed interest. If audiophobic aliens really did invade, then A Quiet Place would probably see a meaty bump in sales, at least among people who don't mind reading subtitles. But while Contagion and Plague Inc. aren't really dystopias either, it does illustrate the key behind what's made the genre what it is today. Dystopias are based on taking a problem with our own world and magnifying it until it dominates and defies everything. If you're a writer or any kind of artist, there's clearly more value in doing this with negative aspects of society compared to the good parts.
Well, I think also, like, even the ones that are the good parts, there's like usually some sort of like, you know, double-edged sword element to it where it's like, yeah, it's good, but, or yes, everything is great except, and that's usually what's being discussed because, you know, movies need to have usually some kind of like conflict that you're working through to solve, of course.
Simply be boring to read or watch a film about a true utopia, as there isn't really any conflict or stakes when the problems have already been solved. But dystopian media, on the other hand, can tell us something about our own world. By magnifying a real problem through the lens of fiction, we get a different, more detailed look at it than we could get on our own. By making the problem define the entire story, it lets us focus completely on it. In our own lives, there's too many other things that get in the way, and it's in this way that dystopian media helps us take control over these daunting, practically unsolvable problems that we're faced with today. While there isn't much surviving philosophy on how to make a dystopia, there's plenty of philosophers who try to do the opposite, and figure out what makes a perfect society. Some of them
yeah, that usually hasn't worked, right? Yeah, see, like, you're never gonna have this work or fit together because people are not perfect. You're always gonna have assholes that make things worse. And the best thing that you can do is have, like, you know, safety rails for whenever that happens. We had a different time. Yeah, looking for Utopia and Space Race. Yeah, of course.
Never really saw their plans put into action. Plato's idea of an idealized society involved a strict caste system ruled over by mathematician, philosopher kings. But as far as we know, nobody ever really tried this.
No.
Other ideas were more successful. Confucius and his ideas about society laid the bedrock for over 2,000 years of Chinese history. By far the most impactful utopian philosophy of recent history began with Hegel, a 19th century German philosopher. He saw history as a slow, inevitable march towards an enlightened, free society. In his view, everything was leading up to that utopian point, and it's an essential part of his theory of dialectics. But while we might not have reached that point yet, we have seen one of his students' theories put into practice. Marx took Hegel's ideas and applied them to a struggle between the workers and an oppressive ruling class.
See, this is the problem with, like, things like Karl Marx, is that a lot of this is actually true. Like, a lot of the solutions may not work in the way that he says they should work, but it's very evident that, you know, there is basically a class war that is going on. That's why so many people, like, pay attention to what he's talking about, even now.
History, this internal struggle played out time and time again, inevitably leading to a communist utopia after the workers finally triumphed. But unfortunately, this never really happened either. In fact, when communists got into power, it led to some of the most dystopian and oppressive societies ever. Whether it's a fault with people or it's a fault with communism itself, doesn't really matter for our purposes. The fact remains that these utopian ideas enabled one of the most oppressive dystopian regimes in history. The Soviet Union even directly inspired one of the dystopias we'll talk about later. But it's clear
I think the problem is, like, in a lot of, I feel like one parallel is that when things are going very bad, it's usually illegal or not allowed to talk about how bad they are. And I think that one parallel with a lot of, like, the dystopia type stuff is that you can't, or you're not able to, or nobody listens to you speaking out. Because I think usually, like, talking about things and being able to, like, speak out against them makes it to where, you know, it becomes less possible for things to get very bad, right? But the issue is that when media is controlled, or when, you know, dissenting speech is illegal, then you have the real big problems. Sounds accurate for today? Well, I think that most of the time, like, if you think about, like, a lot of the bad and, like, oppressive regimes, pretty much every single one of them is, like, massively censorship. Like, huge amounts of censorship. And I would even say there's a correlation between the more censorship a place has, the worse the place is. I think that's usually what happens. UK moment? Yeah.
Utopian thinking and the lengths people go to achieve it can easily lead to a dystopian society instead. Once the ends justify the means, any amount of suffering becomes excusable to reach the end goal.
And that's also, like, another component, and it's kind of like what I was saying before about how the people that are doing the death threats and everything on Twitter, those people, the reason why they're doing it is because they genuinely think that they're on the right side of history. They think that they're the good guys and they're fighting the good fight. And I think that's one of the really big differences that happens, is that once you tell somebody that you're on the right side of history and everybody that you're fighting against is like an evil, terrible person, then it becomes a lot easier to dehumanize them and to treat them like, you know, basically like to do anything that you want to these people, basically.
Some theories that don't directly describe how to create a dystopia, but they do predict that the slide into a dystopian society is inevitable. One of my favorite TV shows is Mr. Robot, and you can probably tell by the amount of times we use the clips in the show. But did you ever see the mail service they use in the show? Well, they're actually today's sponsor, Proton VPN. The VPN that is taking over the world with its massive global network. Proton VPN offers a vast server network of 8,600 servers in over 110 countries, with high-speed connections up to 10 gigabytes per second using VPN Accelerator. And with over 100 million users.
How the fuck are there this many VPNs? Like, am I the only person that's noticed this? That like every single fucking YouTube video has a VPN ad? How is there this much money in VPNs? It's crazy.
They've been featured in the New York Times and Time magazine because Proton VPN stands out. They operate out of Switzerland, which is protected by strong privacy laws. Proton's journey began with Proton Mail, their encrypted email service, but now they offer a complete privacy ecosystem. Proton VPN, Proton Drive for secure file storage, and Proton Pass for encrypted password management. So why should you use Proton VPN? Well, because they hide your IP address, letting you browse privately and access content from around the world. From streaming, you can watch shows and sports from anywhere by changing your IP location. If you're a gamer, you can benefit from accessing cloud services and avoiding throttling. And even if you're not a gamer, using Proton VPN protects your online activities and access social networks securely. And with their P2P file sharing, you're safeguarded from malware and restricted sites. And NetShield blocks ads and trackers for a better browsing experience.
That's
and on
for Twitch right there. It's the ads are so bad now, especially trackers and shit like that. I mean, you can't be surprised that people are looking for every way to get around it.
But they're
so
also
bad.
dedicated to privacy with a strict no logs policy, independently verified by auditors, and
VPN,
open source code for complete transparency, allowing you to enjoy secure access to content including Netflix and torrenting, Proton's trusted reputation and accessible plans, starting at just $3.99. So try Proton VPN today by using the link in the description below to learn more and safeguard your online freedom with Proton. The general idea these theories share is that something about technology and scientific progression leads to a dystopia. Either we're guaranteed to abuse the tools it gives us, making the world worse, or the technology changes society itself and creates the conditions that lead to a dystopia. Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber,
This fucking guy. Oh my god.
was just one of the people who believed in these ideas. Now, he had some insane thoughts on how to try and change things. It seemed delusional that he could even affect things in any way. But the basic ideas in his manifesto are lucid, and it was even used as evidence that he was very capable of knowing his actions were wrong, as it was a very well-written manifesto.
No, there are lots of other people that have said many of the same things that the Unabomber said.
With many interesting thoughts. You see, he thought that industrial society and technology was slowly stripping people of their natural freedom, whilst destroying the natural world in the process. The outward benefits of technology are enough to convince people to just let this happen, but he ignores just how much of an impact modern technology has in making people's lives better in general. For starters, lots of the people watching this today would be dead if not for modern medicine. Modern agriculture means that most people don't have to slave away in the fields, and bad weather doesn't generally lead to mass famine anymore. There's even the fact that as a country becomes more industrialized and more developed, it also becomes more likely that it's a democracy rather than a dictatorship.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, that's the thing, is I feel like being able to, people being able to like vote on what they want, like democratically, this is the logical way to do things that's best for most people, right? Just by the nature of like what it is. So yeah, usually if things are going well, things move in that direction, of course.
Every metric, it does seem like technology has made the world better for most people, at least so far. The past 20 years or so have started to bring some very big doubts into people's minds. When new technologies get developed today, it often seems like the negatives massively outweigh the benefits. The internet and instant global communication has led to social media and all the damage that's done to society as well. It also pushed mass surveillance and data harvesting into overdrive. AI promises to be the next big thing, but some of its most popular uses include role-playing with a fake girlfriend or replacing the Earth's need for humans in the first place. It all
I don't like that. I think that AI has a lot of very good uses that transcend having AI girlfriends. Like, people use AI in medicine, they use it in all kinds of creation. It's not like, oh wow, AI is this bad thing and all it does is allow you to steal other people's art. Like, that's not really how AI used. Yeah, like for science, etc. So I just feel like, again, a lot of times people's perception on a lot of these like types of technology, they're very narrow, and it's based around like how this technology will affect entertainment and not necessarily how the technology will affect anything outside of that. So people are thinking about it in terms of like getting a girlfriend or like movies or something like that. But people use these tools all the time, and they're very useful. Great for recipes, actually. Yeah, exactly. And so like there's always going to be a bad side to all types of technology. It's the same as like if you look at a lot of tools can be effectively used as weapons, right? Like, I mean, you know, look at a scythe or like a pickaxe or something like that. That's a pretty good fucking weapon. So it's really not with the tool, it's with the people that are using the tool. That's really the problem. AI started for sex? Well, it's working pretty well. Nuclear energy?
Gives the impression that at some point in the past few decades, technology became more destructive than constructive for society. And if this trend...
Completely disagree with this. I think technology has made us more comfortable and better off than we ever have been. And I think that the problem that we've had actually is the fact that, like, I mean, this is kind of what the Unabomber was saying, is that people will live in such a life that is completely devoid of any sense of like real struggle or ownership of anything that, you know, makes a person a person. It's like, for example, like if you look at like the entire time of human history, and then you think about the amount of time that we have where people work at desk jobs, you're looking at literally a percentage of time that is less than 0.1%. So 99.9% of our time, evolutionarily, we've been working physically, moving around. Like, the human body's made to move around a lot, right? And so if you have a person that's not doing that at all, you are effectively acting against your best nature. And so what happens is that, you know, it's like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where at the very top you have self-actualization, which is the hardest thing to do, really. And when everybody is at that top point of the pyramid, that's whenever you get a lot of these like dystopia projections. But the reason why you're getting this dystopia projection is because everything below that is totally taken care of. That's what I think.
Does exist and it does continue into the future, it will lead to a dystopian society if it hasn't already.
Yeah.
With all of that said, we can get down to the specifics. The question of whether our world is a dystopia might be best answered by people's personal experiences. If the world's problems are preventing someone from having a good and meaningful life, then for all intents and purposes, they're living in a dystopia. But what are those specific problems? Well, let's go through these problems and look at the dystopian media that analyzes them. While it's definitely outshined by other big problems with society, population collapse is a growing concern for nearly all of the world. The media doesn't really focus on it because it doesn't bring in any ratings. It's a gradual problem of statistics and trend lines. But when you examine it more closely, it could shake the very foundations on which our society is built. Modern economies are dependent on growth. If a country's economy stops growing for just a few months, it slips into recession and millions of people see the standard of living drop, often for years afterwards. Part of this assumption that the economy will just keep growing is built onto the idea that there will always be more people to fill all of the jobs that society needs.
I feel like at a certain point, you've got to kind of blame that on the system, right? Like, you can't just blame it on people. Like, if you have a system that just like, oh, everything is always going to get bigger forever, I feel like this is kind of a bad way of basing things on, right? I mean, yeah, what are you talking about?
Population collapse
It's a broken system. Yeah,
works.
exactly.
As it stands today, large parts of the working population in nearly all developed countries are set to enter retirement over the next few decades.
But this is going to happen to, I think, over half of jobs. I think that in 30 years, it will no longer be socially expected for you to have a job as an adult, because so many things will be automated.
There's far fewer people being born or entering the workplace to fill this gap. It means that the world is already dealing with a large dependent population compared to a small proportion of working, economically productive people. It's not the kind of problem that seems like it would create a dystopia all on its own, unless you dial this up to 11. That's the scenario that the 2006 film Children...
This movie was so fucking good. Oh my god. If you haven't seen this movie, you should absolutely watch it. This is an S-tier movie.
of Men explores. The film is set in an alternate future where nobody has been able to have
I have the
children for 2
DVD. I bought it at
decades,
Blockbuster.
pushing society to the edge. Developing countries have almost entirely collapsed without a working population to keep them sustained. Richer, developed countries are a bit better off, but the massive amounts of refugees combined with the economic hardship have pushed them deep into authoritarianism. The film revolves around an apathetic civil servant trying to protect humanity's last chance at a brighter future, the only baby to be born in years. A lot of the movie's strength isn't in the plot though. Instead, it's the background information and the details that really tie the film together. There's so much there to make it feel authentic. Some of the details that fans have noticed really show how much thought they put into this. While the film was released years before the Shard was built in London, the film is set in the future so it's visible in the skyline. Then there's
It's kind of crazy how, if you look at a lot of the clips here, and you look at how it is now, man, it's not that far off.
Then there's the underlying detail that people have become even more obsessed with their pets because they're trying to fill the hole that children left. A lot of the political commentary and the details of the overarching story are left in the background as well. As we mentioned earlier, dystopian media often amplifies and magnifies things going on in our own world, and this is no exception. The two sides of the conflict in Children of Men are both distortions of today's political divide. The rich and powerful are depicted as fascist oppressors, living in their own little bubbles, oblivious to the suffering going on around them. They hoard art from the old world, but it's all meaningless because it's been taken out of the world which gave it context, and soon nobody will be around to appreciate it. They keep the shaky establishment in place with propaganda, brutal reprisals and oppression. You would expect the film's version of the left to therefore be the good guys, fighting to take down the oppressive system, but instead they're just much more morally grey. One of the first action scenes—
That's one of the reasons why this movie is extremely good. It's because it presents the topic in a non-one-dimensional way. And that's one of the things that I think that a lot of people are tired of media with, because this is a big problem, is that I feel like nowadays a lot of media doesn't respect the intelligence of the watcher or the viewer, and they have to constantly remind you that these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. Hey, in case you weren't paying attention, they're bad, they're good, right? So yeah, fantastic movie. Yeah, exactly.
Is later revealed to be an inter-faction assassination plot, for example. And it shows how divided and power-hungry they really are, trying to use humanity's last hope as a political tool. They clearly want to tear down the old order, but that's the only thing they're unified by. At the end of the film, in a big battle scene, they're still just as violent and threatening to the last hope of humanity as the government has been. The whole political conflict running through the movie is framed as the result of hopelessness for the future. But when they see the hope and they see the baby at the end of the movie, it's one of the most powerful moments in the film. All the conflict and the fighting just stops when they can see that there is still hope. Children of Men does a great job of visualizing our worst fears when it comes to population collapse, but it goes even deeper than that. The film explores the problems with a decaying society. The fact that it's all so intuitive and recognizable shows us a lot about our own world today. The deep resemblance—
I do think that technology and how good it is going to make people dumber, and I think it's already started happening. I think there's a huge problem now that a lot of kids don't have to critically solve problems because technology has gotten so good that it solves all of those problems for you. You don't have to think about how can you get 30% of something. You just have an app that does that. You don't have to think about how can I spell something. You just have an app that spells it for you. And it's not like one thing that's the problem, because like there are, so like tools like calculators, I don't think are this kind of a problem. But tools that do the calculating for you are the problem. And it's not even that it's a problem, but it's a side effect to improving technology, is that the ability to critically think is no longer important. Basically, it's not as important as it used to be because you have machines that can critically think for you. And that way you're not exercising that part of your brain, and you, I think if you don't lose it, if you don't use it, you lose it, right? That's it. Percentage? Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. And the crazy thing is that in a lot of types of technology, like in these dystopias, like I think Idiocracy is the best example, right? That there's very commonly a type of alien technology that nobody understands that is in fact, it was the progenitor of like whatever some apocalypse situation was, where it's like, yeah, we have all these machines, but nobody knows how the machines work anymore.
definitely pushes us towards the conclusion that we are in fact living in a dystopia. But it also definitely helps that the movie is trying to imagine what our times would look like. It's a very realistic, close-to-home dystopia set only a few years from the current day. A different test would be to see how our world stacks up against a dystopia that seems like it's much more different to our world. One where flying cars, cyborgs, and other futuristic technology...
I think that there are a lot of people that live in dystopia, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the world is a dystopia. So, like, there are people that have really bad, like, living conditions for whatever reason, and those people are living in a situation, but that's not necessarily always the fault of society. Sometimes it's the individual's fault or something like that.
Are everywhere. Like the world of Blade Runner 2049, cyberpunk as a genre and Blade Runner in particular focuses on what it means to be human and where we should draw the line between human and machine. In the film, we see a world where every intangible part of humanity has been figured out and replicated, then turned into a product. These human-like machines or replicants are everywhere in the film, and they're treated like a lower class of individual. They're human in pretty much every single way, except for the fact they still can't have children of their own. It's the final barrier yet to be broken down by technology, and Blade Runner 2049's world uses it as justification for their slavery. The story follows Kay, a replicant whose job it is to hunt down other replicants that have gone rogue and rebelled against their programming. In the process, he discovers the body of a replicant who was given birth. It's a discovery that could change the whole society's view on replicants, but as we'll find out, it's also something which could seal the fate of replicants as lower class citizens forever. Wallace, the de facto corporate overlord of the world and the creator of the replicants, also wants to find the promised child. Replicants are still expensive and slow to create, meaning they still can't fully replace people. If he can unlock that final secret, it'll perfect his product and give him pretty much total control. It's this fact that makes the film feel so close to home, despite all the futuristic technology and skyscraper-sized holograms. It's a world caught in an awkward middle phase, stuck between the past and a utopian future. If non-sentient replicants were perfected and there were enough of them, you could imagine freeing up enough resources for everyone to have a good life. But instead, there's scarcity and the tyrannical control of...
I think the real problem is that, and this is the issue with like all types of like AI and like automation, the problem is that with a lot of these types of tools, it's not like when the machines take over your job, you just get to go home and then they send you your paycheck every day. You get fired and then your paycheck now goes back to the company and then the company takes that money instead. So that's really where the issues are. It's that when you have these types of people that are consolidating all of the wealth and like the means of production along a very, very small subset of people, what that's going to do is, I've said this before, I think it's going to create feudalism again. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And I think that if we don't have like laws to kind of prevent that, what's going to end up happening is that people will basically become vassals of other people that are wealthy and control those means of production. And we're going to go right back to where we were in like the fucking Middle Ages. Because like how else could people provide any value? Techno-feudalism? Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And I think also like you're seeing it happen a lot in like a very abstract sense with like, you know, Uber Eats, with, you know, DoorDash, with Uber, with all of these other types of services that basically just exist to give people with more resources more convenience. And I think that that's basically how things are going to go in that direction, is that more and more people's job will be functionally to create more convenience for a person that has more money than them. And I think that's what's kind of happening. And I think it's already happening. How do we fix it? We have like laws to like tax people and, you know, like redistribute money, right? I mean, clearly, like that's what you have to have.
Has made the world even more unequal. All the wealth and power is hoarded by the ruling corporate class. The rest of the world is left in an even worse position. We see this in the film when he visits the factory that is all still held up by child labor and oppression. The technology that promised salvation for the masses has instead only deepened those gaps. It mirrors the way that technology seems to be impacting our world today. We're constantly told about how innovations like AI are going to make the economy more productive and therefore make people's lives better. But as we've gotten more advanced, people are increasingly seen as numbers on a spreadsheet. The further we go, the more the world...
I think that this was always true. Like, if you go and you look back in history, I'm pretty sure whenever people had massive wars and a bunch of people went and got killed, I'm pretty sure the kings weren't really getting upset like, oh wow, we had a bunch of people get killed. Yeah, it's disappointing, but like they don't really give a shit about it. So I don't think this is any sort of like new development at all. Yeah, this is an always has been situation. Yeah, exactly. It's just a number. Exactly. Well, people are just a number. Like, everybody likes to put a very high value on their own life and their own humanity. But the reality is that most people, pretty much all people, are to one degree or another replaceable. They are. And I think that that's like not really a good way to look at it, but it's an accurate way to look at it. And I've learned this with, like, I mean, how many of you guys have had like a job, or you've been in like a guild in WoW or something like that, and it's like, oh, this person isn't replaceable, and they leave, and you replace them, and you figure out a way to do it, right? Like, life goes on, people move on. That's it.
Seems to alienate people. Despite massive improvements in productivity and wealth creation, tons of people are just poorer and have less opportunities than they had.
This is because of the government. The government hasn't held any of these companies accountable for this. The problem is that people that make a lot of money don't pay enough money into the social systems, and so you have a bunch of people that are homeless and crackheads. Like, that's basically what happens. By the average person, yeah, high-performing individuals not easily replaceable. It is harder to replace them, for sure. Absolutely.
10 or even 50 years ago. The world of Blade Runner 2049 has gone further on this path than ours has. Corporations are publicly in full control of every branch of the government, for example, rather than just pulling the strings from the background. But the fact that we're even on this path to begin with betrays a dystopian quality about our modern world, and how it doesn't seem like it's designed for people anymore. This is just one small...
Well, it's designed for people that make money. That's really it. Is that I don't even think that it's something, it's not, I don't think it's ever been... It's never been between people and robots. It's been between people that control ownership of production and people that don't. And it's always been a class fight. It's not about like people versus robots. It's the rich people that control all of these resources and all of these tools versus people that don't have any control of it, and they can't really like break into any sort of like value or do anything for themselves. It's not anymore. Yeah, I think it's happening already. People don't work or make themselves valuable. That's why this is happening. Well, the thing is that how can a person make themselves valuable in a world where almost every single job is done by a robot that's more effective than a person could ever be? Because, like, for example, if you look at the way that, like, an app, I think this is a good way to look at it. Like, you guys have all used calculators before, and you've probably used a calculator to, like, you know, calculate, like, the trajectory of a graph or something like that, like TI-84, etc. These machines can do it better than any human can do at a faster ratio, and it's not even remotely close. There are people that are really, really good at math, and they're, like, insanely, like, gifted, like, savants in math, and they are not even 1% of the efficiency and effectiveness of a machine or a computer. It's not even remotely close.
Part of the themes explored by Blade Runner 2049, of course. To get a more detailed breakdown, check out our full video on the movie. We've seen two dystopian societies so far that have turned into dystopias by outside forces. Either the progression and misuse of technology in the case of Blade Runner, or a global fertility crisis in Children of Men. But these aren't necessary. All you need for a dystopia is a society that's reliant or even designed to create its own misery. Enter 1984. The essential and possibly the most oppressive dystopian society ever imagined. There's a reason that 1984 has had such a huge impact on culture. It explains the workings of an oppressive society incredibly well. Even decades later, and nothing else gives us the same tools to accurately deconstruct the totalitarianism of our own world, which we've also done a huge video on before.
I think also a big reason why this happened is because 1984 is specifically, like, so George Orwell wrote this, I think, after he was working in like France or Spain or something like that. I don't remember exactly the details, but it might have been Italy and Europe. And so he's writing this, like 1984 is actually a very, very recent, you know, like thing. I think it came out in 1948. The book the book came out. And so it's more relevant to us, obviously, because it's like a modern critique on like Western culture. I think that's another big reason why.
The world of 1984 is defined by stagnation. The ideology of the ruling party and the world they created is expertly designed to suppress and dominate every other part of life. One of the most striking parts of Orwell's dystopia is what the party has done to language. Normal languages like the kind that we use don't exist in a vacuum. Every word or phrase we say only has any meaning based on the context in which it's said. The philosopher Wittgenstein explains this through his theory of language games. Take the word cut for example. If you read it in a recipe, it's probably referring to something about chopping vegetables, but a director shouting it on a movie set would make the word mean something completely different. All words are like this, they're all dependent on the specific language game that you're playing at the time. They're just building blocks. In 1984 though, even this freedom is in the process of being suppressed. Orwell imagined the party creating a new language called Newspeak, where most of the linking words have been taken out, while other words have been changed or removed entirely. The result is a language which has barely any building blocks and where the context has already been decided.
I think that we've had this happen a lot. Like, and this is a huge component. This is probably one of the most interesting things, is that the way that people use language and the way that they try to like twist language to turn it into like something that's totally different. And like, for example, people use like undocumented immigrant instead of illegal alien, for example. And so like people try to redefine vocabulary in order to make their ideas seem like they're more accurate or they're better. And I think this happens with everything, the ick, illegal or immigrant or something like that, like calling normal people cis. Yeah, I think that's a good example, like gender, male and female, woke. Yep, there's definitely another one. Changing the word for Nazi, right? And so like all of these words have been turned into and weaponized into ways that you can effectively suppress people's thought by making people think, oh my God, I can't use this word. If somebody calls me this word, now I'm the bad guy. And I think it's, yeah, maps. Oh, yes, minor attracted persons. Oh God, is there any better example than that? I certainly fucking hope not. Yes, 100%. This is super fucking common. Unhoused, yes, unhoused people rather than homeless people. And so all of these things are changes in vocabulary in order to elicit a more emotional reaction or to change people's perceptions or shift their perception towards thinking about it in a way that's more sympathetic towards the people that are using this vocabulary or have invented the vocabulary.
Works, and you can only understand it in the context of submitting to a party rule. Rebellion and disagreement within the party line is therefore impossible to even comprehend when using Newspeak. As we've said before, dystopian media often amplifies...
And this is what happens now. And this is what I've always found to be like the most interesting about George Orwell. It's like, I think he predicted this perfectly. Because I think also another very big component for this is that, like, you know, he was around about the same time and like, when like the whole idea of like Nietzsche was like really, really fucking popular. And like the idea of like the death of God. I think that people have used a lot of the like these like political systems and like political dogma, like ideologies. They've replaced religion with these ideologies. And so now it's like, if you go against that, you're basically a fucking blasphemer, right? I mean, like, this is like, oh my God, it's heresy. And so now, and like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you noticed somebody like in media maybe that's like kind of gone a little bit off track and then they get treated like they're this terrible person. I think a really good example of this that you could use would be somebody like, you know, maybe Jordan Peterson, J.K. Rowling, somebody like that who, you know, aligned with 90% of these values, but they diverged in that 10 or 5 or 1%. Joe Rogan's another one that then as soon as that happens, as soon as you show any type of like hesitancy to completely embrace a mindset, you are immediately treated as if you are like absolutely opposed to them. And I think this has happened a lot. And I think it's radicalized a lot of people. Anna Kasparian? Yeah, from the Young Turks. I think that is another really good example. You're right about that.
Things we see in our own world today. And while we haven't created a whole new language yet, we have seen certain words and phrases getting removed from our language completely.
Facebook groups say they were just censored for using the word men. That sounds like bullshit to me. Like, I'm sorry, it sounds like such bullshit. But I do think that this happens in some cases where like some words are being considered to be like bad because people have just decided that. Tired of hearing heresy? I want to talk about heresy. Yeah, exactly. Jordan Peterson's a total lunatic. I think that when Jordan Peterson went against calling people by like their own invented pronouns, I think that the truth is that 80% or 90% of people agree with him, at least here in the United States. I think a super majority of people agree with that. So, and this is the problem, is that he did go off the deep end, but you're talking about, like, why did he go off the deep end? One of the reasons why is that he was a conscientious person who saw what seemed to be, at least in his mind, as tyranny or oppression, and he spoke out against it, and then he was treated as if he was the oppressor or he was the tyrannical one. And this alienated him further, and it made him more extreme. I think another good example of this is like Nick Merckx. So Nick Merckx was like talking about how he didn't want to have like trans or like gay ideology in like schools. And then people treated him as if like he wanted to kill gay people. And so what did that do? Well, that pushed him farther away, and it radicalized him even more towards the other perspective. And so not extreme. Well, what I'm saying is they're treated as if they're extreme. I don't want to argue whether you think they're extreme or not. Russell Brand is another example. Yeah. And so what happens is that, and this also happens to right-wing people too, but like, you know, that's kind of like in like the 2000s, I think that happened a lot more, like right after September 11th. But like, you know, we're kind of at a different place in the pendulum right now. Anyway, so this happens a lot, and people end up getting pushed away. And I think it's true with many cases. Like another case too is Destiny. Like, I think Destiny's very clearly like a liberal guy, but there's a lot of people in like that community that don't like Destiny at all for that reason. And it's because he's diverged from some of their thinking in different ways, right? And so, yeah, ultra liberal, exactly. And so all of these things happen. And then for some people, it ends up pushing them even farther against the original group that they thought that they were a part of. And so I think language is a huge way that that's enforced.
And social media is one of the biggest culprits. There's plenty of words which would be more accurate, but we can't actually say them because of YouTube's arbitrary rules. It's all the
gay and lesbian. What is this here? Includes gay and lesbian, but not straight or heterosexual. Yeah, I don't know if this is true. I mean, we say shit like that all the time. I don't think I'm getting demonetized for that, but it's hard to say.
It's all a way to restrict language so that things people talk about fit into the sanitized corporate context which they want to force on people. All the stuff we...
Yeah, and this is another thing too, right? Woke UN agency bans the word Englishman because it's too gendered. This is the kind of stuff that I think a lot of average, like, you know, your Walmart Americans, people are just kind of fed up with stuff like this, right? Because it's kind of like, whenever I see something like this, it reminds me of the South Park episode where they flew the whale to the moon, where it's like you did something that is actually just bad, it's oppressive, and it adds no value, it's just stupid, and you're acting like you're doing something good. This crap's so exhausting. Exactly, yeah. And it like Latinx, there's so many examples of this, right? And I think that this is also like, it's not even just with language. I think if you take a step back and you look at what really is the incentive here, people don't like being told what to do. They don't like being ordered around. They don't like having their opinions and their viewpoints dictated to them. And they don't like being talked down to. And because of that, you gain a tremendous amount of resentment from that group of people when you're just basically telling them and talking down to them and saying like, oh yeah, you need to believe this, you need to think that, like if you don't, you're a bad person, etc. Especially by weirdos, yeah. And so stop calling us Latinx, it's so fucking racist. Well, and that's the problem, right? Is that people like this are more, the reason why they keep using the term Latinx is because they're not concerned with being racist, they're concerned with looking like they're good people. So they are more than willing to sacrifice your culture and your language on the altar of putting themselves up in a higher position. They want to seem like they're a good person, and so they're willing to do that for any reason. Girl Scout cookies are called Samoas rather than Samoas are now called generic caramel coconut rings or some trash. Yeah, it's just weird. And I think this is the issue too. And people just don't like being told what words they can and can't use, because why would you want to have somebody telling you what to do? It's pretty fucking simple when you think about it.
All the stuff we've been talking about seems to confirm our worst fears, that we are living in a dystopia. The fact that our society embodies so many dystopian qualities seems to confirm this, but it still isn't the full picture. There's still one part of dystopian media that we haven't actually fully discussed, and that's the theme of hope, which is always present in some way or another. Some dystopian stories have a positive ending, which implies that the society moved on from this phase and got better in some way. Children of Men is like that, for example.
Yeah, sure.
It's all about the power of hope. Others, like 1984, seem like they end with all hope having been extinguished. The main character, Winston, eventually succumbs to indoctrination and loses his humanity. But even in the bleakest dystopia imaginable, that hope still exists somewhere. The parts of life the party is trying to suppress and make people forget will always exist. However,
I think also like another really big component, like I was saying this earlier, is that I can't think of a single dystopia story that's like really bad where censorship is not one of the primary ways that it's maintained. Like censorship and oppression in one way or another. Like people do not have freedom of expression somehow. And I think that's usually the case. Like if you look at any oppressive regime, you know, look at like, imperial like China, or you look at North Korea, or like Russia, or you look at like a lot of these other countries that are like really shitty. The one thing that pretty much all of them have in common is that you don't have freedom of expression. And it's almost like the less freedom of expression you have, the worse they are. Minority Report? Yeah. In Iran? Yeah. They put a head in a cage and starving rats? Well, I'm just saying in general, that's what happens.
They're hidden. It means that while our world has dystopian qualities and it does seem to be getting worse in lots of ways, we'll never truly live in a real dystopia. The world is just too complex and varied for any one thing or problem to dominate it completely. There's still tons of problems, and for an increasing amount of unlucky people, they come to dominate their individual lives. It doesn't mean that the good parts of life like art, music, hobbies, friends and family aren't there. Our modern world has made it harder and harder to lose yourself in those parts of life. It all gets in the way, and we're bombarded with these dystopian problems constantly. And it's made the skill of being able to tune all of that out even more important.
I think a really big component, sorry, let me pause this real quick. I think a very big component to this too is people that actively consume products and they actively do things that make themselves unhappy. And then in the process of doing that, they blame the world. So there's nobody that's really making you sit and like waste 8 hours a day watching TikTok videos. It's not like this was not mandated by the government. You don't have to do this. Yeah, it's like getting fat. It's like, yes, nobody said you had to go to McDonald's every day and you had to be 500 pounds, right? So similar to Brave New World, from my understanding. I mean, I think that there's a lot of different examples of it. Yeah, and I think that also, like, nowadays in our culture, the main reason why people believe that they're in a dystopia is because they've created it for themselves. I think that a lot of these people are basically lazy. They have no sense of self-accountability. They don't try to improve their lives, and they just seek to indulge themselves in the easiest and most accessible form of entertainment. And I think that's why people get massively fat. I think that's why people are getting addicted to social media. I think that's why it happens. And it's because people are able to effectively like blame these other things and see like, oh, well, I'm not making myself fat. It's McDonald's making me fat, right? Or something like that. And I feel like a lot of these dystopias that people create for themselves, at least nowadays, because like we're nothing like Blade Runner. It's nothing like 1984. I think that it's majority people with no self-control that are trying to turn themselves into victims when the only person that they're a victim from is themselves. I think that's what's really happening. And that's what happens with almost everybody, is that most people are, you know, at least, and this is, by the way, these are people who live in first world countries. We're not talking about somebody who lives in fucking Africa, right? But I'm talking about like if you're living in America and like, you know, maybe you're not in like the top like 5% of like the poorest people, like you have a tremendous amount of privilege and the ability to like kind of achieve things that people in, you know, historically have never had before. And so it's a first world problems. Yeah, exactly. And so most people that are complaining, like I see this all the time on Twitter, and I'll see people complaining about like how unfair life is, how bad life is, etc. And it's like, okay, well, you're complaining about it, but you have 134,000 tweets and you made your account in 2022. Like, let's do the math here. So it's like, how is it that like the world is against you and like everything is set up for you to fail when you're spending your entire life complaining about it on the internet? And so it's people that take no accountability or anything like that for themselves, and then they blame everybody else. I think that's what happens. What if there is no free will? A lot of scientists believe that we don't. Wouldn't that mean that being lazy and fat is a factor of genetics and environment? I think that there's a spectrum of it where people might not have absolute free will, you know, in instances of like heavy addiction, etc. But at a certain point, a person usually decided and made a free choice to put themselves in a position that was negative. And I also think that the idea that there is no free will, of course there is. There's obviously free will. You know, if you want to move your hand, you want to do this with your hand, you can just do that with your hand. So if you can do whatever you want with your body, assuming that you're not crippled or something like that, then why can't you do something with your mind? Why can't you go and spend your time doing something outside? And so really, there's a certain level of like a priori knowledge that just immediately disproves that. You don't have free will? Okay, well, you can slap yourself in the face. I mean, doesn't that prove that you have free will? I think it kind of does. So most people feel like they don't have it because it's easier for them to convince themselves into a position of learned helplessness. No, it doesn't. Of course it does. How do you not have free will? Can you piss yourself in public on command? I don't know. I've never tried. Maybe I should. Oh boy, oh boy.
OnlyFans has completely ruined an entire generation. Dog, when I tell you, nuclear bombs couldn't even do nearly as much damage as what OnlyFans did to our society. Where I knew OnlyFans was getting bad, when I seen people not even giving life a shot at the age of 18 and going straight to OnlyFans once the clock hit 12. If you thought that Reddit...
I think this guy's a bit younger than me. Because, like, for me, like, I see that, and it's really actually not a shock. Howard Stern had like a countdown timer for when like the Olsen twins were going to turn 18. This isn't anything that's new at all. This is just a new iteration. And by the way, back then, nobody had a problem with it. I mean, some people did, right? But he still did. Yeah, it was gross. It was, right? And that's an adult, right?
TikTok, 4chan, and Twitter did damage. Just wait till you hear all the damage that OnlyFans has done in this
let's
video.
See it.
Now, for the first damage that I think OnlyFans has done to society is that it's normalized a lot of weird behavior. We live in a time where people get their back blown out in front of a camera for thousands of people to see, but it's somehow okay because they make a lot of money. That is not normal, and that is not something that we should normalize / celebrate. Look,
I don't think that you need to normalize or celebrate what somebody else does. I agree with that, but I also don't think that somebody should be prevented from doing it. Like, I don't think that it's a good idea that you can like tell somebody they can't do that as long as they're doing it towards adults and adults are the audience. He's right, it's not normal. No, I don't really think it's normal either, but I don't think it needs to be celebrated. It's not like this is a great thing or anything like that, but you can do it. Sure, you can do it. This should be classified as porn though. OnlyFans is porn. Who thinks it's not porn? What? There's people who think that? He's saying it's more accepted? No, it's not. Like, I was at an appointment for my back, and I asked the doctor there, I was like, do you know what OnlyFans is? Because I was talking about, like, a friend of mine that did it, and, like, the fact that, like, she moved away because of taxes. Why? Well, it made sense in the context of the story. And he's like, no, I don't know what it is. He had no fucking idea. I think that a lot of people have no clue. Yeah, they have no idea. Like, I think that on the internet, it's very easy to think that, like, the whole world is there. But, yeah, he lied, by the way. You think he lied? Oh, maybe you're right.
Understand that these OnlyFans girls be having Lambos, numerous penthouses, a few rollies, and more money than I could ever imagine. But at the same time, they also have zero dignity if they can proudly brag about how their cheeks are getting clapped online for $4.99 a month. Why are we flexing our cheeks getting obliterated online? I just don't think that is just weird to me. Another thing about OnlyFans is that it completely normalized adult films, aka porn. Like, I swear, back then, being an adult film star used to be one of the most frowned upon jobs ever. But OnlyFans has made...
Is that true? I mean, kind of? Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm trying to think about it. Now, half the movies have nudity? Yeah. Money's money. Yeah, I think money is money, for sure. I think that also, like, is doing sex work really... Like, because you can make a lot of, like, moral decisions about, like, something, but, like, is it, like, logically worse than doing a number of other jobs where you're effectively using your body to do something? I don't know. I don't really think it's that much worse, personally. I don't think so. Like running a casino, right? Like, I would say running or working at a casino is worse than doing sex work. Like, if you want to use like a moral argument, I think that it's worse.
It completely acceptable. Like, if somebody told you that they did OnlyFans, you genuinely wouldn't be surprised nowadays. But back then, that would have been.
I don't know. I feel like it's still surprising for a lot of people. I don't know, man. I feel like. See, here's another. This is like another example of like kind of how the internet philosophy is like really kind of been. It's been very normalized, and people think that the way people think on the internet is normal. That's not really true. Like, I see all the time girls that do OnlyFans and then like their parents kick them out or they don't want to talk to them anymore constantly. But what ends up happening is like, this is kind of similar to the Nick Merckx thing, where being negative about sex workers is not good. Like in terms of like advertising and everything like that, like being like pro sex worker is like, this is the thing that you're supposed to think. So you don't see other people who are saying the opposite because they don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to lose sponsors. They don't want to be seen as sexist, right? So if you had a completely open dialogue where you were able to listen to and hear what people think about sex workers, the truth is that you'd see a lot of people saying negative stuff about it. But the reality right now is that content creators don't say a lot of bad stuff about it because it's not culturally and financially advantageous, because it gets misconstrued into sexism. But that doesn't mean, just because people aren't speaking doesn't mean that they aren't thinking. I think a lot of people think that it's bad. Wouldn't that be considered normalization? It is, but it's done in a way that's artificial.
One of the most shocking things to ever hear. Another weird behavior that OnlyFans has kind of normalized is spawn camping young women until they turn 18. For example, y'all remember when Danielle Bergoli started OnlyFans 1 week after she turned 18 and she made $1 million within just 6 hours of it?
I don't think this is anything new. I think this guy's younger. I don't think he remembers how much degenerate, creepy, weird shit like this happened in the 80s and like, not 80s, I wasn't around, in the 90s and the 2000s. Yeah, there was creepy shit like this constantly. And in my opinion, I think it was worse then. Because the difference is that the people, like back then, mainstream celebrities would sexualize underage girls extremely regularly. Now it happens, and these girls make the money from it, but it's not reinforced.
Releasing, that means that there were some grown adults out there that found Danielle Bergoli attractive as a young girl.
Absolutely.
But they wouldn't necessarily say that. So they chose their next best option, which was to wait for this young girl to turn 18. Now they can see her naked legally. Like, the concept of that being legal is just absolutely strange to me. And
well, how can that not be legal, right? It's creepy and weird, but like, how are you gonna make that illegal? It's just like this shit's been happening for a really, really, really long time. And I think the truth is that if you want to look at history, this is the way it's always been. So I don't think this is something new from OnlyFans at all. And I think actually, in fact, this is the best it's ever been. My mom said that, you know, like, my mom came from Florida and, you know, genuine Florida cracker family. And they had a saying over there, get them young and raise them up right. And they're talking about wives. Yep.
whoever bought that OnlyFans once she turned 18 needs to be locked up ASAP no Rocky. Like, I just find that insane because there's no way that the demographic of these people buy.
Personally, no. I know obviously like that's a popular opinion to have. I don't want to put I don't want my tax money going to put somebody in jail for buying something that's legal. Like it's just not a good use of my tax money, I think. I would rather it be spent on like literally anything else except for bombs.
Danielle Bergoli's OnlyFans were like maybe 18, 19, 20, 21. They had to be like 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, maybe even some 30-year-olds in there. And we know damn well that a lot of these dudes that bought this OnlyFans didn't just randomly stumble across Danielle Bergoli the day that she turned 18. These dudes most definitely
100%.
found her attractive as a young girl. And they just...
Of course. No fucking shit. Who... fucking duh. Like... yeah. 100% that's what they thought. Yeah.
Spawn camped their way until she made this OnlyFans. Now they can see her naked legally and go ham on the meat. Like, that's crazy to me. That is absolutely insane. There's also numerous TikTok girls out there who have also made OnlyFans once they turned 18. And they made bans because of these weirdos also. Like, it's one of the weirdest things ever. And this shouldn't be something...
It's not weird. Like, this is literally the least weird thing. This is basic fucking biology. This is the least weird thing that you can have happen. Like, you can say the biology of it is weird. But the fact is that this is what people have been doing for thousands of fucking years.
That's like normal, you know? And as I speak, there's probably some 16-year-old TikTok girl out there that plans to make an OnlyFans once she turns 18. And there's probably tons of creepy old men waiting for that day to happen.
Well, they're probably telling her to do it already. Garen fucking teed that's happening. It's sick. That's why I think that you shouldn't have minors on the internet. By the way, this is another component of my perspective on this. I think that there should be no minors allowed to make social media profiles on any website for any reason other than something like YouTube Kids that disallows all peer-to-peer messaging to go on the internet and make an account, period. There is no business that a 15-year-old girl has making an Instagram.
It's disgusting to even think about, if I'm being real. I think the age of OnlyFans should be at least 21, but obviously that never changed because right now the age to sell adult content is 18 years old, and for OnlyFans to change their...
Well, everybody has, like, every country has a different age of consent. Like, you can argue about, like, what is it, 16, 18, 21, some places like 15, like, it doesn't, like, I think it's Japan used to be like 12 or some shit like that. Yeah, all over the place, they've got different laws on this. The fact is that the problem is that guys are grooming underage girls to do this on the internet. Like, that's a big problem. So fix that problem.
Their age, the whole law would have to change as a whole, and that's never going to change. And since we're talking about weird behavior from OnlyFans, there's a lot of lies that goes on with just the business itself. Like, there's a lot of grown women on there lying about being 18 and 19 years old to sell more subscriptions.
They do this, bro. Like, I've seen this shit. This is so fucking funny to me. Yeah, some girl that's been 19 for 3 years. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just absolutely insane. Even though those are legal ages, I still think it's weird to lie about your age to sell more subs. For example,
well, it's because people are creepy. That's why. They're guys are into younger girls. Like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, it's bad, but like, yeah, it's weird. Absolutely. Guys, no idea. Yeah, bro. Like, I don't think this guy knows how bad it really is.
Remember that one NPC TikTok girl, Pinky Doll?
Yeah.
Ice cream so good. Ice cream so good.
I remember this.
Gang gang.
So she actually used to lie and say that she was 19 years old to sell more subs, when in reality, she was 27. And this actually happened.
Jesus. That's a big difference. So 8 years. Oh my God.
A ton on Twitter. You'll see mad girls talking about they're the hottest.
I'm the thickest 18-year-old in all. Bro, like, this shit is so fucking funny. This is fucking hilarious, man. It should be illegal to do that, to lie about your age. Why? Like, unless you're lying about your age and you're actually underage, then it shouldn't really matter.
18-year-old on OnlyFans, whole time they're
false.
47.
It could be false advertisement. You think they should ban girls for false advertisement saying they're teenagers? The truth is that, like, if you really look at it logically, I can't see an argument against that. How are you wrong? That's the thing. It's like, I don't see how you're wrong. It's roleplay? Yeah, but it's not stated as that. Expired product? Oh my god. Selling eggs past the expiration date. You guys are, you guys love to cook, huh? That's really, bro. That's really something, ain't it?
6 kids. Like, it's insane. A girl could legit be 67 years old with the saggiest yitties of all time, but for some reason she's in every Twitter comment section talking about I'm the hottest 18-year-old on OnlyFans.
No,
yeah, you were Sharon. Hang it up. Like I said, I think it's weird to just straight up lie about your age to sell more subs.
It's weird,
like,
yeah.
That's
it
just
is definitely weird. It's
and
weird.
even the old ass men out there
it's
that are
100%
buying
weird.
these girls OnlyFans, they're also just as disgusting, if not even more disgusting.
It's worse.
Now, another reason why I think that OnlyFans completely ruined society is because it made the internet even worse for women. Now, y'all are gonna call me a simp and white knight.
No, I agree with this. I can see where he's coming from. I think he's gonna be like, because women now have the expectation to create porn. I think that's what he's gonna try to say.
For this, but just hear me out before you run to the comment section talking about my forehead is big. Just wait 1 second. Just hear me out. The reason why I say that OnlyFans made the internet even worse for women is because it made dudes comfortable with telling random girls online that they don't even know to make OnlyFans accounts if they find them attractive. It's the weirdest thing ever. Like, if a girl...
Yeah, definitely. I think, but like... That's what I thought he was gonna say. I think that he's right, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just say what it is that guys that tell girls to do Instagram are the same way. Guys that tell girls to do pool streams or wear certain clothes are the same way. Why is it? Because they want the girl to do this so they can jerk off to it. So whether it's OnlyFans, Instagram, or the pools and hot tubs section, the outcome is the same. Let's be real.
Goes viral and she just happens to be attractive, the first thing that dudes are gonna say is to make an OnlyFans. It's the weirdest thing ever. For example, do y'all remember the Home Depot girl? For y'all that don't know, there's basically this girl.
This girl is cute in Home Depot. Yeah, you're right.
Viral on Twitter because she was attractive and she worked at Home Depot. And the first thing that dudes were telling her to do once they saw her, she was attractive in OnlyFans. Like, peep some of these comments. Hear me out. OnlyFans and you equals rich. If you want to make an OnlyFans, real niggas wouldn't judge you. When OF? You're telling me that you...
Yeah, of course. What's the surprise there? Like, yeah, no, duh. Fucking duh, of course, yeah. Like, what do you expect? That's our culture now. Yeah, and also that's weird. Like, and like she even said it was weird too. I remember this.
See an attractive woman online and your first thought is she should make an OnlyFans. Like, I just
that's
find
the first thing. The reason why is because that's what the guy would do. But a lot of guys also are never in the situation that a girl is in. Like, I don't think it's as easy of a decision to get into OnlyFans as some people make it out to be. And I do think that selling, like, you guys know I have a lot of, I've never paid for an OnlyFans, but I've had other types of experiences with things related to OnlyFans or people related to OnlyFans. We all know this. And so I've never really met someone that, like, genuinely likes it, or, like, at least maybe I think maybe I have once or twice. But the majority of the girls that I know that do it find it to be incredibly corrosive. Like, very problematic. They don't like it at all, right? And that's not their dream job. Yeah, this is what they do because they have to do it or because it makes so much money. It's like, for example, remember back in, like, Miss Pandaria Remix where everybody was farming frogs? Well, nobody really enjoyed farming frogs, but it just gave you so many coin upgrades that it was like you'd be stupid not to farm the frogs. And it's like, if you're a girl and you're a 9 out of 10 girl, you'd be stupid not to farm the frogs on OnlyFans. Fuck, they probably look the same.
insane. And honestly, I salute this woman to the fullest because at the end of the day, she chose her morals over money. She could have made life-changing bands off of OnlyFans, but she just chose to stick with her normal job and just create IG Reels and make YouTube videos. When the whole world was telling her to create an OnlyFans. Like, that is hard to do in a world where OnlyFans girls be having Lambos and just regular—
Nah, OnlyFans girls don't be having Lambos. OnlyFans girls be having Lambos in the same way that Twitch streamers be having McLarens, okay? There's like 10 Twitch streamers that are making that much money. All of these girls on OnlyFans, most of them are not massively popular. Like, I see it all the time. Like, I'll see, because like I'll click on some girl's photo and I'll look at the replies, and there's gonna be like, you know, 5 or 6 of these girls that are like bottom feeders that are trying to like get noticed by posting porn of themselves. And I look at this girl and she's like posting like hardcore porn, and she's getting like basically no likes and no traction at all. And that's the majority. Like, the majority of money that people make on OnlyFans is like nothing. So, Link, please caught? Well, no, I'm just saying, like, that's just the way it is, right? And so you have to keep in mind that like a lot of the girls that are really popular on OnlyFans are like extremely unique or different, or, you know, very good at marketing in one way or another. Like, there's a massive survivorship bias where it's like every time, I don't know, Jenna Lynn Meowri makes a post about, you know, being on a private jet, everybody's like, oh, that's what happens to all girls on OnlyFans. No, it's not. The reality is that that's extremely fucking rare. And the majority, that does not happen to them. So it's just important to keep that in mind.
Working women have Toyota Priuses. Like, that is a hard task. And this actually happens to a lot of women that create content, because if you look at their comment section on like IG Reels or maybe TikTok, or maybe even like if a girl is doing a YouTube Q&A, the first question that a lot of dudes are gonna ask is if that girl is gonna make it OnlyFans. Like,
that's because most of the guys that watch girl content on the internet are only watching them because they want to fuck the girl. That's the only reason. If the girl wasn't using a camera, he wouldn't be there. That's the bottom line. Everybody knows it. I feel so weird. I feel like the whole world is spinning around me, and I'm the only one that's not spinning sometimes. It's like these obvious common sense truths of the world that are so plain as day, and nobody seems to see them. It's so weird, and sometimes it makes me think I'm crazy. You know, I remind myself, of course, I'm not crazy. It's actually everybody else who's crazy except me. I'm the only one who's not crazy. However, sometimes I do think to myself, I'm like, man, what's going on, right? Of course, the reason why these guys are following pretty girls on Instagram is because they want to beat their meat to them. That's the only reason. There is no other reason than that. So logically, why would they not ask for porn? Because that is the effect that they're looking for. It's clear as day. It's fucking obvious. And by the way, this isn't 100% of the guys. It's only 98%. It's common sense.
Bro, it's crazy because if you do have an OnlyFans nowadays, people are gonna tell you to find God, but if you don't have one, people are gonna beg you to make one.
To find money,
it's a lose-lose situation. Another reason why I think OnlyFans made the internet even worse for women is because it also completely ruined Linktree / just women having links in their bio. Like, y'all know how on Instagram, people usually will have like a link in their bio, and that link will take you to maybe like a YouTube, Twitch, or maybe even like a clothing brand? Well, it's gotten to the point where if a woman has a Linktree in her bio,
you're right. He's right. He's right. He's so right. You know what it is, yeah.
The first assumption that a lot of dudes are gonna make, even myself, is that that girl probably has an OnlyFans.
Yep.
When in reality, that girl could just have like a Twitch link in that link tree, right? But since these OF girls are running so rampant nowadays, and you can see them everywhere, every dude is gonna automatically assume that any girl with a link in her bio has an OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Like, it's sad to say, but it's true. Another reason why I think
it's funny to see it. Absolutely, they have Twitch and OnlyFans. Yeah, exactly. And also, by the way, the reason why, I bet if you took a sample size of 1,000 streamers and you looked at the ones that had Linktree, I bet there would be a very, very large percentage of them, especially if it was all popular girl streamers. Very, very, very large percentage. Very, very large. Now, would it be 100%? No. But it would be close. I bet it'd be a lot.
OnlyFans ruined society is because it gave people this money over morals mindset. If there's one thing that OnlyFans
That's not true. People always have money over morals mindset, and everybody does. It's just that, like, for example, like, so, and this is the problem with, like, the abstraction of accountability. So, like, I'll give you an example. YouTube is the prime place for predators to take advantage of underage people. It's the largest website, and there's even been, like, numerous cases of, what do you call it? Of YouTube actually, like, having an adpocalypse because of this. But he's uploading on YouTube. We're all uploading on YouTube. Why are we doing that if we know that YouTube has this problem? And YouTube only solved the problem when there was, like, massive pressure on them to solve it. It's because everybody actually does have a money over morals, like, mindset. They all do. And you want to know why? It's because the people who didn't got moved out of the gene pool 8 million years ago. They're gone. Those people are dead. They're done. Their bloodlines are finished. And you're going to always have a few, you know, examples, like, you know, 1%. But the truth is that if anybody evaluates their own life and they ask themselves, am I truly living a moral life? I think that almost every single person, if they're truly honest with themselves, will come to the conclusion, no, I am not. I am not living a moral existence in more ways than I am. So I think this is extremely common. And moral by whose standards? I would say, I mean, honestly, I'm just going to give you a just straight up typical Western Judeo-Christian standards. That's really what we're talking about. Everybody knows it. He's talking about that. I'm talking about that. We all know what we're talking about. Yes. You're going to the extremes. Morality doesn't have to be perfect. Morality doesn't have to be perfect. You're right. And everybody makes a decision. But I think that to act like the only moral decision a person makes is to work at OnlyFans or do OnlyFans is inaccurate. I think that a lot of people do things that are immoral, and there's a whole spectrum of it. And at the end of the day, there are a lot of immoral things that people do that I do think are bad. And this is really the benchmark that I would use for morality. Is when you die and you go to heaven and you see Jesus, can you justify this to him? And I think that with 99% of things, the answer is no, you cannot. And that's the bottom line.
Taught me, it's that people are almost always going to pick that dollar over their morals on any given day. The other day, I seen this post by Ruby Rose that said, yo bitch got morals, I got millions. Well, excuse me, Miss Ruby Rose, that said, yo bitch.
That's not $1 million. That's like 140K, I think. Yeah, that's not $1 million. That's not $1 million.
Got morals, I got millions. Well, excuse me, Miss Ruby. I never knew that having no morals was a flex. But at the same time, I don't know what I was supposed to expect from somebody that said, sometimes you have to lie about your age when it comes to NFL players.
And that was from 2014?
At 16 years old, she...
What the fuck? And so this is like, it kind of goes back into what I was saying about like how people that go on the internet, like I think these girls get groomed on the internet like this. I think that's what's really happening. Because why is she on Twitter talking to these guys? I bet she's not talking to the guys on YouTube or sorry, on YouTube, on like with a phone. I bet she's talking to them on the internet. And I think this is like another example of like why I don't think minors should be allowed on the internet, period. Like, this is what happened, because I bet these girls, like, guaranteed, like, if you're a pretty girl before you're 18 and you're posting pictures of yourself, you are, I swear to, I don't even think I can say 99%. I think 100% likely to have guys tell you to make an OnlyFans. 100%. And why does that need to happen? Most adults don't have any business being online as well. Yeah, but doesn't this problem predate the internet? The internet's just a facilitator? It is. But in the same way that, like, you know, before we had cars, we didn't have laws for, like, I don't know, car insurance or seat belts or, you know, speed limits. Well, we didn't need those. But, like, now that we have cars, now we have new rules for the cars. Where, like, yeah, this has always been happening. We shouldn't act like this is some crime against humanity. You're right. This is normal. This is what people have always done. It's bad. However, you do need to adapt to a changing world, right?
She had no morals 10 years ago, and she still has no morals today. It's insane. Don't get me wrong. Money is a really important thing in life, because without money, you can't do a majority of things. But that money shouldn't matter if you don't have any morals, / if it goes against your morals. Like, not all money is good money. Yeah, that money from OnlyFans might be good.
That's always easy to say to somebody whenever you have money. That's easy to say, oh, well, it matters where you get the money. Go and tell that to somebody under a bridge. Tell that to somebody who's barely getting by. Like, it's I think this is a very high road argument. It's very easy to say this whenever you're telling somebody else this. Never saw a dollar I didn't like. There's a lot of people that think that, yeah.
But at the same time, it comes with a greater cost, which is your dignity and future. Like, I swear, people don't even care about their digital footprints anymore. Because, bro, OnlyFans literally leaves a permanent stain on your life. It leaves a mark on your future family, and I'm telling you, once your kids find out that you did OnlyFans back in your heyday, that's going to be a pretty odd topic to even talk about. Y'all remember when that one blonde OnlyFans girl?
Yeah, that happens to a lot of girls for sure. But at the end of the day, I mean, he's right about this, but like, they don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, like, I think that, like, if somebody is a good mom, the kid might think it's weird or bad or something like that, but he's still gonna love his mom, right? It's not like it's gonna change the way he sees his parent or something like that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it could be worse. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I think the truth is that if you actually ask the kid, would you rather your parents did this and you had a comfortable life, or you lived in poverty and they didn't do this? I think every single one of them would probably say, I wish they did it. That's the reality. I think it's like 80-90%. And I think the ones that would not say that out of ignorance, because they don't know what it would be like. They're thinking about it in an abstract. Why would you give the decision to a child? Because I think it goes to show which one they would prefer. Are those the only two options? Yeah, in a lot of cases it is. The middle class in our society is evaporating. It's harder for people to get jobs. Absolutely, yeah. It's getting a lot harder for people to make money and be able to take care of themselves. It's very clear. Have you considered that someone that does OnlyFans would most likely be a shit parent? I don't know. I think it depends, right? I think there's plenty of shit parents. You're missing the main part. The kids will get relentlessly bullied by schoolmates every day, having their mom called names and shit. Well, then just, you know, like, expel the kids that are bullying them. Like, it's not even a question. If the kid's getting bullied, then if you're bullying people in school, you should get kicked out of school. It's not complicated. Yeah, it's that easy. It is. It's not going to work. Of course it does. It absolutely works. What are you talking about? You expect schools to care about kids calling each other names? Yeah, of course. Chat's trying to justify bullying because they don't like OnlyFans? Yeah. Like, you could make this same argument with, like, interracial marriages. Where, like, oh, well, there's an interracial marriage, and the reason why it's bad isn't actually because it's inherently bad. It's because kids at school are racist, and they're going to make fun of the kid for having an interracial parent. That's insane. Like the person is at fault because somebody else is going to attack them for it. That's horrible. It's completely different. No, it's not. How's it different? I think that people hate OnlyFans so much that they don't understand. Like, let me see here. I'll take, bro. So different. Explain how it's different. Go ahead. Explain how it's different. Bullies don't get kicked out of school, Asmon? Of course they do. People get kicked out of school for being bullies all the time. It doesn't happen enough, but it does absolutely happen. And if you're bullying people, absolutely you should get kicked out. One of my previous classmates got kicked out of school. Yeah, it's not even a question. True, not often enough. It should happen more often. It should be. I don't like the idea that you can... Like, nobody should go to school and expect to get bullied. And it's always bad. You should never bully somebody in school. There's literally no argument against this. So if somebody is getting bullied at school, you can bully a kid at school for anything. And you guys know this. Like, we all went to school, probably. Almost all of us here went to public school. Almost every single time that any sort of, anybody is going to get bullied for something. People will figure out something that's wrong with you. Like whether it's the way your face looks, your skin, they're going to bully you for being fat, for being ugly, for your hair. They're going to always find something to bully you for. So like if the premise is that the person who's getting bullied is at fault, then you can expand that to anybody is at fault for getting bullied for anything. Oh, this is just somebody. See, this is the thing, right? People like this never actually have an argument. Private schools will be different. Kids OnlyFans mom was expelled. I'll read this one real quick. This is a really bad example. So I'm going to explain why it's a bad example. So the reason why is because of the girl's OnlyFans, the girl that did that, the parent, the mom, she was driving onto school grounds with an advertisement on her car for OnlyFans. So she was effectively going into a safe space for children and advertising pornography. That's why she got expelled. She didn't get expelled because she did OnlyFans. Like that's, and by the way, I completely support that. I forgot about that. Yeah, everybody, this is the problem, right? Is that people use people don't remember. I remember. It's totally different. I don't think the point is bullying is good or justified. I think that the rate of bullying will not match the expulsion of kids. Will suffer from OnlyFans mom. This is something that can still fall outside of school too. The main solutions are to keep minors off the internet, but that's hard to implement. Yeah, I do think there should be no minors on the internet, period. Right? Yeah, exactly. What about freedom of speech? Just outright ban porn? Well, I don't know about that. Bullying is so nuanced, though. Kicking children out of an institution for their behavior at an age where they're impressionable might be singling out others because they fear for themselves. Kids are ruthless. No, I disagree. I think that people will rise to the expectations that you set for them. And if you allow kids to behave like animals, then they will behave like animals. And if you hold them to a higher standard, they will rise and meet that standard. Like, I'm sure all of you guys have been in classes where it's like, you know, you had a bunch of like idiot friends, and then you went to the class where it's like the football coach is the teacher and everybody's like, yes, sir, and no, sir. Absolutely. Like I've had this happen many times. So like this, yeah, it's the coach, right? The coach is the teacher. Nobody fucks around. So I think this idea that like kids are just going to be like this is completely untrue. Didn't you watch the video where they took the phones away from them? Yeah, they did. Chat's entire argument would fall apart as soon as someone starts bullying them. Yeah, exactly. Because what you think is like an acceptable or a normalized thing to bully somebody for is not what other people will think. And this is, again, I think the problem that people make arguments for like bullying with OnlyFans is that I think the subtext for the kids will get bullied for their parents having an OnlyFans. This is maybe a extreme take, but this is what I believe. I think that people want that to happen because they want to have a social consequence for OnlyFans because they think that it's unfair that pretty girls can get paid a ton of money just for being attractive. I think that's the reason. I think they want to create this like consequence or this cost because of, you know, a morality reason, a jealousy reason for whatever reason, they want to create like a bad outcome because they think that it's unfair. That's I think the bottom line. It's about control. It is. I don't understand how these kids be getting bullied from OnlyFans, because how are these kids finding out about it? And then why is that not being addressed? Well, that's, again, like, of course, it's because that society will never accept somebody that contributes with nothing is getting more money than somebody who does. Society will never accept somebody who contributes with nothing is getting more money than somebody who does. Well, if people are giving you money for something, then who's to say what your contribution is? Well, I mean, I think that we can all agree that, like, in a lot of cases, people, like, some of the worst paying jobs are some of the most important jobs. And also, like, who are you to say who's contributing and who's not? If you have people giving you money for something, well, then it's worth that much money. And if you have people giving you more money for it, then it's worth that much money. I think that people have, like, this, like, moral fixation around supply and demand. And supply and demand is not moral. It doesn't go with your ethics. It just simply exists. It's like gravity or like physics. There are this many people that want something, this many people that are putting it out there, and if you sell it, this many people will buy it. Your value judgment of supply and demand doesn't change supply and demand. Sorry, I went off on kind of a tangent there, but that's my perspective for it.
That's going to be a pretty odd topic to even talk about. Y'all remember when that one blonde OnlyFans girl, Elle Brooke, was on Piers Morgan? And she was basically saying how her kids are going to cry in a Ferrari once they figure out that she did OnlyFans.
How would you feel when you want to have kids yourself?
Well, I mean, I don't really want kids right now. But
you will do. How old are you?
25.
Right, so you will do at some stage, probably, right?
Maybe.
When you do, you're going to be proud that you have your little ones and they look at you and go, didn't you want to be a lawyer, Mummy? What happened?
Yeah.
And you go, here, but look at all my stuff.
They can cry in a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, don't get me wrong, that Ferrari is cool and all, it's pretty fast, and I mean, it does look nice, but once your kid gets out that Ferrari and walks through those school doors, it's over for that man. It takes one kid in that school to find out.
Oh, people will 100% figure this out. They will, absolutely. But I think that that's why the demand was considered immoral, so the law was created to hopefully get rid of the supply. So you think that, like, they should make it illegal? So, and this is, I think, the problem that a lot of people like this have. And I want to address this point because I think a lot of people have this. That's why there are laws against it. The demand was considered immoral, so the law is created to hopefully get rid of the supply, right? I don't think that you ever, the problem with this type of thinking is that these people never actually think about this from any perspective other than their own. Because if other people adopted this same mentality, that certain things are immoral and therefore we should make them illegal, then video games would probably be illegal. And so would some anime. Many things would be illegal. They tried, exactly, right? And so the big issue that a lot of people like this have is that they never think about what's going to happen whenever the shoe's on the other foot. Look at prohibition, right? For example. So it's easy for you to say, let's make the things that I don't like illegal. But the problem is whenever the person who doesn't like what you like says the same thing. That's the issue. And so, like, basically, you obviously you have to make some things illegal, right? So you have to have a higher frame of reference than, like, a moral judgment, whether something should be illegal or not. There has to be a higher frame of reference. And I think this is the problem that people have. People have tried to make video games illegal? Yeah, and they can't because we have the First Amendment. That's right. And thank God for that. Yeah, that's my point. That's why church and government are separated? Absolutely. Legitimate question. Do you think it's good parenting to commit a crime to provide for your child? Well, it's like, I mean, it's good for the kid. It's bad for society. Right? So, like, yes and no. And also, like, committing a crime and that is, like, that's very different, right? Because, like, you know, for example, stealing. Like, stealing hurts somebody. Stealing directly hurts somebody in a tangible, material way. That's why religion shouldn't be part of the government. Yeah, but, like, I just, again, I think this is... I don't think that people like this. I don't think that they ever see the other side of their perspective and like what the outcome of that is. Like they only think about it like, oh, we're going to make everything that I don't like illegal. I don't know, stealing food for your kid in a grocery store is kind of a gray line. It's not a gray line at all. It's obviously bad, and if you do it, you should go to jail. There's actually no gray area to that in any capacity. And if you followed that line of argumentation, it would immediately fall apart. Like, this is something that sounds good to like Twitter socialists, but like the moment that this actually negatively affected them, they'd lose their fucking mind. Like it's not justified in any capacity. Disagree? You're going to disagree until somebody steals something from you whenever they think that they have a justification for it. And then you're going to say, yeah, but that's not a justification to me. And they're going to say, yeah, but we're not thinking about you. I'm thinking about me. Again, nobody ever thinks beyond themselves. Completely self-referential ethics and morals. Terrible to do. Absolutely terrible.
OnlyFans. Now your son is getting his head dunked into a toilet on a Wednesday morning before PE class. You're telling me that it's okay that you get clapped online, pile drive, put in a
like I'll be totally honest. Like if you're you know, giving kids swirlies, right? It's funny, right, in the movies. But if you do that to a kid, you should be immediately expelled. It's not even a question. Yeah, it's not even a question. Like it not even for a second.
And put in the walls of Jericho.
Some kids deserve it.
For the world.
I know some kids deserve it, okay? I agree with you. Some kids are fucking obnoxious and they should get bullied. But the problem is that I can't rely on the bullies to use proper discretion. That's the issue. I think there's plenty of kids that it'd be better if they got bullied a little bit growing up. However, you can't rely on them to be able to exercise proper restraint. That's why you can't have it.
To see, but it's somehow fine because you have a Ferrari. That is absolutely insane. If you thought that bullying was bad now, just wait until 20 years from now. These roast sessions are about to get brutal. That's why
it's not going to be that bad, because if the entire generation is like that, then it's not going to be the same type of problem. That's just the way it is. Like if it changes society and everybody is like that, then it's going to be different. It's normalized. Yeah, it's just going to be normalized, so that's not going to happen.
You're ugly and your breath stinks. That's why your mom did OnlyFans. If your mom did OnlyFans, you might as well go mute, because that's the safest option. Like, these OnlyFans pictures are never going to leave the internet. I don't think people realize that. And also, just because you retire from OnlyFans, that doesn't mean that the pictures and videos retire as well. For
you know, bro, we gonna bring up Mia Khalifa?
Example, do y'all remember the ex-adult film star Mia Khalifa? The other
you know, there's some things I disagree with this guy on, right? But other things I don't. Yeah, that's what it was, right? And so, depends how big the creator is. Yeah, definitely. And I think also, like, you're right that, like, if you do OnlyFans, this will always be, like, people will never let you forget that. Like, it's never going to happen. And I think also the reason why Mia Khalifa is different is because she's an obnoxious bitch. That's the real reason. Because, like, for example, Sasha Grey, I watched her play Demon Souls the other day, and it was great. Nobody was being rude to her. Everybody was positive and nice. So there's tons of girls that move past doing porn, and they're respected and liked. The reason why nobody likes Mia Khalifa and keeps bringing it up is because she acts like she's a fucking victim whenever she decided to do it as a fucking adult. And then she acts like, oh, well, they made me do that. Get the fuck out of here. You're an adult. What's going on? Adriana Chenek as well? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, people like her. So that's the reason why people keep bringing it up with her. It's because she acts like she tries to skirt the responsibility of it. She doesn't embrace, yeah, this is what I used to do, and it's so bad that this happened to me. I'm actually a victim. No, you're not. Nobody'd be talking to you in the first place if you didn't do porn in the first place. That's just the truth.
Day, she was actually on Twitter talking about how singer Tyla should stay away from these
I get wanting to cultivate that young audience, but at what cost? Stay away from these little streamers? What a stupid bitch. Oh my god.
Streamers, because Kai Snat and Tyler recently did a stream with each other, and when I tell you, all hell broke loose in the comment section because people just started dropping pictures.
Bro, I remember this. Bro, I love your rage. He's so good, bro. All he did was he dropped a link to like a photo of her like sucking a dick or something like this. Bro, that was it. It was over. It was over. That was it.
Clapped from like 8 years ago, dog. And that's what I mean by these pictures never really leave the internet. It doesn't matter when you retire, these pictures are always going to be there.
See, like, but the reason why that happened is because she was trying to play this like fucking moral, I'm better than you, Kai's bad, because of what? For what reason? Why? Like, that's the reason why they did that. Like, they wouldn't be bringing that up with her if she acted like a normal person, but she's fucking obnoxious. So, of course, they're going to bring it up. Because, like, oh, well, you know, these people are bad. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, she has OnlyFans. Does that mean she's retired? No, it means she ran out of money from porn.
Dog. That scene probably happened ages ago, but since it's online, that picture is now forever. And what's even
we all know it. Everybody knows it.
Matter is that when these OnlyFans girls do try to be serious and turn their lives around, no one ever takes them seriously. Like if an OnlyFans girl tried to transition into different content, like maybe YouTube or like Twitch streaming, it wouldn't work because a lot of people...
I disagree. I actually think that there's a lot of cases of girls that do it and it's no problem. And obviously people will always bring it up. I think that what people don't like is they don't like the disingenuous nature of girls that swap away from doing porn and then they act like it was a mistake or like it wasn't their responsibility to do it. That's what the issue. Like, I mean, a bad take? Well, no, I mean, like, it's not really like, I'm just saying, like, this is what I've seen, I've experienced it. Yeah, Shibuya Kao is, yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, that is a good example. There's a lot of examples. And so the problem is, like, whenever you are, Shibuya, yeah, Susu, yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of people, like, I think Susu is a great example. Yeah, people like them. The issue is whenever you do it, and then you try to morally grandstand over other people. And when you try to morally grandstand over other people, nobody likes it at all. Like, people fucking hate this. So that's why, for example, people will bring up, like, oh, Hassan has a big house. Like, is this really a good argument? I think it's not, but in their mind it is. Nobody wants to be talked down to. Nobody wants to be told what to do. So the first thing that the people are going to do whenever they get told what to do is they're going to say, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Look at you. And by the way, I think that's totally fucking fair. Don't tell me what to do if you're not doing it. Keep it to your fucking self. What about the girls that try to do porn, try to get a regular job? Do you think it's possible for them to return to a regular job again? Yeah, for sure. Porn girls need to take their money and shut the fuck up unless they're not complaining. Yeah. It's like, and that's really the issue. But it's also like, for example, people that like, here's another parallel. Steak, right? Taking like people like, if XQC ever says anything, or like Aiden or a lot of these other guys on Kick say anything, people will always bring up Kick as a way to like be like, oh yeah, by the way, I don't really like, you're like, what you're saying doesn't apply to me. I'm not going to listen to you because of this. That's what happens. Gamba sponsor, right? And so, but the reason for that isn't really because of the Gamba sponsor. It's just that that's the ammunition that they're using. People just don't like being told what to do. If you want to make people hate you, start telling them what to do. Nobody likes being told what to do. That's just the way it is.
People are only going to see them as that girl that was getting clapped on camera. I mean, it has worked in some instances, but a majority of the time, it's not going to work at all. For example,
because they're obnoxious.
This one OnlyFans girl named Nala who basically stopped doing OnlyFans to pursue religion. And when I tell you, nobody took her seriously. Did she get baptized in semen? Biggest meme of all time. This is delusion at its finest. Your entire internet presence is you not choosing God. And honestly, like...
Here's the problem. Is that this is not a problem of her doing it. Because I think that the Bible, like some of the most, you know, like devoted people in the Bible, it's like people that did a million things that were wrong and then they changed their life because of it, right? She can still repent. Yeah, that's the crazy thing, at least about Catholicism, right? Is like, it doesn't matter all of those things that she did, Jesus still loves her, right? If you want to use the religion argument, he still does, despite all of that. So it's actually not because of the religion. The reason why they're shitting on this girl, I'm going to tell you why. It's because they think that she's inauthentic and she's doing it for attention. That's why they're doing it. It's not because she did OnlyFans. You're Catholic? I was raised Roman Catholic. I'm not religious, but I know about it.
Like, even though it's messed up, these comments are messed up, I can understand why. Because number one, it happened all of a sudden. And number two, she used to get clapped online, and that was her...
And people, by the way, people love that story. Here's a great example. Speedwagon from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's what it's all about, right? People love that story, but it has to be authentic.
Previous internet presence. Like, she went from worshiping the BBC to worshiping the Bible. Like, that's a pretty drastic change.
It is.
So it makes sense to why people don't really take her serious.
Because she's doing it for attention, that's why. People want her to do it. People say find God, and they're fine with her finding God. But they're not okay with her doing that and acting like, you know... It's the authenticity of it. That's the best way to say it. Yeah, helps her forgive herself. Exactly. Yeah, it's for herself.
Just goes to show how much of a stain OnlyFans puts on your life. You can't even convert to religion without people cooking on you and saying that you're doing it for clout or just bringing up your past. Like, it's sad, but at the end of the day, like, I can't really be mad at these people who are cooking on her, you know? All that being said, OnlyFans has done a lot of damage in today's society. And I think that OnlyFans is like the new cigarette of this generation.
It's not like a cigarette because cigarettes kill you. Like, cigarettes killed my mom. That's what happened. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Like, you smoke cigarettes, it's going to fuck your whole life up. It's going to kill you. That's just that's just the way it is. It's bad. It's not like cigarettes at all.
Yeah, because I actually think this is like a really great analogy. At first, cigarettes were cool, trendy, and everyone was doing it because, I mean...
He's not talking about... Okay, I see what he's saying. So he's not talking about, like, cigarettes damage. He's talking about, like, the way people see cigarettes in society.
There was no research backing up why cigarettes were bad. Yeah, it was smoke going into your lungs, but somehow in the 1950s and 60s, that was considered healthy. But now, 60 years later, we've realized all the negative effects of smoking from all these studies we've done. And I think the exact same thing is going to happen with OnlyFans. It may seem cool, trendy, and normal now, but 40 years from now, people are going to realize how much damage OnlyFans has done to their lives. I think these OnlyFans girls...
I think that there's a lot of things like that. Like, for example, I think the internet is like that collectively. I think that a lot of things, like, you know, being able to access pornography on the internet is probably like that too. I think it is. And it's like also like it's the question that, like, you know, are you doing people a favor for protecting them from themselves? I think that in almost all cases the answer to that is no. You're not. Coffee, for example, can be harmful. Yeah.
Even possibly go that route that a lot of these adult stars are going right now, where they're unaliving themselves because of their past mistakes, which is actually really sad to even think about. Even though I don't really support girls doing OnlyFans and adult content,
like, I just think that also, like, I think this guy should look at, like, where the cause and effect comes from, because, like, these girls aren't killing themselves generally. Like, it's not just because they did OnlyFans, probably. It's because of the way that people treat them. So, like, how is it that you can't fault people for saying these, like, mean comments and shitting on somebody, but then it's sad that these girls kill themselves? Like, that's why they're doing it. they're doing that because of the social cost that people like this are creating. You're creating a social cost and then acting sad that people pay the price. That's what happens. So, like, I think there's two perspectives for this. You can say, you know what? You want to do it? That's fine. It's disgusting. And if you kill yourself, that's what happens. Now you're going to go to hell. Or you can say you can do what you want to do and nobody should be able to like attack you or hurt you for it. And it's bad if somebody's hostile or rude or mean. But you can't go and be like, people can attack you and use this against you, but it's also a tragedy when you kill yourself as a result of it. You can't have both of these opinions because one leads to the other. That's the way it goes. It's not a tragedy. Like, that's the problem is like, and I've said this before, right? Is like people on the internet. I'm not saying that he's like this, by the way, but I think that collectively people on the internet are more focused on the optics of an argument rather than the argument itself. So it's bad to say or to go against somebody who's like wanting to kill themselves or something like that or kills himself. But the truth is that people in a lot of cases encourage the behavior that led to that outcome. So do you really care? No, you don't really give a fuck. But you're afraid to say that, even though you believe it, because of the optics. It's all about looking good. And I'm very tired of it. I really am. I'm very tired of it. I saw that with the Atsu thing, and it was so annoying for me to see. Like, am I supposed to, like, feel sorry? No, you're a rat. That's what happens. I don't care what happens to you. It's the way it is. The virtue signaling on that specific topic, yeah, it's always virtue signaling. Like, so if you're happy and you don't fault the people that are harassing her, then you shouldn't be sad when she kills herself. I know it sounds harsh, but that's the truth. Because you created the environment for it to happen.
Sad to see people unalive themselves for their past mistakes. Like, it's really sad. And that's been happening to a lot of adult stars lately. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. All that being said, this is going to wrap up the video. If you guys made it this far, I appreciate you. If you guys enjoyed this video, then I highly recommend you guys check out my most recent video. It'll be right up here on the screen. All that being said, thank you guys for watching. It's Cameron, and I'm out.
Yeah, I think he brings up some good points, but I think that he also makes too many arguments against like the problem with like a lot of the nuance and like the conversations. Like, I'll link you guys the video. I like Cameron's videos a lot. Like I think that like with some of them, I don't think OnlyFans really ruined an entire generation. I think it's actually kind of a really, really small problem that like a lot of people that are like our age understand because like we're on the internet a lot, but like collectively society based, I really don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think so at all. Is biased. Yeah. And also like basically if you're okay with kids getting bullied and not creating accountability for people that are bullying kids, then I don't want to hear anybody's talk about how sad it is that they're killing themselves. Just say rip bozo. Just be honest. Yeah, we have much bigger problems. OnlyFans, and you're missing the point. What is? You're so mad. You're so mad. What's your point? I'm missing the point. Explain the point. Because you understand it so well. You get ostracized for honesty? You do. The world is full of euphemisms, lies, innuendo, and implications. And the more that liars and disingenuous fake people take over social media and culture, the more that happens. That's the main issue. And before banned? Yeah. It shouldn't get bullied, but it will happen. Yeah, of course it's going to happen. People get bullied for anything. I never said that it won't happen. I said that it shouldn't be acceptable. You're arguing against something I didn't say. Why are you doing that? I never said that. Even if you stop the bullying, the kid won't get any friends, connections, will be ostracized from life. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that for some people might not like him, but you could make that argument. So, like, Here, let me make another argument for you. So, couldn't you make this exact same argument for having a mixed race kid? And like marrying somebody that's not the same race, and then your kid being ostracized for that? And if you don't think that's the same thing, explain what the difference is. That's different? Okay, then how? That's fine, then how? I'm okay with hearing it, but how? It's not different, it's a shit analogy? No, the reason why you're saying it's a shit analogy is exactly what I criticized. It's because the optics of saying that they're the same thing make you look bad. And it makes the argument that you're making seem immoral. Because you're fundamentally making the same argument. I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be, but people won't stand up for it. Mixed race marriage isn't a detriment to society. Really? Mixed race marriage isn't a detriment to society. I know a lot of people who don't think that. That they don't agree with you. It used to be illegal. And this is the problem. This is the issue. Race isn't a choice. Yeah, but who you marry is. So, this is so sad. It's so sad. What's the problem with it? Ask them. I don't think there's a problem with it. I don't think this at all. I'm saying that other people do. So, like, if the argument is that if you do something that's bad, that other people don't like, it's your fault indirectly, then you can apply this to the same thing. I don't know why people care so much. People care so much. The reason why your argument is invalid because they're racist. Good. What? Oh my God. It doesn't make sense. Yes, none of these arguments actually make sense. That's what, so basically, this is a big problem that a lot of people have, is that the majority of people's argumentation or thinking is completely, like, a good line of thinking and a good line of logic is something that can be applied to other situations and be received in the same way, right? It's like something basically like, it's the same as like a scientific experiment. A good scientific experiment is something that can be replicated and repeated, right? But if the logic that you're using for something can't be applied to other situations, in most cases, that's probably because the logic is bad. And I think that's what's happening here, is that people have this logic with OnlyFans, and then whenever they're asked to apply it to a situation that's similar, that people who are not them have the same values in, have different values in, suddenly now they see why it's wrong. And that's the issue. You're arguing social norms that we've passed, like acting like a complete idiot on a YouTube video and then expecting no repercussions? Okay, so this is a person. This is another challenger. One is a choice with who you love, and color shouldn't... Okay, you're stupid. It's not even worth reading the rest of your comment. You're just stupid. Yep, there it is. Again, like... It's so crazy to me that people can't think to themselves that other people think about things differently. That's what the problem is that so many people just don't have the capacity to have abstract thought. They can't put themselves in the shoes of another person. Other perspectives are interesting? Generally, they're not. You watch these videos just to ban dumb people, I swear? Well, I know this topic is extremely, extremely... 9/11, Muslim kids or anyone Muslim looking got bullied in school. Should they have just stopped looking Muslim? That's a good question. There it is. Guilt by association. The problem is this generation's weak. In ancient times, the thoughts didn't have much power, only the top tier ones. I'm gonna tell it to you straight, brother. The top tier thoughts still are the only ones with a lot of power. The low tier thoughts still don't. That's just the way it is. You're excited for any games coming out summer? Yeah, a lot. I'm gonna play one in a little bit. I just figured I'd read some of these because I find this conversation like very interesting, and I think that also a lot of the like I'm gonna be real. Like I don't think OnlyFans is like a great thing to do, but there's a lot of things that aren't like. I'll tell you this: I've done things in my life that are way worse than OnlyFans. Absolutely. Now, I'm not sorry. I'd do it again. It was fun. But it wasn't good. And so, yes. Yeah, I'm talking about ninja looting Mimiron's head. I'm talking, yes. Ninja looting Mimiron's head. It was a very bad thing that I did. But, you know, I needed to get that mount. It looked really cool. I didn't have it. Been farming it for years. Hey, it had to happen, right? Then why are low-tier thoughts the only ones that we hear these days? The reason why low-tier thoughts are the ones that you hear most days is because most people, they're the ones that are the most accessible. You think about it logically. If you are really stupid and you're saying something stupid, you would expect that other dumb people can be like, oh, wait, I understand that. It's like, this is why everybody's talking about like whether transsexuals are real or not, instead of talking about what the budget is or how much money should be spent on roads. The reason why is because it's easy to, is it a girl or a guy? Well, what do you think? Because it's easy. That's the reason. It's more accessible. Everybody understands that, so they can argue about it and fight about it. Yeah, South Park moment. Yeah, I'm being serious. Talking about concrete argument? Yeah, exactly. If someone's saying something actually smart and out of the box, how is someone supposed to tell at face value? Yeah, sure. It also riles people up to get votes. Yeah, people are very, they have really strong opinions about it too. You're right about that. Basically, kids will get bullied for a lot of things out of their control. It doesn't mean any of those things are immoral. It's that the bullies are not immoral, the bullies that are immoral for bullying. Yeah, that's true. Men are only pissed off? Yes. So, this is what I wanted to say. I'm going to give very, very hot take on OnlyFans. I think that 95% of the people who are talking about the social costs that OnlyFans has want that social cost to exist, and they are invested in continuing that social cost. The reason for that is what I believe to be something that is an organizing principle across all of human psychology, which is the desire for fairness. That's why you have heaven and hell, because heaven and hell provides a external accountability factor for people who in life do bad things but are not punished for it. I think that's why every single religion has something like this. You have reincarnation. You have, you know, like going and like having like, what is it? The Islam, there's like the 72 virgins and like, you know, having a good life in the afterlife. Almost every single religion or organizing principle of like philosophical thought has some degree of, what's the word for it? Like accountability for bad actions, for lack of a more, you know, like I don't know, a better sounding way to say it, right? There's some degree of reward for doing virtuous work. And I think that this entire idea is completely fucking fake. I think it's totally fake, and it's a cope that's made up to keep peasants in line so they can justify why the Lord takes all of their potatoes and they're starving. I think that it's been used to control people for thousands of years, and it keeps people fighting against each other rather than seeing the people that are oppressing them. And I think that it also is a massive cope that allows people to keep them in line by allowing them to think that they have some sort of like moral code that guides their actions, when in a lot of cases, they're going to get run over by somebody who doesn't. And I think it's incredibly damaging. And I think that the people who are negative about OnlyFans are doing that because they want that social consequence to exist. They want these girls who do this, who are making $80,000 a month, just because this is some stupid thought that's getting paid 6 figures almost a month for doing nothing but showing her ass. This isn't fair. So I have to create something to counterbalance this to make it fair. And that's why people harass streamers. That's why they think it's okay for streamers to get harassed. It's because, you know, get like mean comments and stuff like that. And streamers aren't allowed to complain about that. They're not allowed to have an opinion about this. And the reason why is because of that same sense and fixation on fairness and accountability. And I think that if you go back to monkeys, I'm talking about monkeys now, and if you do something that is unfair, a monkey can perceive this unfairness. So think about how deep that is in human psychology. I think that is the way everybody almost thinks. That's the entire reason we have a justice system the way that we do in Western culture. That's the reason why all of our religions are built off of some sort of like, you know, external reward. It's people are looking for a way to order a animal kingdom that we have just somehow, you know, we're too smart to realize that we're just monkeys, and we're trying to figure out reasons why we're not actually just a monkey. So yes, that's what I really fucking think. I think it's a complete fucking cope made by people that can't come to terms with the fact that we're all animals and there isn't any good or evil. There's just what is and is not. And they're desperately trying to cling to some idea that's greater than themselves because they hate the fact that there's nothing else besides that. That's what I fucking think. I'm sorry if this is upsetting, but it's what I believe. I think it's all fake. And people are only trying to create this consequence because it helps them feel better about something that they perceive to be unfair. Agreed to everything else except for there is no good and evil? Well, who says it? Like, you can determine whether there's good or evil, and at the end of the day, if you can enforce it on somebody else, then it is. But it doesn't actually exist, right? It doesn't really exist. You just invented it. So it's fake? Yeah, it's not real. Like, gravity's real. Like, you know, you go outside, you see a tree, the tree's real. Good and evil, that's a fake idea. That's an idea. That's a fake idea. It makes no sense and shows ignorance of actual physics. Oh, so gravity's not real? That's a ban. I'm not even going to read it. Like, no, we're just ban. The growing hatred for finance influencers. What is this?
From a broke college dropout to a multi-millionaire. Today I'm going to share my full story with you.
Lately, I've noticed my perception of finance YouTubers slowly shifting, from educational resource to scammy salesman. And I'm not the only one that thinks this.
Financial YouTubers are a cancer. Time and time again, they keep getting away with shilling terrible advice to their massive viewer base, and there's never any accountability.
There's a growing sentiment from their followers online that feel the exact same way. But it wasn't...
I think the problem is that a lot of these guys take... So this is the issue, I think, is that... And I'm sure she'll probably say this in the video. It's when they take one of the videos and they put an ad in the video, and the ad is about a finance topic. And then people are like, oh, well, I'm going to listen to this because this person I go to for financial advice. That's what really happens.
Always like this.
It's the things they promote.
Once trusted sources of financial wisdom are now slowly being perceived as greedy grifters.
Always has been. Let's see it.
Hey guys, it's Donna. This video was requested by one of you. Shout out Orchid Purple 420. Okay, today we are going to be talking about finance YouTubers. Now this is a very broad genre, so specifically we're going to be talking about the educational sector. Your Graham Steffens, Andre Jakes, Meet Kevins.
And this is the problem, right? Is that people go to these guys for advice, but there's no accountability for the advice they give.
These YouTubers have given practical advice for the everyday person. What's an IRA? What's an index fund?
Yeah.
In terms of finance, the educational influencer was...
And also, in a lot of these cases, the baseline low-level advice that they're giving is extremely useful and beneficial. Because, like, somebody doesn't get a big channel making up everything. Right? Like, they're not making all this up. It's not like they only give bad advice.
I think considered one of the most trusted as opposed to someone like Ty Lopez. But people are starting to distrust them as well. A few weeks ago, that was made, but people are.
I wanted to improve my sales without spending thousands of dollars, so I decided to purchase Ty Lopez's course for Black Belt Sales Persuasion Mastery for $97. It turns out the course doesn't even exist. After buying it, I couldn't access it because it's coming soon. So because I basically spent my money on nothing, I decided to give him a chance and emailed his support on multiple channels about when the course to come online. Since in all honesty, I don't want to learn sales next month or even next year. I need it now. Well, nobody answered me. After waiting over 2 days, I decided to request a refund. Well, surprise, I didn't get a refund. I think that he should say thank you to Ty Lopez, because he learned something even more important than sales. Not to trust people that are selling courses on the internet. And it only cost him $97. That's a pretty good lesson. Yeah, there you go.
Trust
That's a
them
life
as
lesson.
well. A few weeks ago, that was made even more clear in a video by CoffeeZilla. The peak of this distrust has been prompted by a video from CoffeeZilla called YouTuber Bank Won't Let Me Withdraw Money.
Yeah.
They were talking about
This is about, again, it's a sponsor, right? This is the issue.
a bank promoted by YouTubers that's now
Right,
become a
'cause
casino,
they're being
and
paid.
users can't get their money out.
In short, YouTubers such as Graham Stephan, Nate O'Brien, and Andre Zick promoted a product that has put many of their followers in financial ruin. This product was Yada Bank, a banking service that seems to have turned into a casino, and now viewers can't withdraw their money. Individuals on Reddit calling Graham a snake oil salesman that got them screwed. To be fair to Graham and all the other YouTubers that promoted this bank, including Markiplier, it's not completely their fault. There'd be no—
Well, it's not their fault at all, really. I mean, they didn't know what they were doing. It's just that when you take a promotion for something like this inside of the field that you've built a channel and a reputation for being accurate about, you can't be surprised whenever people take that and they correlate it to thinking that this is something that's also beneficial that falls under the categories that you have outlined that you think are important. So yeah, take some responsibility for shit you promote. Well, you can, but like realistically, basically, I think about it from a perspective, did this person act in good faith by doing this? Did they at any point in time ignore something that they should not have ignored? And I think in a lot of these circumstances, the circumstances that caused the bad thing to happen were not public. So it's not like they really knew this was going to happen. It's not like they knew, oh, this thing is really bad. I'm going to promote it to my followers anyway because I'm getting a lot of money. And I'm not saying that like that totally absolves them of accountability, but if you say that it doesn't, then think about how many other bad things have happened over the years that are scams. And it's like, is everybody who's promoted this accountable? Probably not. But I think the issue explicitly with the finance is the fact that they're doing it from a position of authority. That's the difference. Rather than like just a YouTuber promoting some bullshit, who cares? It's that people go to them for financial advice, then they get the advice, and the advice is bad. You see what I'm saying?
way for any influencer to foresee this disaster. In short, the reason users can't withdraw their money is because of a middleman dispute between Yada's banking partners. The problem is a bit complex, so I'll link some articles that will explain this in detail if you're interested. But essentially, two intermediaries, Synapse and Evolve Bank, can't agree over transaction and balance ledgers. As a result, thousands of customers have been unable to access their funds because these companies can't agree on how much they have or don't have and who has what.
And realistically, nobody is like the people that are promoting this could have never known this was going to happen. You could have never predicted this. Like there's never a point where good advice was someone went and they would forego good advice in order to take this.
Blaming an influencer for this would be like blaming Mr. Beast if his sponsor, let's say that game Brawl Stars, ever glitches out. It's Brawl Stars' fault if their game glitches, not his.
Exactly.
Yet one peek at Graham Stephan's—
Well, it would be his fault if he knew it glitched out and he did it anyway. And there's a very big difference there. So, like, at a certain point, there are people that don't do enough research into a sponsor in a lot of cases. And I think that people want to find somebody to blame. And because they trust YouTubers, they want to get mad at YouTubers. But sometimes it is a YouTuber's fault, sometimes it's not. It really depends on what the situation is.
comment section today, after this fiasco, shows you just how much animosity there is still towards him. On the surface, this seems like a case of a mob angry because everyone else is angry, but it's not. CuffyZilla even acknowledges that there is no way for these YouTubers to predict this disaster.
Yeah, everybody agrees with
This
this.
is because this animosity has been brewing for these educational finance influencers for years.
Am I about to clap some millennial money cheeks? Except for Graham, the only intelligent person on this frickin' panel of bozos.
You have people who claim they no longer watch them. Others...
I love how the reference source is a random guy with his shirt off in his room talking shit about a podcast. It's like, yeah, I see what he's saying? Yeah, you see him? Yeah, that's what people think.
Except for Graham, the
pretty
only
funny.
intelligent person on this frickin' panel of bozos.
You have people who claim they no longer
Man.
watch them. Others accuse them of being scammers. Meet Kevin's entire subreddit has completely turned on him. What's interesting...
He was so confident that Tesla will jump over 200 once Elon gets his package.
about this phenomenon is that the criticism isn't just towards one guy. It's towards almost all educational finfluencers across the board. Gonna call them that for the rest of the video. It's shorter
Okay.
and makes things easier. So, why is everyone turned on them? I can answer that
Taking
question for you in
shady
2
sponsors.
words. Greed and the algorithm. That's technically 4 words, but I never know if people count the and the whenever they use that phrase. Let's go back to 2015, where social...
It's this guy, bro. It's this guy. How do you trust? How do you give this guy $97? How you give him 97? Who you think can fucking give this guy $97 for? Why would you give him $97?
media was filled with these scammy salesmen who illustrated themselves as financial gurus.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here.
Wow.
They showcased their fancy cars as they gave advice to their audience. They talked about how they got rich with a spectacular view behind them. This influencer showcased beautiful women, interviewed high-profile celebrities, and seemed to live a life of luxury. The problem with these types of videos were they were always selling something. The promise of...
Yeah, how you want to know how to be successful like them? Tell people you're successful and sell a course on how to get successful. That's how to do it. It's simple. Yeah, sell courses. I wish that like somebody actually went out and did that. That yeah, the way that I got successful was selling courses on how to be successful. So how do you know how to be successful? Oh, I don't. I just looked at what other people did and I figured maybe that would work. That would be fucking funny.
Their lifestyle. And for the low payment of $1,000 and your soul, you too could become a millionaire if you buy my course. It was so salesy and inauthentic, almost everyone and their grandma knew these videos were essentially ads.
Kind of obscene how every detail of this video is so purposeful. The Lamborghini, the garage, the bookshelf, and he wants your money so bad, dude. He's thought about this video a lot.
Well, the thing is like the kind of people that get influenced by, oh my God, expensive car? Where do I sign up? Where do I give my money away? The kind of people that get influenced by that are stupid. And again, if you want a stupid person to give you their money, sell them hope. For stupid and desperate people, that is the most fucking finite resource in their life. Sell them hope, take advantage of them, and they'll give you all of their money.
However, by 2016/2017, you had new voices coming into the finance genre. Education. Yep. They were teaching viewers all about credit, what the hell dividends are, an ETF versus a mutual fund.
And I bet if you look at these videos, they are incredibly accurate and very informative. I bet in a lot of these videos, like, these are good videos.
And all about the stock market. Some of these YouTubers, such as Meet Kevin, even did deep dives on some of the scammy salesmen that dominated early YouTube, getting sued by Grant Cardone. These guys were actually carving out their own section in finance YouTube, where viewers saw them as a separate entity from the scammy salesmen. They were educational, trustworthy, and informative.
And I am here to provide free, easy-to-understand financial education.
Dare I say, Millennial Dave Ramsey or Susie Orman? This era in finance.
I think that those people, like, a lot of people just don't learn this stuff because, like, for me, I'm very lucky, right? Growing up, my dad was, executive at a company, knew a lot about finance, always had invested money, been doing it for 50 fucking years. So, like, I grew up and, like, around him and his friends and, like, my family, like, everybody knew about this, right? It's not a big deal. But for somebody that doesn't grow up with that, yeah, how the fuck are you going to figure it out? Yeah, what are you supposed to do?
YouTube was, I mean, honestly, kind of life-changing for me. My parents are immigrants, so their financial advice to me was just save money, credit cards are bad. And school teaches you nothing, by the way. Or maybe they did, just wasn't paying attention.
Well, they do. They teach you about cells, and they teach you about how to divide a fraction in a theoretical situation.
But part of the reason why I opened up a Roth IRA was because of Graham Stephan's videos. I was so annoyed by all the Ty Lopez's promising this unattainable dream, but these finfluencers were like a breath of fresh air. They actually gave me something practical to use for free that I could do that day.
Yeah.
But there's a problem with sensible education content in finance. You can only do so much of it. Unlike Mr. Beast's content, which thrives as long as his brain works, some genres have a natural limit on the amount of content that can be produced. I believe finance content
just makes me think of, like, every time, like, there's a teaser for something and, like, Vatty Vidya makes, like, a 30-minute video about, like, the screenshot of Shadow of the Erd Tree, or, like, there's like a fucking Ashes of Creation live stream, and, like, Narc makes, like, 8 videos about it. Yeah. No, this is very true. Because, like, people, it's their job to continuously create content, but whenever you're inside of an industry that doesn't lend itself to that type of mentality, then, yeah, you are going to kind of invent things at some point.
That is sensible,
like
and
filler,
educational
basically.
is one of those genres. There are only so many ways one can explain the difference between a Roth IRA versus a traditional IRA, or which credit card is the best for beginners. Take me, for example. I think I represent...
You see, like, somebody who does it the right way is, like, there's this one guy, I think he's in Austin, his name's Caleb, and he interviews people that are really stupid with money, and that never gets old. So, like, if these finance influencers want to keep having more content, start talking to people that are bad with money, and nobody will ever get tired of that because they're probably also bad with money, the ones who are watching you, but they're not that bad, and it makes them feel good. So funny. Yeah, there it is, Caleb Hammer. Yeah, exactly.
One type of viewer that a lot of these educational influencers had. I'm an average person just looking for a way to optimize my current income. I'm not trying to take a big risk right now, picking some stock where I can go all in and become a millionaire. I was literally just looking for how to do the basics.
How to do 8% a month
and
or
then
a year.
I kind of stopped watching them. And that's a problem for these guys. As you should know by now, creators are paid based on how much viewership they garner from their videos.
Exactly.
And sponsorships, of course, but we'll get back to that. The more views they get, the more money they make. If you have a viewer base that will eventually stop watching you after, let's say, 7 videos, that money is eventually going to be less than it was before.
Right.
I see this a lot in the education space in general. People...
This is what always happens, is everything happens in the context of needing to make money. So you have enshittification of everything because you need to do something regularly in order to make money, but not everything needs to happen regularly.
Get what they need and then they leave. Take fitness, for example. The beginner just getting into gym culture will often watch a fitness influencer to build their own fitness routine and sometimes their diet. After they perfect their form and build the routine, there really is no reason to keep watching. This is why a lot of fitness education channels have inconsistent viewership. Their channels are a revolving door of new people coming in and out. In theory, this sounds okay because there will always be new viewers. In the eyes of brands, it's not so great.
Well, it's in the eyes of the people that are making the videos, it's not so great. Because usually this is what happens with views on videos, right? Is like, I mean, and everybody knows this. It goes like this, right? Or it will, like, actually, it will go up, and then it will do like this. this is the way almost every video works, is it will plateau out. So whenever you're right here, this is the good time and this is the bad time, because the difference between these two is very small. So that's why people keep making new videos for stuff.
Influencer is unable to build a loyal community. They keep leaving after everything they need. This leads to less likelihood of those new people purchasing whatever product.
I also think that this is only a problem for people that are not creative. I think that if you want to exist as an entrepreneur in any field and be successful, especially in a competitive field that has like no barrier to entry like YouTube, you have to be incredibly creative. You have to be able to think of ideas and think of solutions to problems that nobody else has thought of before, or synthesize other solutions that people have and make them work for you in your industry instead. So like that's every business. That's what I'm saying, right? But like it's every business, but it's not every person in the business. That's why I said entrepreneur. So like I try to pick my words, right? Clearly. So if you're trying to exist independently, then yes, you do need to do this. You have to be creative.
However, the fitness genre has been able to solve this. Lifestyle content and fitness entertainment is a growing community with consistent viewership. Viewers are watching for the creator rather than just the info. So, after exhausting basic sensible topics, these finfluencers had to target an audience that would actually become a community, like in fitness entertainment. Is it even possible to do that in the genre? The person that sticks around isn't the safe investor who invests long term. Again, they've already learned basic finance from early videos. I mean, you could probably look at any of these guys' videos, sort by oldest, and find that everything used to be basic and educational. Today, it's all clickbait.
How to plan for retirement, top 10 undervalued stocks, how to buy stocks for beginners. I don't think this is problematic. Artificial intelligence will job. Like, I mean, yeah, there's obviously a difference. This is also something that's created on YouTube as well, just like through the algorithm.
This is just my speculation here, but I think the person that watches the finance influencer isn't someone who's experienced. And I'm not trying to diss them. Anyone is free to share their opinions on how to invest or whatever. I just doubt that people who are experienced in the world of finance are interested in hearing the opinions from people who make their money solely using content creation or selling courses. The type of viewer that these guys are able to keep are probably beginners, but beginners with this...
Well, that's what they're intended for. I don't actually think this is a diss at all. I think that clearly, like, these guys are not... Like, do any of these finance guys know as much, the ones on YouTube, do they know as much as the guys that are senior partners at Goldman Sachs? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think they do. Hell no, exactly. No, but they think they do. Yeah, but like that doesn't matter. That's not a big deal. It's not like you don't need an MIT professional or an MIT professor to explain how gravity works. Other people can explain that in a way that's easy to understand for like a layman.
Sense of, I want more. I want to be rich too. For these viewers, it's like, okay, you taught me how to set up my Robinhood or whatever brokerage, but tell me what stock is the next Tesla so I can make a lot of money.
Again, selling hope to stupid broke people.
And that is where the greed starts to kick in.
Yep, there you go.
Instead of giving that same level-headed advice as they've done before, many finfluencers started to feed into the emotional and irrational tendencies of their viewers, like producing videos on which individual stocks to buy.
Which, in my opinion, I think that's totally different. Like, I do think that's like a completely different scenario. It is? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, buy now, buy this now, do this now. Yeah, it's nuts.
Hey everyone, me Kevin here. I just came back from a run and I am so excited to be able to share my stock portfolio with you. I'm going to show you everything.
Let me tell you right now, there isn't one expert that can tell you which stock will make you $1 million. Otherwise, we'd all be listening to that expert. Unless it's Nancy Pelosi.
Isn't it crazy?
If you happen to see her buy something, you do it.
Tic-tac-toe. A winner.
So,
man,
why would these YouTubers...
You know she's older than Biden?
...think of themselves as any different? They don't. But these videos do get views. Investing is always going to come with risk, obviously, and advice has to be catered for the individual. But for simplicity's sake, and this is not financial advice, one of the most generic and common pieces of advice that's often given is to invest your money in a broad index fund like the S&P 500.
The advantage of doing this is that index fund investing has outperformed 99% of active investors over a 20-year period.
But that's boring and it doesn't get any views. It's been said
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you want to hear about how somebody lost 6 pounds in 5 years? Or how somebody lost 60 pounds in 5 days? I mean, come on. You want to have the one that's more exciting. Yeah, just tweet. Yeah, you always going to have that. This is the same with, like, remember those Warcraft gold guides where it's like how to make some ridiculous extrapolation of money per hour? And it would be totally wrong. And I would go back in the day, I would go back and actually criticize these guides. And I would say, this isn't how it works. And the reason why is that a lot of people misread and don't understand data. I remember that shit. Yeah, I did that like 10 years ago.
1,000 times before. By them sometimes. In order to cultivate recurring viewership and get that delicious ad revenue, many abandoned that level-headed image by introducing these riskier plays. They didn't outright tell you which stocks to buy because giving financial advice in the US is regulated. It was more like, hey, here's what's in my portfolio. And these viewers tended to follow the world of finance religiously because they needed to know how the market was doing, so they didn't.
Well, there's an implicit trust that's created, because the implicit trust comes from the fact that they are already speaking from a position of authority, or assumed authority.
Lose money. This is how many of these influencers were able to transition into news. Now, this was all fine and dandy until so many of their...
Well, somebody says the transmog ones actually worked. It would just take forever to sell if you have a bunch of auctions like I used to. Yeah, so this is the problem, right? So I'm going to explain why that's... See, like, with like the gold farming guides, this is not actually completely different than this. Is that whenever you talk about the amount of time per hour that you're spending doing something, and you don't add in the administration time and view it over a long period of time, then you are painting an inaccurate picture. So if you know what the sale rate of an item is, and you know you're going to sell 1 per month, but you think you can farm 5 of them an hour, you can't make 15 of them and then make that money. That's going to be a constant 2 or 3 day investment all of the time. And that's the difference, right? Is that people don't understand how to amortize value and then how to balance fixed costs versus variable costs and how to average them together in a long-term view. It's because they don't really like, because I remember so clearly when I learned about supply and demand. I was leveling up my blacksmithing in Burning Crusade, and I was putting fell steel gauntlets on the auction house. And halfway through putting up 30 fell steel gauntlets, I asked myself the question, are there going to be 30 people that buy these within the next 24 hours? I don't think there will be. And then it was like a fucking light went on in my head. And I was like, oh my God, I'm a fucking idiot. That's one of the good things of MMOs, by the way, is it teaches people this stuff. Sounds like a management major? Yeah, exactly. It's just, that's how it works.
Stock picks began to lose their viewers money.
Same with PoE trade? Yeah, exactly.
His entire channel grew off of a scam cryptocurrency, Shiba Inu coin, and penny stocks.
We are seeing millionaires printed.
That is how he grew his channel to 600,000 subscribers. Obviously, you should be called out for that.
In a video uploaded in 2023, Carson Gall found that listening to Andre Zick would give you a return of -5%. Listening to financial education, -53%. Stock Mo, -68%.
Jeez, this isn't even the worst one. What's going to be here?
This video by Cooper Academy that was uploaded last year in July found that Meet Kevin's stock fund that he titled My Top
YouTube Guru who got rich while his fans got poor. What a
7
surprise.
Stocks was up barely 2%, while the market at the time was up 32%.
Wow.
What's funny, well maybe not for people that have lost money, is that a lot of these influencers sell a course on buying stocks.
See, this is how they really make their money. How they're really making their money is through these courses and getting, again, stupid, desperate people to give them money, because these people, like, again, it is so easy to make money. Just sell stupid people hope. Religion does it. Politics does it. And so does the finance world. That's the way it works. It's so easy. They'll give you all their money.
I don't see anything wrong with this per se. Gatekeeping is dumb, and anyone should be able to give their opinion. But should you really sell a course if your results are minus 53%?
Well, yeah, on how to lose your money.
The veil was beginning to lift for a lot of their viewers. Meet Kevin's subreddit has turned into a space that seems dedicated to criticizing his every move. This isn't some case of subjective hate where you made a cringy music video and now people hate you.
Right.
A finance influencer's content has the potential to cause life-altering situations. People have deleted themselves, if you know what I mean, over stocks.
Well, here's the thing, is that if you're investing your money based off of what some random guy on YouTube tells you to do, you're a fucking moron. And, like, I don't have any sympathy for you. I don't. Now, I also think that they're bad actors, but whenever somebody says, oh, this bad thing happened to me whenever I made a bad decision, I say, rip bozo, you get what you fucking deserve. I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. But at the same time, they shouldn't be out there doing this shit either.
Another tempting high-view topic that these finfluencers could produce videos on was crypto. Not a lot of them did this, because while it was a popular topic, if they advised their viewer the wrong coin, their integrity...
Somebody says, should we not have compassion for stupid people? I have compassion for them, but well, actually, I don't. I just don't have compassion for the scammers. I genuinely don't. Like, if somebody's stupid and they make a bad decision, it hurts them, I say, oops, oh, you're stupid. That's what you get. You deserve it. Yeah, I actually don't care. However, I also don't think that the people deserve to be able to scam them either. Because usually the people that are scamming them are only slightly smarter than they are. Yeah, so, I mean, like, it's not that, like, I don't care about them. Or, sorry, it's not that that means that I don't think anything should happen. I think that they do deserve it, even though the people that are doing it are also bad and they should be punished. Right? It's both of them.
Would deeply suffer. Considering the fact that not a lot of crypto projects other than Bitcoin and Ethereum survive, it is a high-risk topic to discuss, especially if you're viewed as a level-headed finance influencer.
Ooh.
The most prominent person who decided to take this risk was Andre Jik.
200. Look at that. Oh my God. $2 million. Wow.
Hi, my name is Andre Jik. Hope you're doing well. I'm still not a crypto channel, so come for the finance and stay for the crypto. It's a phase. Leave me alone.
You could say the jig is up.
Good one.
Talking about cryptocurrency in general.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely right. I mean, like, with a lot of the with a lot of these like crypto things, if you really get down and like, so this is something that I've learned looking in sales. Do you want to know how most people make sales predictions? So what they do is they have a dartboard, okay? And they have a monkey with a blindfold, and they spin the monkey 3 times around the dartboard, and then they throw it, and then the number that the monkey hits, well, they don't pick that number. They just randomly pick another number. And that's what the extrapolation is. That's how people decide what their sales decisions are. Yeah, they throw the monkey. Yeah, no, they don't even pick what the monkey picks. So a lot of these times that people like make these decisions, like with crypto, etc., if you actually break down how they make the decisions, a lot of points in time, because the decision-making process should be what's important, right? Not necessarily the outcome of the decision-making process. You know, teach a man to fish versus giving him a fish. So the decision-making process is never really fully explained. And that's because it doesn't exist. It's guessing.
And even explaining what certain coins are, in my opinion, is fine. But if you are viewed as an authoritative educator in finance, you really should not be promoting, even if it's implicitly, altcoins that are highly volatile. Again, their demographic is likely the irrational beginner who wants to be rich like them. The moral thing to do is not to feed into that irrationality. We'll be missing out on some views, but at least you'll keep your integrity. Andre always had a caveat.
Well, it will also damage your brand in the long term because people will grow to think that you're a scammer or a clown. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's not like, oh, there's going to be like three of these videos and then you're going to be like disliked. It's something that accumulates over like 5 or 10 years. Sadly, it didn't work for Logan Paul. What do you mean? A lot of people think he's an idiot for the Crypto Zoo thing. A lot of people do. Absolutely, it didn't work. Now, he can do something else, but he's not doing that again, is he?
In his crypto videos, along the lines of explaining he wasn't an expert. He also never explicitly said, buy this crypto and you'll be rich, but showed just how much he invested into certain altcoins. And if you are that irrational beginner, you're likely going to copy because he's not Tai Lopez. He's a financial educator. As you might have guessed, some of his picks didn't do so well. His notable videos include Cardano, which is uploaded when it was around $1.35. If you sold 3 months later, you could have made a profit because it hit almost $3, but if you waited till today, it's not even $1. Then there was Sheeb.
Well, the reason why, like, this is the issue, is that there's no logical reason for it to go up or for it to go down. It's not like something happened that caused this to change in the market. A lot of this is just bag holding. So you can't extrapolate any sort of a pattern because there's no pattern that exists. The only pattern that can exist inside of crypto is a pattern that is, what do you call it? Reactionary to regulation.
Which he promoted in October of 2021, right at the peak. It had a small pop recently, but it's never returned to those all-time highs again. One of his worst picks, in my opinion, was the crypto Omi. At the time of
I guess, I don't know if she'll get mad at me for saying this, but I'll say it. So you guys know Pink Sparkles, Izzy. She made a ridiculous amount of money on GameStop. A crazy amount of money. So it does happen for some people. It's nuts. A lot of people did, yeah. So like it happens, but like that's false stack. It's linked to the stock market. So then why not just invest in the stock market? If its correlation is with the stock market, then why wouldn't you just invest into that? But like sometimes people get lucky, right? Winning the lottery happens too. Yeah, people sometimes just get lucky. They put their money in and it goes well.
It was 0.009 cents. Today, it is worth 0.30 and something cents. What's worse is that if you listen to him and bought when he uploaded his video, it never hit 0.009 cents ever again, meaning you only lost money.
Damn. So this is like advice on how to lose all your money. That's crazy. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like people that do this, how fucking dumb do you have to be to do this? I'm sorry. Like, I'm such a fucking asshole. I'm such a dick. And I love it. You are so fucking stupid if you invest in this bullshit based off of a YouTube video from a guy wearing a Back to the Future t-shirt. You are so fucking stupid. It's crazy.
Hey, but the views were worth it, right? Horses aren't bad. Crypto isn't bad. Well, certain ones at least. But of course, you're going to get criticism if you positioned your...
Investing into crypto without any sort of context and listening to a YouTuber tell you what to invest in is bad, and you're stupid for doing it. It is bad. I will be very clear. If you are listening to a YouTuber that's telling you to invest into meme coins and you lose your money, you're a fucking moron. There it is.
Self as an authoritative figure in finance, and the things you teach or the crypto you've invested in lost yourself money and or your viewers money.
Yep.
Other finfluencers like Graham Stephan have really tried to avoid this controversy. He hasn't done any videos on which stocks to pick. He doesn't tell you which crypto, if any, he's invested in. If he talks about crypto, it's in a very general sense. His content still caters to the beginners, and he focuses on news.
Good for him.
Now, I would go as far to say that Graham Stephan is probably the biggest educational finance content creator there is. If he were to make videos on which stocks to buy or which crypto to invest in, those things would go to the moon. His views would go to the moon. To Graham's credit, he's done well.
They wouldn't. That's the thing, is that it's like taking like drugs or something like that, like steroids. Like, yes, it will help you go to the moon in the short term, but you're not going to be able to go back to Earth. So like after you make that decision and after you shift over to that, you can't put the cat back in the bag. At that point, like somebody's reputation is damaged and people won't treat you seriously anymore, right? So it's like at the moment that somebody starts selling out like that, there is an expiration date for their channel. So it's only a good idea if you're thinking in the short term. So yeah, he would make more money in the short term, but he would lose money in the long term.
To avoid that and protect his integrity. However, there is an incentive to make up for that loss in potential revenue.
I asked around, the sponsorship deals were absurd. I know a guy, much smaller channel than me, making $500,000 a year, $50K a month just to promote FTX US. So I know the bigger guys were getting
FTX. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
much more. Some of them probably deals were in the millions.
Graham, among other influencers, have a horrible track record in promoting products that have completely destroyed.
They only care about views, treat that they're good guys. People can't see through their bullshit. Like, this is a completely fucking, like, what does this mean? Like, this is such a stupid title. Such a stupid post.
Their viewers financially. We already talked about Yada Bank, but he, along with other influencers, also promoted FTX.
Which, by the way, so did others, like, other people. The reality is that a lot of the people that take the money, this is like a larger conversation, is like, is it ethical to promote things that deal with money? I think that it depends on what you're doing, and it depends on what the thing is specifically. But I think that for a finance content creator, it is worse than if it's a random person. That's why, for example, I think Markiplier had promoted that Yada Bank, but nobody's getting mad at Markiplier because he's not seen as a position of authority in the topic.
Many of the large personal finance YouTubers, including Graham Stephan, Andre Jig, Meet Kevin, Minority Mindset, and Jeremy from Financial Education, have promoted this exchange in the past.
FTX's failure likened to Enron's scandal or Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme.
Similar to Yada, customers could not withdraw their funds, this time from a crypto exchange.
I think that what really matters is, like, if a person is going into this and they don't know about it, or sorry, like, there have always been scams with sponsors, and not every scam with a sponsor is the fault of the person who takes the sponsor. Because you just couldn't have predicted that. You didn't have that information available to you, so how could you have known? And I think this is the case with anything. Like, you can't get mad. It's the same as, like, somebody who's friends with somebody else who gets in trouble, like Nick Merckx, for example. Like, Nick Merckx, everybody was shitting on Nick Merckx because he was friends with Doc. The implication is that Nick knew what Doc was doing. But what if he just didn't know because Doc didn't tell him? So, like, people are looking for someone to blame, but just because you're looking for somebody to blame doesn't mean that somebody's worth blaming.
In short, it was an alleged scam and went bankrupt.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part. So many of these experts who are giving you guys...
As I'm being so soft, the YouTubers? Well, no, it's because I understand how sponsors work, and I know how it works. I think there's a lot of cases where this is the case. Getting randomly mad at somebody for not knowing something that wasn't public knowledge and that was intentionally hidden from them. Like, you can get mad if you want to be mad, but you're not really going to solve anything. It's not going to improve anything. It doesn't do anything. You're just getting mad for nothing. And that's what I was saying before about how if you are against this, you should be against all types of financial advertisements, period.
Advice, totally bought into this Sam character as this genius billionaire, right? The most generous billionaire in the world, who also happened to be paying them handsomely, of course. And I just think it shows how bad the discernment is out there making videos on how to invest. It's alarming how many people fell for this guy's ruse, and it's alarming how easy it was to convince them. Like, some of these guys believed in Sam because he drives a beat-up car.
Oh, but wait, there are...
Who cares? Like, I mean, it's not a big deal, right? It's medical, financial advice don't get advertised. Yeah. Are the sponsorships of what you know nothing about just another greedy grift? Well, I think that it's not about like what you don't know about. It's about the information that would make it bad isn't made public. So like somebody says this is a good thing, but it's like privately it's not. Well, how are you supposed to know what, like, I mean, you don't know that. How could you possibly know that? You see what I'm saying? No one knew. Yeah, people didn't know.
Or other things that finfluencers have either promoted or put money into that have gone badly. Andre Jick and Jeremy from Financial Education backed Voyager. People like Meet Kevin and Andre Jick again put money into BlockFi. Sponsorships also lead to a conflict of interest. FTX, BlockFi, Yada. These companies are smart. Let me clarify, smart when it comes to marketing. They know humans have a cognitive bias called anchoring. It's when humans rely heavily on the first piece of information they receive when making decisions. Here, you have someone who has built a brand that illustrates themselves as a responsible financial educator.
Yeah, I think this is really the concern. It's not even that it's the bank or anything like that. It's that there's this conflict of like this person's coming at it from a position of authority. That's where it's really problematic. It's like, for example, like I think the guy's like Dr. Mike, right? I bet like on YouTube, I bet if he was promoting something that was like health related, that it would be held to a higher degree of scrutiny because people listen to him for health advice. It's just common sense, right?
This first piece of information anchors a viewer's perception of them as a whole. With 2 out of the 3 of those companies involving crypto, it's gonna be extremely risky to invest in them. The perception of risk is mitigated, though, because it is being endorsed by the educational finfluencer. One of the most common arguments finance influencers use, not necessarily to justify bad crypto/stock picks or bad sponsorships, but more to dismiss their fault, is to say that they got scammed too. And I think this is true, yeah. These influencers didn't have insider information that the public didn't have. But I can see how this argument would frustrate a lot of people. On one hand, the finance influencer positions themselves as an authoritative figure in the space. Exactly. They call themselves educators. They sell...
That's the problem. That's why people are really mad about it. They're really mad, and also, like, the sponsorship is only apparently, like, a small part of this. I'm really surprised. One thing I learned from this video is I think it's crazy. It is fucking crazy that these guys are promoting actual individual stocks. The ethical choice would be not to promote something with incomplete knowledge. You can't promote something with complete knowledge. You're never going to know everything about it. Like, just realistically, it's not going to happen. Like, I'm just like, yeah, like that's, this is like a thing that like people like saying because it sounds good, but in practice, this is not functional. But I think it's crazy they're promoting actual individual stocks.
Courses, they make informative videos. Crazy. They're an expert. They supposedly know a lot and want to share that knowledge with you. But then when they make a mistake, all of a sudden it's, oh, I don't have experience in this. I'm just like you.
Yeah.
You can't be both. This is why so many people call them greedy. They're an expert when it's convenient, when they want views or when they want to sell their courses. But they're an amateur, just like me and you, when their stock/crypto picks don't work out. Some influencers like Nate O'Brien have realized they've exhausted a lot of topics in basic finance.
I had said everything that I needed to say. I've made all the videos that I wanted to make and the thoughts that I wanted to share. I feel like 95% of those I've already done.
As a creator myself, I do understand that they're trying to keep their business afloat, and a portion of that is through views.
Be creative. Just be creative. It's easy. Be creative, beat the competition. If you can't do that, if you can't do that, then you deserve to lose. That's what my perspective is. If you can't beat other people and you can't be creative to stay relevant, then you deserve to die. That's the way it goes. And somebody else will take your place that is.
I don't think Grandma's the worst guy ever, but I think the problem with these finance channels is they do a lot of fear-mongering, and a lot of what they're doing is strictly just like, it's like entertainment and bad advice as opposed to like actual genuine good advice that'll actually help people.
That begs the question, what's the line between running your YouTube business, but also staying educational and ethical?
If you pay close attention, you will notice that more qualified creators like Richard at the Plain Bagel, who is an investment analyst and has a CFA, and Ben Felix, who is a portfolio manager, avoid making financial recommendations because they know...
Isn't that interesting how the people that are the most educated and the most informed and have the most credibility in the actual, like, professional space aren't doing this? I feel like if you see that, like, that's one of those, like, that's one of these, like, common sense checks where it's like, wow, it looks like all the people that have a lot of credibility professionally aren't doing this, and the only people that are doing it are these guys that don't have credibility. Huh. Oh, wow. What? Ooh, what's this? You see what I'm saying?
They can't do it to an audience of that size without doing more harm than good. And I think the choice to not give wild speculative advice is why their audience is significantly smaller than these more exciting characters.
Regardless of the answer to this question, the criticism finance influencers faced is well deserved.
Jeremy?
Yeah, do you want to learn how to make $1,000 or how to make $1 million? I mean, come on, which one's going to get more clicks?
From financial education is a fraudster, he's a scammer, he's an idiot, he's a moron.
These vocal critics aren't mere internet trolls. They were once diehard supporters, many of which have faced significant losses.
Hard to trust influencers, got my money stuck in Vald, and 95% is gone. Downloaded and started investing. Listened to a finfluencer on YouTube and trusted him because he recommended the app and said good things about it with confidence. Who should I blame? Yourself. Blame yourself. You're a fucking idiot. Shouldn't have done it. You can blame him too. It's also his fault. But he's going to keep doing what he's doing, and the only person that's going to have to live with the consequences is you. You can't control what he's doing, but you can control what you do. And I understand some people get upset whenever I say stuff like this because nowadays the biggest allergy people have is to personal accountability. But this is actually true. Everybody always wants to blame somebody else. Who should I blame? Yeah, you ever thought about blaming yourself? You put yourself in this situation.
All right, guys. I mean, putting aside the bad sponsorships, I don't know if this is a YouTube thing, like as a whole, or just the finance genre. But the content now feels soulless. So
yes, it's actually not a finance thing. I'll give you two examples. The first example I would use would be original titles or something like that. I'm trying to remember the established titles. So this was a meme thing where you could become a Scottish lord if you bought property in a certain place through this other company. But it turned out that the entire thing was in fact a scam from the beginning. And actually this is, so that's the first example I would use. It was a scam and it had nothing to do with finance. It did, but it didn't. And then the second example I would use would be BetterHelp. So BetterHelp was like an online therapy thing. And it was basically very badly run. And like, I think that actually in the case of established titles and in BetterHelp, I think that in both those cases, the people that promoted it do have a degree of accountability because the problems that were evident with BetterHelp were public already. It's not like this was a secret. It's not like this is like you never tried it yourself, etc. So those two things are examples of this being a problem that is way farther beyond just YouTube. Or sorry, just finance. The one talking about buying a tree and you get something, I can't remember. Well, that was accurate. That was Mr. Beast. If you donate money, a tree will be planted. That did happen. As far as I know, it happened.
I think I'm going to end this video by reading a comment one of Graham's viewers left on his video. Judging from the thumbs up, seems like a lot of people agree. I've stopped watching so many creators I used to follow because it's so obvious their content is solely based on their affiliate marketing and chasing the dollar rather than providing the true value they used to.
This is so true. This is a massive problem that a lot of people on YouTube have, is that they lose the passion with what they're doing, but they have to keep doing it in order to make money. So they're just trying to cash in and do whatever they can to make money. And this is the case, by the way. This is like, I mean, WoW content creators. Like, I cannot imagine what circle of hell that you would have to be in order to be making PTR guides for World of Warcraft Dragonflight. Like, holy fuck, that's past the river Styx, I'll tell you that. It's fucking awful. I would not want anybody, well, actually, I would say I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I would. But there are very few people that I would wish that on. It's awful. So yeah, people that are like stuck, and like you can see people, it's like, especially like WoW players, because this is the community that I'm the most familiar with. It's so sad for me to see people that used to be like mid-tier streamers, and then now they're getting like 80 viewers. And if they do anything else other than the one little narrow thing that they're known for, their complete existence is gone, right? And that's what happens, right? And adapt or go. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Losers lose. I mean, hey, I don't feel bad for people whenever this happens to them, because like you made this happen. Like in general, I don't like, unless something happens to you, then it's like, yeah, you get hit by a car. Like, oh yeah, that's sad. But also sometimes people don't look both ways before crossing the street. So it is kind of your fault still. So it's, everybody always wants to talk about what's somebody else's fault, and nobody ever wants to talk about what's their fault. Some losers decide to win. Hey, there it is.
That's the end of the video. I will see you guys next time. Stay psyched.
Yep. There we go. That's the whole video. I probably should just let it finish at the beginning. I agree with pretty much everything she's saying in this video, by the way. She's completely right about basically everything. I think that the finance YouTuber resentment is about the stocks. Yeah. Good video? Yeah, absolutely. What if people accuse you of victim blaming? I am, because sometimes people are victims of their own stupidity. Oftentimes, victims in things that happen are partially responsible for it happening. My goal is not to sound good. My goal is to prevent a bad thing from happening. So I don't care about the optics of saying something. If it sounds like victim blaming, well, then maybe you should think about why that is. Sometimes the victim does have blame. Absolutely. It's stupid to think otherwise. The only people that don't think like that, this is the problem, right? Is that the internet is dominated by people with room temperature IQs that care more about how an argument sounds than what an argument is. So these people actually don't want to improve anything. They don't want to like make anything better. They don't want to solve a problem. They want to sound good and virtuous at the expense of other people being damaged. So I don't do that. My goal is to try to say things that are beneficial to people. Like, you can use this, this will help you. Rather than, this is what you deserve. This is what should happen. This is the way that society should be. This is, I hope this happens. This is all bullshit. It's all fake bullshit that people invent to rationalize why their life isn't the way they want it to be. So yeah, no one deserves anything. Exactly. And so, nice try, but you're pro-taxes, so you're just as guilty? I am pro-taxes. Absolutely I am. And you are too, by the way. Because if you didn't have any taxes, there'd be a warlord that would show up at your house, rape everybody in your family, kill you, and take your stuff. That's why you pay your taxes. That's what happens. Because all the places in the world that don't have taxes, they've got that instead. So you're either paying a tax to the government or a tax to a warlord. That's kind of what they do already. Yeah, but it's not, though, right? It's really not. So taxes equals protection. Yeah, people don't even understand. It's sad to see what people say like that. It really is. You should sell a course on your life skills? I don't think so. I thought about doing, so this has been a theory of mine or an idea of mine that I've had for a while. I'll be curious to hear what people's perspective on this is. I've thought about doing an advice stream where people can call in and ask for advice. and I will give them advice on whatever they want. You guys want that? The queue will be huge. And it's like, basically, it's like the Loki meme from Thor 2, that you must be so desperate to come to me for advice. It's like you're going to get advice from the worst person that you could possibly get advice from. Of all the people that you could ask, you're asking the worst fucking person. I think it'd be really funny to do that. No offense, I love you, but unless it's streaming related, I wouldn't want advice from you. That's the funny part. That's the good part. That's the whole point. There's definitely going to be times it's content as fuck. Yeah, exactly. If you don't know the answer, will you let the person know? Well, of course, yeah. I mean, if I just tell people bullshit, it wouldn't be entertaining if I was just giving bad advice. Or I was just giving advice intentionally to troll. Of course. Got to give good advice and bad people keep guessing. Yeah, exactly. Can we call just to argue with you? Oh, I'm sure somebody will do that exactly. You can use the Twitch call feature. They get banned. Oh, I don't know exactly, but I'll figure it out. Either way, this is something that I'm considering doing. I think it'd be really funny. But yeah, that's what the plan is right now. That's a good idea, except for one thing. This is Twitch and Twitch chat. 90% of the callers would try to troll you. No, there'll be people that actually want advice for different stuff. I think that's the case, absolutely. I'll be right back. Kick is cooked. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's no secret that Kick.com is the communal porta potty of the internet, a dumpster fire of a platform.
Well, I'd say 4chan is, but, you know, this is second.
That is being artificially thrust into our culture. But what exactly is Kick.com? It's the brainchild of Stake.com's founders, Eddie Craven and Bijan Tarani. Both of them are allegedly billionaires in their late 20s. And that's billion with a B, all thanks to their crypto casino. Based out of Australia, Stake is the largest crypto gambling website in the world, and it dwarfs its competitors. Part of the website's success is thanks to their streamer to gambling pipeline that
Man, if I ever go and like visit, I wanna go to Trent's new apartment. Dude, that place looks so nice. Oh, he only won 87,000? That's nothing.
That they conveniently set up for themselves. Paying the top streamer
15 million. Okay, that's pretty good.
Exorbitant salaries to gamble in front of their live audiences in an effort to acquire new gambling addicts.
Absolutely.
Which means Kick.com is operating with a seemingly infinite budget, all thanks to their parent company. Since I don't have the luxury of taking blood deals to make a living, I have a unique talent of converting brain rot into YouTube ad revenue. And thanks to the best browser in the world, my online experience is cracked. Which is why today's video is sponsored by Opera GX.
It's Microsoft
Opera
Edge.
GX is here to mog your current browser. In fact, I like to think of Opera GX as the alpha male when it comes to surfing the web. And that's because they have so many features and customizations that allow you to have the best experience online. Using their GX mods feature, I picked the Dark Souls mod that transforms my browser into an immersive adventure. And best of all, they have so many unique mods to choose from. Not only does Opera GX look better than other browsers, it's smarter too. Opera GX now has native integration with generative AI. Personally, I use the ChatGPT feature all the time. It's super convenient that it sits right there on your sidebar, and it's just one click away. Everyone knows that switching browsers can be a pain in the ass.
I've used Firefox ever since I was in high school.
It's a quick import tool that allows you to quickly import all of your settings from your previous browser. And get this, it's also compatible with every single Google Chrome extension. It's time to start browser maxing. Download Opera GX for free at operagx.gg/Philion2 or just click the link down below. And
what
thank
happened
you
to
to Opera
Philion 1?
GX for sponsoring this video. So you may be asking, why would they even branch out in the first place? Perhaps they see an opening for competition considering the current state of other live streaming platforms. Twitch is a softcore website for 12-year-olds and middle-aged men from Turkey that form parasocial relationships with OnlyFans hoes. They have horrible creator payouts, walk back every policy they put in place.
I do think that, like, by the way, I think that the whole Twitch is a porn site, I think this is totally overblown, and that's easily provable by statistics. But if you don't go on Twitch all the time, and if you just log on to the website, for a long time, they had a big problem with the recommendeds. So, like, what ended up happening was, like, the recommendeds for Twitch were, like, always promoting porn, right? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Always promoting porn. And so what ended up happening is that everybody would think this, right? And so, like, Twitch has done a lot to deserve this reputation, even though it's not accurate if you look at the data.
More ads than Times Square, and apparently
It is nuts. Like, bro, the ads on this fucking website are insane.
Predator problem, which Kick seems to also copy. Let's be...
Every social media website has a predator problem. Every single one. It's a big problem. It's a huge issue. I wish more people realized what the issue was. Yeah, I mean, like, let's be real. Like, this is, yeah, it's a huge problem. Like, and this is the problem, right? Is society has a predator problem? Yeah, right. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, a lot of people have, like, an idealistic perspective of this. They're like, oh, well, people should just stop committing crime. Oh! What? Well, let's just get rid of the jails. So, I feel like, really, I wish that people would, like, really talk about why this shit happens, how this shit happens. Like, here, let me go ahead. Let's just dial it down, right? Let's get right down to the basics. Girls that start an OnlyFans when they turn 18. How did they find out about it the same day they turned 18? We all know the answer. Everybody knows the answer.
To be honest, no one will ever seriously use Twitter or TikTok for live streaming. YouTube is actually great, but...
Twitter or TikTok for live streaming? I think that a lot of people use TikTok for live streaming, actually. It's just that the audiences are completely different than Twitch.
Since they're a respectable company, they have a low tolerance for degenerates. So where does that...
YouTube doesn't have popular live streaming primarily because